Okay. Please, somebody help me here. I'm signed in on Zoom. I'm at Zoom. It has everything I have. I've done everything the same. And then I still show up naked with no icon. Now I launched Zoom separately. That's what I did 3 times. And no matter what, it won't let me in. Yeah. Wait. That's not me. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm hearing an echo of myself. I'm being repeated. I'm
Okay, Phil, can you hear me?
I'm on Discord.
Phil,
I'm on
can you
Discord
hear
right
me?
now. I'm on. Okay, so everything you hear is somebody is echoing that somewhere.
No. Phil, can you hear me?
I can hear you right now on Discord.
When was the last time you updated Zoom?
As I remember, it should have just done it automatically. I set it for automatic update.
It's not automatic update at all.
Okay, well, let me just grab the Zoom thing. God damn it, this worked before. What happened? Okay. Somebody is echoing me.
You've got the live stream open on your browser, Phil. I can hear him on my TV.
Now, nobody take pot shots at Skippy. Oh shit, somebody did. They'll get him one day.
I'll never get Skippy.
What was that, Skip?
It's impossible.
Yes, we are live.
Well, we're live.
Oh,
Ooh.
I think we're live. So as everybody, the security guard was handing out toilet paper at the shop yesterday.
Yeah, we all smoked it and got high.
I thought we might look at some experiments these flat earthers have done over the period of the last year or two or more, maybe. I don't know how far back we can go. So where did we start looking, do you think, Pete? With a certain flurfer, or you reckon Riley? We're not going to put Riley up there, are we? Or Nathan, or
Well, you know, the biggest experiment of the last year has been the idiot from Blackpool.
Well, let's be honest. There's not many flat earthers that actually do, shall we call them, proper experiments. There's a few of them that do observations.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of them that lie when they're making their observations, as the aforementioned person that Alan was talking about before. A lot of his observations are very misleading, and he doesn't use truth as one of his ways of looking for the
Hang on,
outcome.
which one of them is that?
It's a sleeping liar.
Oh, yeah, no, he does actually try and do active experiments where he does stuff rather than just taking pictures.
He does do stuff, but I think honestly, Alan, he goes out of his way to misrepresent the truth.
Oh, of course he does. He has to be doing so, or he simply doesn't care.
Reddy would never do that. Him and Oakley are so honest.
Oh no, they're good Christian kids. They're totally honest.
Well, I know
Riley isn't a good Christian.
Yeah, don't misrepresent them. Neither claim to be religious.
I know Phuket Word has done a few experiments over time when he was over in over in
Thailand.
Where he was, Thailand there. I know he's done some, but I haven't seen any of his older ones that he's done. So I'll put him on the list. Trying to think who else has been done.
I mean, you know, we have people that seem to think taking photographs on days when the weather conditions are extreme and passing them off as not as standard is something you can do.
You wouldn't be talking about the plain truth by any chance, would you?
What, you mean my old mate Travis? My old mate who garnered this response.
Are you talking to retard?
That'd be the one.
Because it was indeed Travis that I was talking to when Rosie came out with that one.
Well, will this help us look for some flat earthers? We could actually use this as a checklist that I've got to see if we can might refresh our memories. Oh dear.
I think quite a lot of these seem to have dropped off the YouTubes.
Off the radar, yeah.
Considerably.
It's becoming harder and harder to actually look for stuff that they're doing. Like it's no longer just a matter of just going in a flat Earth community and just having 1,000 things turn up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whoever hears a Darryl anymore, or
And you're missing a few off that list.
Yeah, well, this is an old list. This is an older list.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't been updated lately.
yeah, let's say D Marble's gone, and Benzer's gone.
D Marble's gone. I thought I heard something about him recently. Is he gone now? Done some Marble?
You don't. I don't follow many of them, but you don't hear much about him anymore, do you?
Well, he seems pretty irrelevant.
Whether he's done or not, he's certainly less active.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Mark Sargent's not really on there doing anything anymore, is he?
Mark Sargent doesn't touch YouTube anymore. See, and this is one of the things that a lot of people don't realise, that there's quite a few of these people that aren't active on YouTube. They've moved over to other formats. So all they've done is moved all of their stuff over to stuff like Tumblr and you know the other less known streaming communities.
Someone said D Marble put out a video just last week.
Okay, it's I just base it on the fact that nobody talks about him anymore.
Oh well, yeah.
You know,
No, you're Alan. Sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if nobody's talking about these people, then you know they're obviously not producing. You know, especially when you look at people and they're doing. You know, they're having to go back and cover videos that were made a considerable time ago to find material to talk about. FE. Start to think, well, where are they all gone?
The basic thing is that a lot of them are taking it out, taking flat earth out of their subject titles and descriptions and stuff, because then the algorithm isn't hiding them as much, and they're still doing little bits during the streams, but it's nowhere near like they used to be.
Yeah.
Who's watching the stream?
Pip.
Somebody.
Because I saw her lit up.
Terry, have a look in stream homework.
Don't be harassing me. I can't get this. I don't know what's going on. Should be all right now, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to come up to the computer. For some reason it's working, but the Wi-Fi isn't.
Yeah, if you can hear us, Gravity Guru, you've got the link to the special place.
I saw him on yesterday. I was going to tell you about Terry.
I know. He's been away that long. I'm just trying to remember if he did have that Oz Squad. He's got the Oz Squad link. That's still the same as what it used to be. Yeah, it hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. Where are you? I've got to scroll down, do I? Homework.
I think I'm naked.
Oh,
You are.
you better
You're
not be.
naked?
You better
Damn.
not be. I'm looking.
I'm leaving. I'll be back.
Yeah. Quick, go put some
Oh,
clothes
oh,
on.
come on. Like you're wearing pants either, okay?
Okay,
I guarantee you,
so do
everyone
you want
on
me to
this
go
panel is
by
not
the
wearing
last
pants.
one you dropped, or? And
Yeah, I've dropped 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
There's 4 there just to get you going. I don't know if you want to do that. The first one that I dropped or not. It's something we've covered before, but
Yeah,
that video didn't come out very long ago.
It's okay to Okay,
Rehash.
Yeah, if they're from a fair while ago, because sometimes.
Oh, these.
Okay,
I'm trying.
that one.
I tried to find new stuff, but some of
No,
this stuff
no,
is older stuff as well.
new older stuff's quite satisfactory. It's sort of like a reminiscing type thing.
Oh, like the Oakley bedroom video where we were introduced to the
that one.
purple and the pepper grinder and the
Blood Earth
handcuffs.
Experiments, that one.
I don't think that's the type of material Terry's talking about.
Oh, that's an Antarctic conspiracy. Yeah, would that be an experiment, or is that just a conspiracy narrative
I
thing?
think it's. I did say experiment, but it's more about for the 5 seconds that I listened to, it's more about Barack Obama's interest in it.
Oh, okay.
What, you mean
so
Barack
it's right-wing
Obama,
political.
Will Smith?
Yeah, Will Smith. That's right.
Yeah. / Illuminati also. You have to put an Illuminati somewhere, I think. Or is that a different parameter? So I was walking down the earth the other day.
Yes, Pep, unfortunately you are closed now.
God damn it.
Oh, don't know what's going on this morning. Not having a good day.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Do I need to come round and give you a cuddle?
Sean Hawkins reckons that D Marble did a video 5 days ago, but it was just a video or an experiment. No, we're only interested in actual experiments they do, like a visual video, not so much just them standing there spouting shit.
Well, that's a needle in the haystack then.
Yeah.
Well, I
Like
have seen them over time, but it's a bit short notice to try to find them now. What do we got?
You mean them actually doing something rather than just sitting there talking?
Yeah, well, yeah, I have seen them. It's not to say they're not out there. It's just I don't know which ones are which.
I think it says a lot. I think it says a lot that you have to actually. I know there's an experiment in here somewhere of what they said. Just goes to show how little experimentation they do.
No, the problem, like I said before, Phil, is not that they don't do experiments. It's that YouTube makes sure that they're impossible to find.
Yeah. It's harder to find them nowadays.
Well, especially their older stuff before they.
Well,
you have to go to their channel.
Actually,
you only got to go to their
yeah.
channel, and once you go to that person's channel, you can just scroll down in their past and you see what they've done.
See, and no, it's actually easier to find their older stuff. The new stuff that they're doing now. If they released a video right now, even if I typed flat Earth experiments into the search bar, because of the way the algorithm is set up now, YouTube algorithms won't let you look for them as easy
Well,
as they used to.
Right, but if you are looking at the videos on their channel, though, you should be able to see the videos that they put out, right?
Yes,
I-
you can
I-
do
I
it that
don't-
way,
I-
but you'd have to find
Yeah.
a certain person's
Yeah.
flat
Which-
earth.
Yeah,
which-
and you
I
literally
don't
have
know
to go
about you,
through
Phil.
all the videos.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Phil, but there is no way that even with a soccer account am I going to subscribe to every single Flat Earth channel just so I know when they
Oh,
drop
no,
a video.
no, I do
No, that's not
understand
what I'm
that
saying,
point.
Peter. I'm saying if somebody just randomly picks a flat earther and we go to their channel, which some of them have got types of experiments. I know some haven't, but like I know the one that's over in was over in Taiwan or whatever he was. I know he does visual experiment type stuff, but I don't know how far back he went.
He did a lot of visual observations.
Yeah, but he did those recent ones with the glass of water, the glass and the jug and the picture frame on the ground and those type of ones.
Yeah.
Hearing a lighter.
I'm just not up to date with all the flat earthers that have been out there over time.
I'm just saying finding a flat earther that's actually done an experiment is hard enough.
Hot mic, Andrea.
YouTube algorithm notwithstanding.
Hot mic.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. That's the word I
Alan and I are going to be signing the same this morning.
Just realised I was sat wrong when I suddenly felt this sudden urge that my body was about to start twitching all over.
How do I keep my finger over two mute buttons at the same time for Pip and Alan?
I apologise in advance because I will swear.
That's okay.
Terry.
Yep.
A yay or nay from the internal chat.
Parody. Oh, I didn't think of that.
Oh, so that was the idea why I typed it in the chat so no one else would hear it.
Yeah. That's cool.
And then you just say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of defeats the purpose.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Peter. Like if it said
no,
here,
it doesn't.
Like if it said here, can you tell they and them to shut up and pee off? Like I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Yeah, probably.
That's why I sent it to you as a private message, and it came up in red next to it privately.
Yeah, it does too. So you don't want me to tell everybody else on the panel what the other things you've been saying about him?
Well, yeah, you might as well. I mean, the can of worms is already open. Yes, well done there. Well done. Well played, sir.
Okay, you want me to play this one for now, Peter?
You can. It's
to get the
probably
ball
worth
on the
a giggle,
road.
that
This
one.
one's something to do with experiment with a long-distance laser in a big lake. It was done April 2019. Okay.
Big lake.
I can't wait to see the fail, so press play.
Night, Chris.
Oh, somebody's going already. They just got here.
Chris is off to bed. There's a Yankee.
How dare you, Chris?
Off to bed. Okay.
Terry, can you just show us that title again, please?
Big lake.
Just so I can get.
Was it 2:45 in the morning from maybe?
Okay.
Oh, like Balaton.
Oh, in Hungary. Okay. There's some numbers for you. I don't know what they mean.
Yeah, all those videos, Alan, are in
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah, it's all right. It was just I missaw the title. That was all.
Oh, that's enough to get you going anyway, Terry.
I've actually been useful today, and I put in 2 links as well.
Oh,
I saw that.
so
I
if the
think he's almost trying to claim an experiment.
sorry, if the
We
water
should,
in
we should go out, Terry. Sorry.
when my mic was working. Is my mic working?
Yes, you're
yes,
good.
Terry.
Oh, I can talk. Thank you.
Yes.
So they got down here. If the water in the lakes and the ocean is always level, and it makes up 71% of our Earth, that's well, we all know the incorrect part of that. Then how the Earth can be round? How the Earth can be round if the airplanes fly level and don't account for curve. We need to start to wonder why they are hiding through. Blah blah blah. Okay.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah, blah 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 blah.
Hello, farmer.
I didn't know the Earth was 71% water.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit.
The surface of the Earth might be
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that would be surface area.
It might be a bit squidgy.
Imagine a
It
planet
is a
that
bit
was
boggy around here too.
Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
Yeah, I was just wondering
Well,
if it was 71% water, what it'd be like.
Well, it wouldn't work. It couldn't.
It wouldn't last
Yes,
very
it
long,
could.
would it?
Red Dwarf found a planet that was all water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell me Red Dwarf isn't real.
If you've got if you have a big enough ball of water, then yeah, its gravity will hold it as a ball, won't it?
Yeah, but you can't have a planet made out of water.
No,
Why
I
not?
don't think
It'll
you
eventually
could.
evaporate.
There wouldn't be enough mass in the water to hold it together.
It would eventually
Well,
evaporate, wouldn't it?
If it was a big enough ball of water, there would.
No, it
And the
doesn't need
surface
to be that
tension would
big.
want to hold it together as well, of course.
Like a big drop of water, yeah.
Yes, but Alan, wouldn't it evaporate over time?
No, because it would have enough gravity to actually hold itself together.
With its
Yes, but
surface
you'd end
tension.
up with water vapor going into its atmosphere, and then that would eventually escape the gravitational pull, and over time it would just evaporate.
Although we're not talking about the conservation of energy there with evaporation, that's entropy. The conservation of energy would tend to make any liquid revert to a sphere, aside from outside forces.
Anyway, we'll watch this
I mean,
video.
in the same way as
Sorry.
we lose hydrogen from our atmosphere, that's essentially evaporating out of our atmosphere, isn't it? We don't lose it to space.
Well, we do actually.
It's not evaporating. It's already a gas. Because evaporation is the
Yeah, I know.
method
I
by
know,
which liquids turn into gases.
Yes, I know, but if you had a planet that was all water, you'd end up with evaporation into the atmosphere, and then that would eventually lose out of its atmosphere. And so that would end up repeated over and over in time, and eventually it would just evaporate into space.
Well,
Yeah, but you could say that of any.
we do
You could say
lose-
that of any planet.
Well, we've shown experiments.
Let's
Ray!
I was going to
Let's
say,
play.
yeah, I'm trying to get my 2 cents worth in sometimes. We see how water conforms to a sphere in space already when they show it on the ISS. So a ball of water you'd think would stay as a ball of water on a larger scale. That's what I thought.
Well, that's conservation of energy.
I got the last word in, Phil.
Yeah.
The right video? Might have to skip a bit. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Yeah.
part 2. Oh, this is a part 2. We missed out on part 1.
Trusty.
I think that's probably a good thing.
landing on Budapest, Hungary on Sunday, 14 August 2016. At midday on the 15th of August, they went to the lake to study the place.
Oh, that's cute.
On the evening of that same day, they brought all their material outside the hotel, which was about 100 meters away from the lake. So they used the distance between the hotel and the lake to calibrate the collimator lens for the powerful laser they brought. And here is Dave Moore trying to explain how they were doing it.
So it looks like we're calibrating the laser, bouncing it off of a mirror way over there, just to see if the collimator is working. We're getting a nice coherent beam. Kind of need that, otherwise we'll end up with a beam over 10 miles that spreads out to about a mile wide. So this is our laser expert. And what she's doing is trying to adjust the collimator.
Not exactly well collimated, is it?
Reflection from the mirror. That's way over there.
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't matter, he's going to do it wrong. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I know, but...
Yeah.
Now they are getting ready for the leveling process and positioning the laser that is going to be at 50 centimeters above water surface.
I think Big Blue's coming over. I think James is threatening to join us.
Harry, can we be heard on YouTube?
Yeah. 90.998 degrees, so it's like 1 or 2 thousandths of a degree, which is sloping downwards actually if it's a globe. So, let's start it. Feljelölni. Hogy hol van rajta az 50 cent, és akkor nem kellene méregetni. Just put it onto that.
Figyelj csak, Sanyi. Nem lenne az jobb megoldás, ha...
Gumipukkal csak így lefogatjuk, mert nem fogunk gyorsan menni. Megnézzük be talán. És itt igazából a lényeg az, hogy gyorsan jelöljünk, mert megy a nap.
Előrefele gyorsan megy, akkor nem mond, akkor semmi baj nem lesz csak.
Hátrafele meg biztos nem megyünk, de előre sem megyünk gyorsan.
Here they are measuring and marking a point that is exactly as 50 centimeters above water surface to make it visible and easier to measure.
Hosszabb vonalat, és a másik oldalra ad ide, húzod, másik oldalra húzod.
Pull this all the way to the other end, so that
this pen isn't going to be good enough.
nem fog rá. Nem, mert vizes. Úgyhogy akkor simán jelöljük.
De várjál, van nálam egy lézer.
Hagyjuk közé, ragasztuk végig.
Lucky they put subtitles there because I had no idea what they were saying.
Yeah. Akkor nem fog lejönni, hogyha most ráragasztunk.
Az nem biztos, hogy annyi van, hogy a vége elég.
Hát ez a legfontosabb vonal, aztán a többit meg majd meglátjuk. Ez az 50 centi.
Ja, van ilyenetek, ezt kell befúzni.
Here's our laser expert.
Why didn't they prepare the board before they put it
Yeah, I know, I
together?
was thinking that. Why didn't they do that before?
Spirit level on there.
Because that would be logical and we've all realised that that doesn't
Are they really going to
Torrance,
level it
please
with that
explain what
spirit
happened the
level?
first day.
In one of the first tests around 6 a.m., the laser was set up at an altitude of 50 centimeters. During this test, there was some interesting effect with the laser beam. With the boat at around 1,500 meters, the beam went from 50 centimeters high to almost 2 meters in what appeared to be a short distance. From various pictures examined after the test, we could see that the beam was reaching the other shore, but in one particular picture it showed a sharp uprising of the beam that seemed to indicate that refraction was causing the beam to rise up.
Maybe you can photo this. I can do this, so you know how high.
This was during the leveling process before the level was established. Laser was pointed down 0.016 degrees. Here are some pictures that show the sharp uprising of the beam from the Canon 650D and also from the Nikon P900. After modeling it in 3D, it was determined that the laser was pointed slightly down at an angle of 0.016, causing it to contact the water surface at about 1,500 meters, and then rising at the same angle, contacting a building on the other shore 8 kilometers away. It appears to hit that building at about 2 or 3 meters high.
Equals angle of reflection.
The reason for the apparent sharp rise in the laser, shown in the camera on shore, was just due to its high degrees.
So,
like I said, they screwed it up.
In essence, not only were they using pretty crap ways of making their beam level, for starters, but for some reason it hit something right in the middle of their experiment for no particularly known reason that they can't explain or didn't fit into their narrative. So they blame something else. You know, it's...
You're not saying the water wasn't... You're saying the water wasn't level.
Oh, the water was, and you know what? At the site of where they were doing their experiment, the laser was probably pretty close to being level. But just what did he say? 2 kilometers away, it hit the water.
I thought he said 1,500 meters.
You know.
Yeah, so or 1,500 meters, a kilometer and a kilometer and a half.
Yeah, I mean, at 0.16 degrees down slope. I mean, it doesn't sound a lot, but when you're only half a meter off the water, that's a really significant dip, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Alan, just like I said, they had lasers, and I said, what did I say? They were going to screw it up. What did they do? They screwed it up.
But they didn't really screw it up. It actually gave the result that we would expect.
Yeah.
So they haven't screwed anything up.
No, they did. They did, because they should have anticipated. If there was a curvature, then they should be able to go over it. So they should have made the laser high up just to ensure that
you don't assume the shape. You don't assume the shape of the Earth for the experiment. You do the experiment first.
That's right. So you come in with a hypothesis. You know, this is what I believe should happen. Then you do your experiment, and from that you get a result. You're not going to say the world is this shape, therefore that.
No.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Is 9 times out of 10, their experiments are the world is flat, and this is what I want to see to prove it.
That's what I'm saying. They screwed up from the start because they presumed that the world was flat. That's where they screwed up in the first place. So when they set up the laser, unfortunately, reality set in. And it screwed up their initial measurement. That's why it messed up, because they.
I'll say no, Phil.
Yeah, this wasn't them presuming something. This was just incompetence. But we know they're incompetent, so you know it's about par for the course. I'd like to know how if they set the laser up level, and if they can actually measure that it's actually 0.16 degrees down tilt. Why hadn't they measured it and picked that up before the experiment? If after the experiment they could actually measure how much it was tilted down.
Incompetence.
Exactly.
I thought they aimed the laser down on purpose. From what I heard.
No. I think it was just incompetent. So they were trying to make it. Well, when they were first setting it up, I noticed they had one of those little T-shaped spirit levels that you get for leveling a caravan on the top of it. There you go, right there. And if that's what they used to set the thing up as level, then no wonder they were, a bit out, because one of those is maybe going to get you to a degree if you're lucky. I mean, I know they can be fairly repeatable in getting the same position because you kind of get used to reading the thing, but they're not what you would call accurate, are they?
Well, also, was that just stuck on the box of the laser, which is what it looks like, or was that actually aligned and precision calibrated to the beam of the laser? Because the laser itself could have been mounted not square to the box exactly.
Well, they're assuming that the laser is actually parallel to the box for a start. That's what I don't. If that's how it works, those boxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There could be a slight error between the alignment of the box versus the alignment of the laser, and this looks like it's just stuck on with sticky tape.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay if it's just the first rough, set up for doing your rough mounting, but
it doesn't seem like that's a surveying laser, really. It just seems like it's just a laser in a box, like you got on eBay or something like that.
One with quite a decent power output.
Yeah,
I notice also, of course, it's green as well, which doesn't help.
What's the distance on this?
Is he measuring the height of the laser with the tape measure or something?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
But according to their laws of perspective, shouldn't the light be disappearing from the bottom up like the sun disappears?
Actually, I see that he's on the shore. So where is the bottom of that tape measure? Is that bottom of the tape measure at water level? And did he determine water level by actually building a separate wave-proof well to determine what the water level was? Doesn't seem that way to me. It doesn't seem very scientifically accurate, really, to me, already from the start.
So they're saying, hey, Blue. So they're saying at around 1,500 metres, the beam went from 50 centimetres high to almost 2 metres.
Trying to do brain surgery with a chainsaw, are we?
Yeah. So
you haven't brought those idiots over with you, have you, Blue?
Fuck no.
Well, where were you, Blue?
Where's the swear jar?
Where were you, Blue?
Huh?
Where were you?
Where was I? I was trapped in an endless slick loop.
Yeah.
I got out of there just before my stream started over on Jose's. I was there with SE Montreal, Seek and Find, Slick, and one other person. So I had about four of them I was talking with.
Terry, can you check your Discord messages, mate?
I'll
check this.
I'd just like to correct you slightly, Blue, though. It's not a chainsaw that they're using to do brain surgery. It's more like an excavator.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, I
pretty
did check
painful
my
in the
Discord
last
messages, Paul, and you haven't got a spanner. Ooh, wow.
Rabbit is naked.
I
Quick,
better.
I'm gonna.
Shocked.
No, I got him. I got a spanner before he. You got the key to the special place, Gravity Guru. Just scroll down in Discord. You'll find Did the Dingo Do It, and it's in Oz Squad. You'll see the link to Zoom.
You're going to have to change the name of that to Special Place.
I might have to. I'll get the secretary onto it.
I can't do anything in your Discord server. You know that.
Yeah,
That's
it's in where I just said. Go down, scroll down.
Hang on, I'll sort Paul out.
He's got the link for it, the special place. Did the Dingo Do It? Go in Oz Squad. You'll find the Zoom link in there. Hey, rocket scientist.
Or we could even change the name to Special Place if you would like. Like that.
Thanks, Alan.
It's now called the Special Place.
Oh,
okay?
right.
Yay.
Oh dear. He's got the link, but it's asking for a
people.
password to join.
No,
Yeah, just let me sort him out, Terry. I'm going to send him a message so he knows what to do.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
No, where were we? Right, back to laser testing. Is everyone
laser
right
fail,
now?
yeah.
Back to laser testing.
Yep.
I rewound
Thanks,
it.
Bob.
I rewound it a bit there, so I just wanted to get the measurements right.
One particular picture, it showed a sharp uprising of the beam that seemed to indicate that refraction was causing the beam to rise up.
Maybe you can photo this. I can do this, so you know how high it is.
This was during the leveling process before the level was established. Laser was pointed down 0.016 degrees. Here are some pictures that show the sharp uprising of the beam from the Canon 650D and also from the Nikon P900. After modeling it in 3D, it was determined that the laser was pointed slightly down at an angle of 0.016, causing it to contact the water surface at about 1,500 meters, and then rising at the same angle, contacting a building on the other shore 8 kilometers away. It appears to hit that building at about 2 to 3 meters high. The reason for the apparent sharp rise in the laser, shown in the camera on shore, was just due to its high degree of zoom. The Canon 650D had a focal length of 1200 millimeters, which caused the reflected part of the beam to appear shorter and rise quicker. In this animation, you can see the effect of the zoom lens going from 6 millimeters to 1200 millimeters, and how it gives the illusion of the far reflected beam rising up quicker and being shorter. It is just an optical illusion of the zoom lens.
But not refraction.
I want to know what hell the lens they were using.
So this is the second day of the experiments. This time our crew decided to put the laser at 1.25 meters, which is 4.1 foot above water surface. So before we show you the experiments, let us explain to you what's been done in the second day, and then we're going to calculate everything in AutoCAD and let you compare the numbers with the last experiment's results.
To make sure we had the laser leveled according to the globe Earth model, we did a...
Hey?
Was that the Murphy?
Who? Where?
The girl in the bikini.
That dude there in the dark blue top with the light blue emblem. No, it's not. No.
So before we show you the experiments, let us explain to you what's been done in the second day, and then we're going to calculate everything in AutoCAD and let you compare the numbers with the last experiment's results.
To make sure we had the laser leveled according to the globe Earth model, we did a slope correction on the laser. The curvature drop at 720 meters would be 0.04 meters, so we added this to the 1.25 meter laser height to get a perfectly horizontal line of the laser according to the globe Earth model.
Now why would he want to... what?
Hang on, I'm pretty sure that's far too much.
And why do they want to do that anyway if they're so sure the Earth is flat? Why make allowances for the curvature?
Yeah, exactly. That would be pointing it uphill.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting how they show that?
Yeah, I mean, if they're so sure it's flat, why go through all that nonsense?
According to the globe Earth model, we did a slope correction on the laser.
1.25. But why are they measuring it there? Why are they putting the measurement there for?
The curvature drop at 720 meters would be 0.04 meters. So we added this to the 1.25 meter laser height to get a perfectly horizontal line of.
Okay. What are they changing? They're changing the angle at where the laser's mounted. They're going to point it up.
They're trying to get a tangent line. From that point.
Can I just make one comment? The drop at 700 meters is 1.2 times the drop, according to 8 inches per mile squared, is 1.2 times 10 to the minus 5 meters at 700 meters and 1.57 times 10 to the minus 5 at 800 meters. Unfortunately, I don't have 750 meters in my table.
Yeah, although, not to plug myself, I am an exclusive distributor of the professional grade goalpost wheels. So you can move your goalpost failure.
Phil, before you start with your philosophy on nonsense, what were you trying to say, Blue?
I forgot.
You want me to rewind?
Yeah. So the drop at 700 meters is a bit less than 4 centimeters.
Yeah, it's about right. 750 meters, 0.04 meters. That sounds about right.
Yeah. But the obvious thing is that.
Thank you, Gravity Guru. Welcome.
Welcome back. Yeah. Long time.
It has
Gravity,
been.
Mate.
Yeah.
I don't know how we've gone all this time without you. It's been a struggle.
Yeah. Well, obviously you have.
And a few more subscribers too since probably the last time you've seen me.
Yeah, I've had 5 months of no derp, so I've got a bit of catching up to do.
Oh, we better not give you too much in one go. We'll just use a small spoon.
No.
We'll just use a small little teaspoon.
Okay.
Haven't seen Elmo for a while. Hello.
Can I just point out one thing? They're saying 720 meters, but look at the size of the globe. Isn't that 1,000 kilometers?
I think they've exaggerated for clarity's sake.
Yeah.
You mean it's not to scale?
Yeah. Oh, I do apologise. Yeah, I was looking in the wrong column of my table. I was looking at when I find the correct one, yes, it is 3.85 times 10 to the minus 2 meters at 700 meters.
And it's 25 meters, and by the look of it, that should be at 250 kilometers. Not what they're saying. It's not true to scale. Yeah. What do you do?
So 0.04 meters drop at 720 meters. Okay.
Yeah, but again, they're not. They didn't actually measure drop. They measured hidden, which again is different.
I just want to
again insignificantly at that distance.
No, they're right. 0.04 is correct.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that Gravity had oven mitt protection and is away from his monitor.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
So where they've got written the 0.4 and then they've got written 1.25 meters, they've got it split. So what are they trying to say?
Yeah.
Is there a line missing?
They're saying the hidden is 4 centimeters.
Yeah, but have they got a line
because what they're actually measuring there is hidden, not drop.
But the
Yeah, but wouldn't there be a
that
line?
distance, the difference between hidden and drop is not significant.
Yeah, but wouldn't
The
there be a
curve
line
doesn't actually
drawn
just-
from the surface of the circle straight out? As
Well, yeah,
well?
if you did the surface tangent line, then you would drop the whole thing by 1.25 meters, and what you would have is the difference. You would have at 720 meters, you'd be left with the 4 centimeters rather than the
right. Okay.
1.29 meters that you would get given the drop.
Okay.
In other words, they ought to be the other way around. So the 0.4 should be at, the 0.04 should be at the bottom, and the 1.25 should be above.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
If you want to draw it the correct way, that would be a better way of drawing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Put
thinking.
the 4 centimeters at the bottom, and then put the 1.25 meters at the top, because that's technically where it belongs.
It's a shame we couldn't draw something really quick to show what the proper thing would look like.
Yeah, like holding shift in bitmap or something.
That's that's
Also,
really really hard to do.
Sorry, Blue.
the true representation isn't shown on diagram. They've got a curve going from 1.25. There should be almost a straight line. It's not
At
true.
720 meters, it is the hidden is about 4 centimeters.
Horizontal line of the laser according to the globe Earth model. Since our laser was at a slope-corrected height of 1.29 meters, and we aimed the beam to 1.32 meters, we had a 0.0023 degrees upward bend according to the global Earth model. So how does this leveling affect either model? Well, with the flat Earth water surface model, it results in the laser having a 0.005 degree upwards angle, resulting in the laser beam having a slight rise in height over distance. On the global Earth curved water surface model, it results in a 0.002 upwards angle. So let's see the test results.
Okay, so here is the flat Earth and the globe Earth. I placed them close to each other so you can see them better. I'm gonna zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. So this is the globe Earth, and this table on the right side shows the real measurements. I want you to watch the calculations on this video and compare them to the real measurements on this table, okay? Now let me show you the height of the laser. And as you can see, it's at 1.25 meters. And if it was leveled then at 720 meters, it should be at 1.29 meters. But it was pointed to 1.32 meters because it was pretty difficult to put it at 1.29 meters, okay? And by the way, the white line represents a level line and the green line represents the laser, okay? So if we move to 870 meters, the laser on the globe Earth should raise up to 1.34 meters. Now you can just focus on the green line.
Terry? Sorry. He just said it was really difficult to point it at 1.29 meters. And I know why it's really difficult for him to point it at 1.29 meters, because with a little bit of dispersion thrown in, the laser is not actually going, and a little bit of refraction, I don't suppose you could get it down that low.
Well, it seems to me that they're just trying to cherry pick a little faulty data because they really cannot resolve the globe Earth as an entire issue. So they're trying to nitpick and cherry pick any little.
And also, given the diameter of that laser beam, how do you accurately measure
to the accuracy? Yeah, how can you measure accuracy to a centimeter?
Oh, certainly not. Not the coherency of that laser beam. That's going to make probably about a 40 centimeter circle at a kilometer away.
Trying to measure divergence over water, aren't they?
And they're firing it over water, yes.
Yeah, they're doing it over water.
How the hell are you making that measurement?
Well,
to water, which is, oh, good Lord. Okay.
Well, they couldn't even aim the laser straight in the first place. So I think that's telling.
They're giving you a little
Well,
graph
yes.
there to work from. I don't know if that.
Sticking a little bubble level on top of the thing, it'd work just as well if you wet your finger and held it up in the air.
Yeah, like I said, it looked like they stuck it on a stick with sticky tape. Who's to say the laser
I
was
wanna know how
actually
they
aligned to the housing?
I want to know how they've gone from showing a bubble level stuck to the top of the case to knowing that the beam was at exactly 0.0162 degrees down angle on the day before.
Would there be tides in that lake? And if there was, would they have to account for them?
Yeah.
Every
A lot of things
body
you'd
of
have
water.
to account for.
Every body of water is affected by tides.
Yeah, I know that. I
So-
know that, but would they have to account for it?
Yes, because
Okay.
like even I think is it the Great Lakes in America? There's still like a 2-inch tidal difference from one side of the lake to the other.
Yeah, so they
it's-
didn't even account for the tides in that lake.
No, and they won't.
Winds,
I
waves.
still want to know.
okay.
I still want to know. I still want to know how they measured the height above the water. I mean, like
That's
even
what I want to know.
yeah, like how did they take into account the variation from the
Yeah,
waves
this
and
is-
which direction the wind's blowing, piling the water up on one side?
Yeah,
No, I can answer that.
Oh,
I can answer that. They went to
yeah.
Riley and got unicorn farts or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And how did they keep?
And I was right. You can't answer that. There's no way.
Yeah. And how did they keep the measuring device perpendicular to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah. The only way you're going to do that over a lake is the way George Natchik does it when the lake's frozen. Then you
yeah.
can bore a hole in the damn ice and you can figure out what the water level is, but not over water like that. That's crazy.
Well, we're talking science here. They're attempting to try science, and it's a very cute attempt, I must say. It's adorable.
No, we're not talking science. We're talking horse apples.
Yeah. In my view, they're using EM radiation with far too tiny a wavelength.
They were doing real science then.
Because it's too prone to refraction.
Yeah, if they were doing real science, there'd be uncertainties attached with each of those numbers, and they'd do an uncertainty analysis and see if their result was actually meaningful with the given uncertainties, which they haven't done.
I'm certain they haven't
like
done.
that. It's like that whole thing where they were so-called measuring the height of the laser off the water, and they never gave a measurement between, e.g., it was between this and this to account for waves or anything along those lines. They said that it should have been this, but this was our actual measurement. But then you bring in all of the factors. Well, were they measuring from the center of the beam? Were they measuring from the bottom of the beam? Were they measuring from the top of the beam? There's none of that. None of that data that's also been introduced so that we know exactly how they've done anything.
There's nothing scientific about it. Where are the gravimetric potential measurements? The Earth is a geoid. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah.
There are so many things that could affect this. And if you're trying to do this to try to determine what the radius of the Earth is, you're an idiot to start with. It's the wrong damn test.
Yeah.
If it was leveled in at 720 meters, it should be at 1.29 meters. But it was pointed to 1.32 meters because it was pretty difficult to put it at 1.29 meters, okay? And by the way, the white line represents a level line and the green line represents the laser, okay? So if we move to 870 meters, the laser on the globe Earth should raise up to 1.34 meters. Now you can just focus on the green line and the green number and forget about the white line, okay? So let's move to 1800 meters. And the laser should raise up to 1.58 meters. And let's see how high the laser is gonna be at 6,000 meters. It should be at 4.32 meters, okay? That's what we should see if the Earth was a globe. Now we're gonna see the calculations on the flat Earth, but take a look at the table again, okay?
Hold
So
on.
here is the...
May I pause there, right there? I have a point of contention to make right there, is that they're saying that it should have been 1.5, and then it should have been 2 point whatever, and then 4.0, something like that. And they say it should have been that at a flat Earth. But they align the laser, so they're seeing that the laser is going above the ground from their alleged receiving point. Right?
But I don't. Is the green line? See, this is the problem. You can't see it because they don't give you enough. Is that green line a curve or is that green line straight? Because if you're saying that the white line, which is straight, represents the surface, then the green line should be curving upwards if it's representing what happens on a globe.
But the
it would only be a straight line. Yeah, but it points upwards, so it's diverging from the white line anyway, and we have to trust them that the numbers they're giving represent a curve and not a straight line.
And then they're using those numbers and showing that, yes, there is a curve, but therefore that means it's flat. Because they claim, because on a curved, if you plot something that should be a straight line above a curve that is dropping away, that straight line, and you put the curve as a straight line, the plot of the plot of the laser beam should angle up.
It won't not angle up. It should curve up.
Well, yeah, curve up. Yeah,
there is a difference between because they've pointed it up anyway, so it's going to be diverging whatever, but it should be curving up, not just.
Well, you'd be noticing an exponential rise in apparent elevation.
Yeah.
Right? And it seems by the numbers that is what is happening, but they're claiming it's flat. They're saying that it must be flat, but their numbers are showing that it's not. But they're still running a flat line, claiming that it looks like a lot of misrepresentation of facts. So they're trying to show the real numbers, but in effect, in their graphical analysis, they're showing that there is disparity at the same time. Sort of like you see that ship going over the horizon. That's proof that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
If you get my meaning.
Yeah. See, I would like to see their green line graphed with a vertical axis that was significantly bigger than the horizontal axis, because at that 1-to-1, it's virtually impossible to visualize what's going on. Whereas if you had y-axis in, say, millimeters, while the x-axis is in kilometers, you might actually be able to see the physical changes, visualize the physical changes. I mean, that's why we do graphs. Yeah, with different sized axes, so you can actually visualize the data and see trends that you wouldn't be able to see with exactly matching axes.
Well, yeah, they're definitely. It seems to me that they're definitely graphically misrepresenting. the results. It doesn't square up.
You know, it would be good if their graph showed the whole length they're looking at and showed the y-axis just going for full screen and going from like 0 to 4.5 meters, rather than them using the same vertical and horizontal.
Well, also, how are they
scaling for the
measuring these
axes.
intermediary distances? How are they
I
measuring?
believe these are I believe they're what they're calculating, because they're taking it from the results of AutoCAD.
Okay, but they're not taking it from reality.
Yeah, I think also they've not necessarily.
I need a bit of catching up here. Can someone fill me in on why their flat Earth AutoCAD measurements are increasing in height? Wouldn't you expect on a flat Earth them?
It's pointing uphill slightly.
Yeah.
Oh. Did they set the angle at which they pointed it up, or did they just point it and then try and estimate the angle?
They basically went to 720 meters and tried to set the beam so that the beam was the same height plus the hidden.
Oh yeah.
As if it was a globe.
Yep.
But they couldn't do that because they couldn't actually point the beam low enough to do that, because I'm guessing refraction.
It hit the water.
Well, no, I'm guessing the refraction's lifting it up, and it hits the to get it. They can't even get it down to where it should be, because refraction's lifted it, and
wow.
And they're doing it over water.
Yeah, exactly.
And water molecules have an extraordinary lensing effect. Now, if you did that over land, and you did that over longer distance over land, you would clearly see that the land even follows curvature. Go to the Bonneville Salt Flats, okay, and try this, and you will see the curvature of the Earth, because. And also you can't just measure from point A to point B. If you're trying to measure curvature, you need 3. You need a start, a middle, and an end. And that way you can determine what any curvature is. You can't just do it from 2.
I was going to suggest, how about instead of all this faffing about, instead of using something with a wavelength of I don't know, about 500-600 nanometers, why don't we use something with a wavelength of 0.1 meters, and point it at half a degree up, and measure it at 400. Well, measure it at 300 kilometers. And see where the bottom of the beam is.
Well,
even with say, 2,000 meter error. Look at the difference between where it should be on a globe and where it should be on a flat Earth. And you'll find that you've got about a 5,000 meter difference between the two. And I can assure you from repeated observation that the observations will only ever conform within the within that margin of error for a globe, not within the margin of error for a flat Earth.
The other thing I bet they didn't do is I bet they didn't take the same measurements at the same distances at different times of day.
Well, I have an easier solution to all of this. I think it's just stop trying to prove that the Earth is flat. You never will. Just look at the actual photographs of Earth realize that it's a globe. Stop messing around with this BS, and go on with your lives, and just stop trying to prove that the Earth is flat. It's not flat. It never will be. There's no way you're going to prove it. Put billions of dollars into it. You'll never prove it. Doesn't matter. You flat earthers are wasting your time. Just get over it and accept that NASA's not out to get you. Come back to reality, become a productive member of society, and quit this BS so we don't have to keep tearing it apart. I think that's the simplest way, really. If you ask me. I mean, just get these flat earthers, just come back to reality. All right? You'll never prove the Earth is flat, no matter what you do. Period.
So we right with what they're trying to represent here, with what the line, with the different lines and the angles, what they got.
Yeah, I get it. I get what they're trying to do there, but what they're seriously missing, if this was a real scientific experiment, there's no uncertainties in it. There's no error analysis. There's no justification for if the results are actually within an error limit that would justify them making such a claim. I suspect that if they did an error analysis on this, that the uncertainty in the final result would outweigh the actual result itself. It would be far bigger than the actual result itself.
Exactly.
Meaning that the results are absolutely meaningless junk.
I've got just 2 words to say. Black swan.
Yeah, one of 11 pictures that they cherry picked.
Yeah.
Isn't that right? Blue. I believe you were the one who showed some of the other role of that, and that was the black swan picture. Was they picked up on that one thing and said, "See, that proves it." Just like the Chicago Mirage, they're like, "See, that's proof of a flat Earth." Yeah, well, you can't do that tomorrow, and they could do it tomorrow, but they stuck to that one image. I mean, there is no proof of flat Earth. It's pretty simple, I think, at this point. They just keep trying to cherry pick and do these silly experiments because they're nitpicking.
Yeah, well, say I did my suggested test with electromagnetic radiation weekly for 5 years, and never ever got a result that would come close to matching a flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there anywhere in this video? Is there anywhere in this video where they actually document or illustrate their method of measurement?
I don't know yet. We haven't finished watching it yet.
Having seen what they've already shown, no.
Probably not. No.
No, and you know, sticking bits of gaffer tape to a piece of board so that you can hold the board level so that you can hold the edge of the board level with the water, and then have that.
What? In a boat that's bobbing up and down on waves that are probably more than 1 centimeter.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just like they taped it to that rock because it looked level.
I was just trying to work out what lines he had.
Let's play some more and see what else they're going to come up with.
Please play some more.
Yeah, I just think they've completely screwed up their modelling here as well.
Well, like I said, from the start, they screwed up.
They're showing the Earth. I'm colour illiterate, so I keep getting the colours mixed up to mention the colours. It goes from there. That's the Earth. That's representing the Earth, the bottom line.
I think the reason they did this in CAD was because if they actually tried to do the real measurements, such as because what you can do is you can take PVC pipe.
See, they got a line there. That's the line that keeps confusing me. Where they keep jumping around. I can't see where they've gone from there.
When
Terry, you're expecting a logical progression and a well planned out experiment from flat earthers.
I've just realised what they've done. They've gone. We've calculated the angle on the angle of the dangle for the laser beam on a globe Earth should be one angle, and the angle of the dangle based on one measurement should be this different angle for a flat Earth, and they've put those two angles in and drawn straight lines.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. When you go back
when actually the green line should not be a straight line. The green line should be a curve.
Yeah, what they did in the experiment was they put garbage into it and they got garbage out.
Garbage out of it, yeah.
They're saying,
damn, I wish I could put
the thing is, if we really analyze this, we could quantify each one of their errors, but they've made such an error in the beginning that it makes it more difficult because you have to compensate for their error.
Well, they may straighten it all out at the end, but we're never going to know if we don't watch the damn thing.
Yeah, that's what's right.
Slight rise in height over distance. On the global Earth curved water surface model, it results in a 0.002 upwards angle. So let's see the test results.
Okay, so here is the flat Earth and the globe Earth. I placed them close to each other so you can see them better. I'm gonna zoom out so you can see what I'm doing. So this is the globe Earth, and this table on the right side shows the real measurements. I want you to watch the calculations on this video and compare them to the real measurements on this table, okay? Now let me show you the height of the laser, and as you can see it's at 1.25 meters, and if it was leveled in at 720 meters it should be at 1.29 meters, but it was pointed to 1.32 meters because it was pretty difficult to put it at 1.29 meters, okay? And by the way, the white line represents a level line and the green line represents the laser, okay? So if we move to 870 meters, the laser on the globe Earth should raise up to 1.34 meters. Now you can just focus on the green line and the green number and forget about the white line, okay? So let's move to 800 meters.
Yeah, I see it.
The laser should raise up to 1.58 meters. And let's see how high the laser is gonna be at 6,000 meters. It should be at 4.32 meters, okay?
It looks like
that's what we should see if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, no, that's
now we're
because
going to see the calculations
Terry,
on the flat Earth. But
could you just pause and let me just share something for just a second? Right. This is on a slightly larger scale because, as I say, it goes out to 400 kilometers and is pointed up at 0.5 degree. But when you do that, if the light blue line at the bottom here, I will.
I look at this and I know exactly where you're going. But go on.
Why am I not able to zoom in? I don't know. I have the zoom tool on.
It's visible.
Oh, there we go.
Visible. Just go on. Yeah.
Okay, so the blue line is a straight line. The axis represents the ground surface. The blue line represents what happens on a flat Earth with the beam pointed up at 0.5 degree. The red line represents what happens on a globe Earth with the red line pointed up at 0.5 degree. You will notice it is curved.
And it continues to increase at rate.
Yes. And as the further you move out, Sorry, let's zoom back out again. As you look at it, the further you go, the more deflection upwards you get, because obviously you're looking at the curvature of the Earth upside down.
Yeah, it's an inverse curve created by the curvature.
Because I've made the surface a straight line, so therefore the distance from the surface has to have a curve in it if that is actually going out as a straight line.
Yeah, that's just what we were saying before, was that it would appear that it continues to exponentially get higher as you get further away.
And then if you increase the angle to 13 degrees, you get this top pair of lines, and you'll notice they separate out not quite as much because the higher angle. And for completeness, the distances along the horizontal axis are line of sight, not distance over the ground, because that difference, especially at the higher angles, becomes significant as you get out to 450 kilometers.
And if I'm correct, you're not even accounting for refraction in that. That's just
I'm not accounting. That's geometric, and I'm not. And honestly, because the wavelength that I'm using for this is 10 centimeters, atmospheric refraction isn't a huge issue most of the time. There are of course the odd days where atmospheric refraction is a problem, but over 99% of the days that's not the case. 99% of the days it's pretty damn straight, because obviously we were relying on the fact that this was allowing us to send our interceptors up and intercept Soviet Tu-16s and Bears and Tu-95s and what have you at range. So the targets were where we told the fighters the targets were.
Well, part of this general science is how I forgot who it was versus who, but they were able to shoot artillery targets over the horizon at their targets, but the other side had completely messed up their results, and they never could strike a hit. Whereas the side who was doing the correct math was able to hit their targets dead on because they were doing it the right way.
Whose video is this, Terry?
Peter found it. It's called NA Tuber TV. He did this. I think it's mirroring the people that did this laser test. There's some information here about it, where it was done, distance, stuff like that.
Yeah, but
okay.
Well, the rest of that looks like promotion for other videos.
Yeah.
NA-Tuber TV. All right.
Okay.
I'll put the link for. You want the link, Blue, for this one? I'll put it in the peanut for you if you want.
Oh, please do. I'd like a link to that actually, as well, if I may.
It's over in Discord. It's in Discord. I'll put it in here too.
Oh, I just closed Discord. Oh, darn it.
It's in Discord or it's here. You got two places.
Take a look at the table again, okay? So here is the laser. I put it at 1.25 meters, and I only drew one line here, which is the green line that represents the laser. Now we're gonna go to 720 meters to show you that the laser was set at 1.32 meters. Please notice that the laser here is pointing upwards too, okay? Now we're gonna move to 870 meters, and the laser should be at 1.33 meters. Now we're gonna go to 1800 meters, and the laser should be at 1.43 meters. Look at the table again, please. Now we're gonna move to 6,000 meters, and if the Earth was flat, only if the Earth was flat, the laser should be at 1.84 meters. Our team couldn't get the exact measurements here, but on the video,
That's hitting me right now. I got it.
We've got the beam right in our faces here.
You can see the beam hitting the camera, and the camera was at 1.79 meters. So the difference is only 5 centimeters only. The divergence of the beam could be more than that. I will let you make your own conclusions.
So let's see what happened.
Looks like cartoons and CGI.
At 720 meters, the laser was leveled to 1.32 meters. At the next stop at 870 meters, the globe Earth and flat Earth measured 1.34. A couple stops later at 1800 meters, the globe Earth would have marked 1.58. Instead was 1.42. At 2,670 meters, it would have been 1.92 meters on a globe. And at 3,716 meters, it marked 1.58 meters, and on the globe it would have marked 2.48. At 3,890 meters, it marked 1.6 meters. On the globe it would have marked 2.6. Then another 10 measurements were taken until the final measurement at 6 kilometers. In the globe Earth model, that would have resulted in a laser height of 4.32 meters. Instead, what was recorded was 1.79 meters, confirming the surface was flat.
Here's our team getting ready for the last measurement. The laser is at 1.25 meters, 4.1 feet above the water level. First, we had to make an initial leveling of the laser beam at position C1 near the shore. We then went to the next leveling position to fine-tune the laser beam height. At these leveling distances, we are fine-tuning the laser beam angle in arc seconds increments. Let's
Are they implying that they did those measurements on the water?
Yes.
So, how did they know that the water wasn't being influenced by a swell when they took that measurement? Wasn't being influenced by the moon's gravitational pull or tides or anything like that?
No, I don't think they were worried about details in that way for this.
Yeah, it seems to me that I don't see enough information there that they have actually calculated everything correctly. And the surface of the water will change up and down because of general swells and disturbance. Where is their actual? I mean, did they measure this like repeatedly? They probably did not.
Who knows?
Okay, sorry. Go on. Press play. Press play. I just wanted to make that note.
listen to some of our conversations.
Can you measure it there?
Yes, you got a tape measure?
Okay.
They measured the height of the laser beam and told us to angle the beam upwards more. The laser beam angle was adjusted in very small increments. This procedure was then repeated at position C1, C2 and C3 with the final leveling position at C4. You can see that the laser beam always had the same diameter on the board, an indication that our laser beam divergence was very minimal. The new collimator lenses made just for these long-range experiments was performing very well. The laser beam was perfectly collimated with a minimal divergence
Then we
at
should
long
set it a little bit
distances.
up. 90 centimeters. Okay, then we move a bit up.
Finally, the laser beam at C1 was near the black tape that indicated 1.25 meters from the water level, so we continued to test the next position. Now the boat has reached position C2 at a distance of 436 meters from the laser on the shore. As you can see, the laser is pointing slightly downwards here, so that we adjusted the beam upwards slightly. As we move further away from the shore, the laser level will require even finer adjustments to set the level
I don't know
accurately.
why they keep
It is
moving the
important
laser
that the laser is
Why do they
leveled
keep
at
moving the
the
laser?
0.005
I've got no idea
degree
why they would do
accuracy
that.
for the long-range measurements.
It's too low. It's still too low.
They're altering the
We see it,
experiment
so
as they
we're
do
gonna
it.
raise it a little bit.
Accurately leveling the laser is only possible by using the boat in the leveling process.
But they're levelling the laser with the boat.
Yeah. See, okay. I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry. Please stop. Please stop. 1 second.
Down a little further.
I'm sorry, Terry.
What?
I'm sorry, Terry. No, they are changing the level of the laser, like Dav said. They're changing to match the boat. They're moving the laser. So they are literally doctoring their own results. So this entire video really is just them just trying to prove that the earth is flat using their methods by moving every goalpost they can to make sure.
They're trying to get the same height off. They're trying to get the same height in the boat as what they are back on the shore, but by lowering the laser.
Yeah. So
Well, doesn't that prove something in a way at a long distance?
Yeah. There's no control in this experiment.
Yeah, but doesn't that prove something if you've got to lower the laser to get the same height out on the boat at a long distance?
Yeah, funny that. I'm sorry, Terry. I just had to point that out because I couldn't let that go.
Yeah, it is a bit nippy this morning. Huh?
We made a fine-tuning of the laser beam level here at position C2 and recorded the same beam divergence as we had close to the shore. The boat floated slowly to keep the beam on the board to the next position C3 at 631 meters from the shore.
Okay, that would have been perfect.
No, it would have been a bit too much.
Okay,
that's okay.
That's perfect.
Ez jó, tökéletes, azt mondja.
We confirm here that the laser beam at position C3 is at the accurate height level. We had to aim the beam a bit upwards to slope correct for the amount of curvature drop on the globe Earth curved water surface model. The water was very calm, so our measurements were accurate to a very high precision. At a distance of some kilometers, the wave height of a few centimeters, like an inch, is negligible to our measurement values. We can now conclude that the accuracy of the laser measurement is very precise and will give a conclusive result on the curvature experiment.
Okay, that's close enough.
Okay, then I put the phone down and just call me when something happens.
Okay, alright.
Okay, cool. Ciao.
Now the boat starts to float to the leveling position C4 at a distance of 720 meters from the shore. Here is a video from the boat with the Nikon P900 camera at Niku's eye level. As his feet are at the waterline in the rubber boat, we know we have the exact camera lens height matching his body eye height. Here you can see Canon 650D video 1 meter above the water level on the shore at position A. Our captain is trying to keep the beam on the whiteboard so we can make the continuous measurements with the cameras.
Are you going to remeasure it or lower it?
Well, no, because I've already measured the distances where that tape is, so we're pretty much good.
So we got to keep it at that distance.
Yeah.
It's got to stay there.
So
how far are we right now?
We evaluated the distances after the experiment based on the GPS coordinates from the Samsung phone that records GPS and timestamp with each pictures. The measurement points were evaluated on the laser height and the beam divergence at each measurement position so as to get the most accurate reading from the laser height over the entire distance.
Okay, so we've let's go.
Can we check the timestamp on the picture? Let's check the picture.
They checked the camera to make sure that the time and GPS stamp was being recorded on the pictures. We used this method of filming and taking photos of the laser beam on the board to make the measurements as quick and accurate as possible. Let's fast forward our boat ride to the next measurement positions. Our captain keeps the boat in line with the laser beam so we could make a lot of measurement readings at the different distances. As the boat moved further away from the original starting position, the boat became less and less visible to the naked eye, as well as to the teleobjective camera located at position A. We were lucky to have a huge cloud blocking the sunshine on the lake so that we could record measurements until 7:30. After that, the sun was too bright to see the laser beam at such a long distance. The air temperature was 17 degrees Celsius, 62 Fahrenheit, and the lake temperature was at 22 degrees Celsius, 72 Fahrenheit at the time of the measurements. This means that the direction of any possible refraction would point upwards, but we did not experience any noticeable refraction of the laser beam. Now, it's time to see the experiment results.
Let's go. So, hold on. Ready? Go. Let's work for go. Go? Go.
The boat is now far out at over 3 kilometers 1.8 miles away. The boat is on track with the laser beam as it goes further out, and we also can see a laser beam directed at around 4 kilometers 2.5 miles here. As the clouds disappeared and the late summer sun was shining strong, the laser became more difficult to detect. After they found the laser beam, they proceeded to the next measurement point. The beam height was always at horizontal distance from them and never up above their eye height. The boat is now over 5 kilometers 3.1 miles distance from the shore, and we start to see the bottom of the boat disappearing. This is the NUTS, non-uniform density transition zone over the waterline that is blocking our view of far distant objects like our boat and the buildings on the opposite shore or the bottom of the skyscrapers in the teleobjective skyline photos. Our laser beam was high enough to avoid the non-uniform density transition zone. Now the boat is over 6 kilometers away, sinking into the NUTS, the non-uniform density transition zone.
Just pause it for a moment.
Soon after we lost sight of the boat.
Just pause it for a moment there. He makes a comment to say his laser was high enough to avoid the non-uniform density transition zone.
Yeah, I know, I heard that.
But they didn't measure the temperature at different heights, so how did they know it was a non-uniform density transition zone?
Well,
Right? They've taken
actually,
no measurements of density or temperature at different heights anyway, so they can't make such a claim.
well, also, did you notice that they said they had to go over they had to handle curvature, right? They're saying that the curvature doesn't exist, and they're trying to recreate.
No, they didn't mention anything about curvature.
They're trying to correct constantly, and again, they moved the laser. There's no control. This experiment is bunk because they've changed the control in the middle of the experiment.
Well, we know it's bunk because they're making claims that they can't justify, avoiding the non-uniform density transition zone, whatever the hell that means.
When they didn't variable.
When they didn't even identify a density transition zone in the first place.
I have to write that down so I can remember it.
Yeah.
Terry, it's number 23 on the list of Flurf explanations.
Yeah.
Oh, is it not number 23, was it? Okay.
Yeah. 22 is diffraction limit, 23 is non-uniform density transition zone, 24 is curvilinear perspective.
Oh, okay.
It's a pity they couldn't avoid the non-uniform bullshit density zone.
I got Riley.
Oh, that's number 25. That's number 25.
I got Riley. I got Riley on the curvilinear perspective once.
Perspective, yeah.
He wanted
Did
to
he
have it.
bring
He
unicorn
wanted
farts
to. He
into
wanted
it?
to have it out with me, and I said, "Oh, sorry, mate, I haven't got a mic at the moment."
Something strange happens at about 15 minutes and 35 seconds.
Where? Here.
WheresWally.
Hello? Hello, is the laser still on?
Professional camel work.
Hello.
Yeah. Is the laser still on?
Hello.
Yeah, we're having difficulty finding it. Because we can't see the beam anymore. We can't find it.
Roger that, Matty.
Yeah,
beam
but
went
we're
over
still,
our head.
you know, we were still seeing the direct beam, but we just can't find it anymore. So we're about 1 kilometre from the other side.
Over there, dickhead.
Yeah,
The beam went over their head, just like science did.
Okay. Okay then. All right. Hold on. Yep. Okay. All right. We'll head back now, but we'll keep looking for the beam. Yeah.
Okay.
What distance from the was those Black Swan oil rigs from the shoreline?
9 miles and 6 miles.
Oh, 9 miles and 6 miles. Okay, so they're not even anywhere near that. They're only half the distance to the first one.
Got a camera, mate.
Okay. We'll do.
I filmed most of the way this way. Should I take photos? No?
Yeah.
If I see them.
So did you say film on like shots of the other side? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I filmed.
Okay, so a couple of shots. Oh, okay. With this shot. Okay, I'll take a couple of shots and we'll go. All right. Bye.
Wow.
We're not far from the other side. So...
Let's put it on speaker so I can hear him. Too.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second.
Do all the recordings that you can, because this camera is also off from the battery.
Okay.
And when you're finished, then just fly back.
Right. Yeah.
And then I think this is gonna be perfect. This last scene is gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hitting me right now. I got it.
We've got the beam right in our faces here, and it stayed nice and level. It's not quite on the board anymore, but we've still got it in our face, so it's great.
It's over your head.
On your body as it's also.
Okay. All right. So we'll call you when we're on the way back.
Okay, super.
Okay.
Okay,
Right. Bye.
I ain't using GPS.
Nope, it's right in our face.
Get one more picture.
I bet
pause
you
the
right
video.
there.
I'm gonna
if they
take a couple
lifted-
pictures too.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, got it.
If they had lifted that flag straight up, they might have seen the laser. If they had just lifted it about maybe 5 feet higher, they might have seen the laser.
That's the limit of what
And they'd be like,
I still don't find it.
interesting.
You actually got it?
No, I don't find it yet.
Okay, let's find it one more time.
What gets me is why they're doing it so low to the
They
surface.
couldn't see
of
the
water.
laser anymore, not because of the curvature of the Earth, but because of sunlight and refraction. It was pretty hard to see the laser from that distance.
Get as much interference as possible while they're all sleeping most of the water.
Well, don't forget to blame refraction. Though.
So that was the end of the experiments. We couldn't talk about all the measurements that have been done in 2 days, but in the description we're gonna leave a link to an Excel sheet with all the necessary data. We were supposed to use a helicopter to film this test, but we couldn't hover above the lake. But we will use it in one of the next experiments. I'm not gonna say anything about this for now. Let it be a surprise. If you like what we do, subscribe to my channel, Dr. Zach, and also Steve Torrance, to see a precise model of the universe, and the man's channel. The links are in the description, and here are some videos of the helicopter.
We can end it here.
I like to see these pictures navigating the true sea, mate. That wouldn't get anywhere.
Go back to Terry. Go back to 15 minutes and 30 seconds.
They couldn't afford the helicopter. That's why they didn't have one.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Watch what that laser does.
No, it would have been a bit too
What
much.
happened to that?
Why did it drop? Like, went down?
That's what I'm at. My question. Yeah. Play it again.
Beam divergence as we head close to the shore. The boat floated slowly to keep the beam on the board to the next position, C3, at 631 meters from the shore.
Okay, that would have been perfect.
Now watch it.
No, it would have been.
Yeah.
What did they do to the laser? They bumped it or something, did they?
Yes, like I said,
Yeah.
they moved the laser in the middle of the experiment, therefore invalidating the entire experiment.
Yeah, somebody moved it back on shore. Why would they do that? I don't know.
I wonder.
Oh, I don't know.
Why-
Fit a narrative, maybe?
Why would the dumbasses leave that part of the video in there?
Well, Blue. Let's be honest. Why did an idiot rob a bank and then put it on Facebook, showing all the money that he stole from the bank and brag about it? Because idiots are stupid.
Not as dumb as Flatties, mate.
Well, agreed, yes, but they still carry a certain inherent stupidity of accidentally destroying their own point while they're trying to make it. But that whole thing, that experiment, they moved the laser by the simple property of moving the laser. You have changed what was supposed to be a constant in this experiment. So you've turned a constant into a variable. Now the experiment has changed in the middle of the experiment. Like when they were sitting there like, oh, we got to aim the laser to the boat. Yeah, you just ruined it. So that's not an experiment at all. That would be thrown out.
It's not a question of variables. It's just wrong technology. It's just plain and simple.
Well, their first mistake was believing that the Earth was flat. So that is fail number one.
1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, 6, and 7. Yeah.
And 12 and 15 and 95.
Did they use GPS to determine their location?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what GPS stands for.
All of
Great
these flappers do that.
positioning.
I think for them it means git-proof system.
Well,
No.
we were arguing with Travis about this and sort of, how do you confirm your location? He says, oh, well, I use GPS. And he even took a photograph, which I have a copy of his GPS unit. And on the screen, it shows you how many satellites in range and how many satellites he's getting a signal from. It shows you satellites, little pictograms of satellites.
No, I'll have to correct you there. It's BPS, balloon satellite.
Yeah, there's one small problem with that. The way the GPS works, you couldn't do with balloons.
Well, yeah. They want to say GPS is ground-based, so why is GPS at the top of the plane's fuselage and not at the bottom?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It can't be ground based because how does it work out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
And basically, I think what they did was, who was it on Behind the Curve that did that same experiment? And they said, move it up a few feet, and that's when they saw the laser.
Oh, that was Jeranism in his interesting moment.
So basically, it's like, you know, they say, well, we can't find the laser anymore, so that ends the experiment. The laser is over your head, metaphorically and physically, is over your head. That's why they couldn't find the laser. And then they said, oh, well, the experiment's over now. You didn't even get to the other side of the water.
Why didn't they just stand up on the boat?
Why didn't they just shine the laser from shoreline?
Getting technical there now. Come on now, settle down.
Oh wait, 1 + 2. Yeah, the 1 + 2. That's technical for them anyway. I mean, if the Earth was flat, if they put the laser on a 10-meter pole on one side, and then they put a receiver at 10 meters on the other side, it should have just lined right up. And then when they pass the boat along that laser line, that laser should always be at the same point, right? Because water is flat.
This is what I keep saying. The floodies won't leave the horizon alone, because once you look up, they're gone. They can't explain it.
Correct.
This is why they're sticking to the horizon. That it's mystical. It's all blah 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 blah. But once you go up, look up. It's celestial, the moon, the sun, equinocts, you name it. They're done as a dinner. This is why they're sticking to the horizon.
That's why they say you can't look at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth, because you can. Just with simple empirical observations, you can dispel the flat Earth and the stationary Earth, and that's why they say don't look at the sky, because it's like, all the proof is there. Please don't look at it.
Find Polaris. Go to Australia and find Polaris.
Yeah,
I will pay $100 million to anyone who can find Polaris in Australia. And I think that's a safe bet.
Oh, simple. You have to look down.
Oh no! Then you see the Southern Cross.
No. You literally have to look down.
I can see Polaris from Australia if I go up in elevation. You didn't say anything about how high I could go.
Oh well, yeah. I'm sorry, I did not account for the 350,000-mile high tower that you were going to build.
They'll be more specific. Be more specific next time.
No, I actually what you said. You should have said, I can see Polaris from Australia. I'll just have to look on the internet.
Oh,
I would only assume that that's how they would explain it.
Terry, have you seen the request you're getting from the Peanut Gallery?
What do the peanuts want now?
Johnny Rapp says, Terry Davis, could you please full screen Pip's picture? For purely ethical reasons, I feel I should inspect it for propriety.
Oh, okay. I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can.
he wants a nice big view of Pip's avatar. Can't think why.
I don't know why.
For posterity.
I'm
pretty sure.
You have to zoom in a bit. I can't quite see it properly on my. I've only got a small image here.
Oh, Pip, she's got a fan base.
In the middle.
He reads it for the articles. Really, he reads it for the articles.
Oh, what's that? Playboy. Because everybody bought that magazine purely for the well-written articles, obviously.
Oh, of course, yes.
There you go.
Yeah, all the incisive and cutting journalism contained therein. It had nothing to do with the bits that got in between.
Oh, is she the Easter Bunny?
Oh, no.
Is she the Easter Bunny?
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think she's didn't look.
She can bring me eggs any day.
Yeah, she's a bunny. She's got a bunny tail. Look.
Now,
I'm
did that
really
keep the
starting to
peanut? Did
wonder-
that keep the peanut in the gallery happy?
Really
Well, I've got
starting to
another. I've
wonder
got
which-
another video here that Peter's dropped.
Wait, Blue. What? You're really starting? You're really starting, Blue? I'm sorry.
So we know we've seen a few of those
Well,
laser tests. It's a shame we didn't get. If we got the one that what's the one where they said if he raised the board when he raised the board up and he said, "Oh, interesting."
That was Jeranism at the end of that documentary. What was it? Behind the curve, beyond the curve, whatever it was. That was when he gets his mate to well, how high are you holding it? Oh, can you go any higher? When he lifts it even higher, it appears and it just goes.
If it was curved, it should be 17, or something like that. It should be so much higher. And then they raised it about that much, and they got the actual result. And then he's like, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll do this one.
Terry. Terry, before you do that one,
Mm.
if you want the Jeranism one, it's actually in your it's in the group of videos that have been dropped in homework for you.
I'm
Run
dying
that
to
by
know
me
what
again.
Blue is going to say.
Phil, just please, one person talking at a time.
Do I have to mute your ass, Phil?
I'm sorry if I have a delay.
No, well, just it's not that big a delay, honestly. Terry,
Right,
in
yes.
Discord, there's the video that's been dropped of that Jeranism laser video for you, I'm fairly certain.
In stream homework?
In stream homework?
Um,
In stream homework, it was dropped by they and them.
I'm looking.
The video just underneath the one that's got the guy with the long hair.
Drop by, that's me.
Rare
Oh,
and
it's me.
Storm. Flat Earth experiment gone wrong. That's that one.
Yes, yeah, do that one.
Yeah, okay, I'll do
that one.
I'll do that one instead.
That's the Jeranism one that you were
I think
talking
we found a
Oh, my
theme.
kneecaps are gonna
Laser
snap
test.
in the metal.
That's funny, but we won't watch that right now.
Oh.
No, do
That's
the one
the one
after
you
that.
said, that's...
No, I said the one after that.
Okay, one after that. Okay, this one.
That's the one.
This is the one. Okay, we're right now. We think we're right now.
I think so.
Only goes for 57 seconds. I thought there was a longer version.
Bye, Blue.
Oh, okay, Blue.
The littles.
See you, mate.
So this is just a snippet of that one. Okay.
It's just the experiment itself rather than the movie.
Okay.
You have a backup experiment. If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If it's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. That's interesting.
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 That cracks me up every time.
Yeah.
It's just
the
like
lead
Bob with
up
his 15
the lead
degrees.
up to that experiment, just for that bit, is classic.
Talk about being hoisted by his own petard.
Oh yes, definitely.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I
that
won't
never
play.
gets old for me either.
I won't play that. I won't play that one just yet then.
But Terry, the guys with the shopping trolley are the best flat Earth debunkers I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, jackass!
No, they really are. They.
This one.
Oh, my kneecaps are gonna snap in the
This
middle.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll play that one then.
Today's experiment. Is the Earth round or flat? Today we have this highly scientific machine and we're going to get a little push. We're going to be in here. If the Earth is flat, we'll stop. If the Earth is round, we will continue to move. That, my friends, is science! Oh, yeah! Hooray! I hope it's flat, dude. Everyone's been talking about that it's flat lately. My hypothesis is that it is flat. We'll get Jackson here to nudge us forwards. It's a nice gentle push. I'm predicting that 1 or 2 meters and we'll come to a complete stop. Do you like this?
I've been doing this for about 5 minutes. My hands are getting sore.
My kneecaps are gonna snap in the metal.
What do you think Stephen thought?
This is one of the dumbest things we've ever done.
We'll worry about the consequences after they happen. This is nice.
I'm pretty sure it's
so far the Earth seems to be. Oh shit!
This is not going to end well.
Anything with a shopping cart doesn't end well.
Oh, it was either your head or the trolley.
You've never been on a bear
Hit
run
me in
then.
the back. And the head then. Oh god.
I think it worked out exactly the same as every other flat Earth experiment I've ever seen.
Yeah.
A complete car crash.
Fucking got a
Yeah,
mild concussion,
tragedy.
I swear to God. Did you hit that hard? Oh yeah, straight in the fucking back of my
Oh,
head.
I have a
the
brain
weakest part.
injury.
That's where I scorpion punch people and shut their bodies down.
Yeah, that's what I was aiming
That's
for.
a scorpion punch, everyone.
Should we do it again?
Yeah, I'm not 100%
Dugganville.
sure if it's
I'm pretty sure.
You're now looking for the only brain cell I had.
That experiment's
Come to a stop
repeatable.
eventually, it's still half-ass flat.
It's a small sample size, is what it is. It's a small
Yeah,
sample
but
size. We've only done it once.
Gravity. They've got one brain. Oh, they've got two brains between all of them. One's lost and the other's out looking for it.
Joking, my back of my head got knee.
We're
I'm
both
gonna have a
completely
welt
okay.
on my head, dude. I'm gonna have a second head.
I'm just shaking your hands. I can't help you. My shoulder hurts. You
Fucking asshole. Test number 2.
Oh shit! All right. Is the Earth round or flat? Here we go. Too much speed! Too much speed! Too much
God.
speed!
Oh, he landed on me again.
As you were saying, repeatable result.
Same distance again. In the back.
They got to do it a third time just to make sure.
Oh yeah, one more time. Third time's a charm.
That's good. Sciencing or whatever you.
Why do I always have to get hurt?
Because you've got long hair.
Lump on my head from your knee. Knees and heads aren't meant to collide. Especially off this science machine.
In conclusion, it is apparent to us, esteemed scientists, that the Earth is indeed round.
So if you think it's flat,
you can shut your fucking mouth, you stupid bitch. So you think it's flat, then you can get fucked, you dirty bitch. So if you think it's flat, then I'll find you. And we'll put you in a science machine and push you down a hill and see how flat the fuck is then.
I like that. Okay. I will buy a shopping cart for anyone who is a flat earther to do this experiment and succeed at it. I would definitely like to see this done.
Okay, I think that was the best video you dropped, Pete.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Thanks for that. All the rest just don't cut the mustard now.
Well, look. Honestly, I thought with all the other dirt videos that we needed something to giggle at.
Well, I did notice. I believe it was Dav that said this is definitely repeatable, and it was repeated, and the same result was achieved. Epic fail.
Well, we've got a few of them in there now. We've got to pick out which one. Well, that
Yeah, there's
person
plenty
looks
in
a
there
bit-
to choose.
Well, I'll just start at the top and work my way down. Might be easier. Which one did we just do then? I've lost which one we did. Did I do the first one underneath the UN Nations flag type one? Margie,
I don't think
Antarctic.
you have.
No, I didn't do the Antarctic one. I'm not doing that one.
No, don't worry about that one. Do that that next one that's down.
The
there,
multi-visa missy something.
Yeah.
Okay. Hope there's an experiment in it.
Well, it does say flat Earth experiments.
Just because it says that, Peter? You want to fall for it like everyone else does?
Yeah, I'm gullible.
Yeah, we know that, John. Then what do you think you're watching it for? Okay, well, I'm waiting for the experiment.
Okay, I bet 10 internet bucks there is no experiment.
Rocket, we're not
Yeah,
voting for videos.
I don't think there's actually an experiment per se on that one, Terry. It's just a whole heap of. It's just a whole heap of flat Earth paraphernalia.
Looks pretty.
It's boring.
Wow.
No one's discovered the big pole and stick that makes the sun go round.
I've got a picture of that somewhere, actually, Gravity. Hang on.
No, it's a Romulan cooking device that keeps the stick invisible to everyone.
Oh, is that how the stars are out at night? What? The sun just turned off and then back on again?
Where's the torch? You've got to have a torch.
What's the sun?
You know, in the Bible where it says the sun stood still for a day, is that because some fucker forgot to wind it up?
That sounds logical to me.
Someone had to go in there and hand crank it to keep it going.
Paul, Gravity, you don't have to wind the sun up. It's solar powered.
Oh, okay.
But how come everything else is lit up, but shouldn't it be shadows or something like that?
Okay, so this looks a lot like the 80s cartoon, the 80s commercials, where they had the kids playing with the PlayStation to enjoy it.
There we go. Got the torch out. There we go.
Is this the experiment part yet, or?
You missed it.
Oh, mate.
Phil missed it.
Oh,
He blinked. You shouldn't have blinked, Phil.
Oh, my bad. I missed the experiment.
And I'm not going to rewind it for you.
Pay attention.
Well, no, that's okay. I'll just deal with the dissertation of the experiment afterwards, where they're going to clearly show how they came to the conclusion. Oh, I see. They came to the conclusion because of a text bar.
Take notes, mate.
That's a wine now. That's a good idea.
Oh yeah, green. Let's see, green, blue, red. Yeah, great. I can't keep up. It's so scientifical.
I wear my
that
sunglasses at night.
Oh, there it is. The CGI.
Okay, that's the experiment. You put sunglasses on and you see flat Earth.
Well, no. You take an old movie and then you CGI over it, and that's the experiment, right? Maybe that's it.
You know, I did research flat Earth, and it's a load of bullshit.
Oh, I didn't know that, mate. Crikey.
No, it's super scientific.
I'm just saving you the trouble.
Oh, thanks, mate. Whew. God.
Wait, hold on. I just know there's
What?
an
There's
experiment
two
part
suns?
here.
I thought there was only one sun. Now there's two suns.
Now, one's the moon, but of course the moon's always opposite the sun, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. And the sun's the moon's self-illuminating too. I forgot about that.
Hey, you know, according to this model, 3 days, now 4 days have passed. And wait,
So-
how long was that?
So when's the lunar eclipse in that model?
Yeah,
Don't
don't
forget,
forget the Johnsons.
I have found that picture to show Guru Gravity, Terry. So once you finish presenting in the video, I can show him the pole that the sun and the moon orientate themselves around.
Membor Boomy Max 12. Huh?
Don't forget,
Oh,
Antonio
they're
Subrat speculated that there used to be 3 suns, and they came together to form the sun we currently have.
Ah.
Oh yeah, of course they do. Because suns do that all the time, don't they? They just come together.
Did we get to the part where they're doing the flat Earth experiments yet?
I hope you're reading all that.
There's a test after this, mate. Take attention.
Oh, okay. This is the part where they have the experiment. Oh no! Wait, the video's over. Aw.
There you go.
Am
You
I
wanted
right?
to pinch
Am
the
I right?
screen.
I'll just show you.
Don't forget about Lilith, the dark moon. Got me on that one, Colin.
Oh, I'm trying
Oh,
to
and
remember
it's always a
who
full moon too. Yeah, it's
it
got,
was.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the one.
See,
You've got to watch out for
Gravity.
that.
It exists. It's there.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be at the North Pole, that pole?
Well, we're not getting into semantics here, Terry.
Doesn't have to be. It depends what part of the pig and bacon earth that you've inserted the spit roast into.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't this the pole that holds up the sun and the moon?
Well, hang on. There is another one that we could use. Or there is this one as well, Terry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that proves it too. I keep forgetting about that one.
So yeah, that's obviously where the sun should be coming off that.
Yep.
That's proof there, mate.
Yeah.
Did we get the experiments part of that video? Oh, that's right. There were no experiments in that video.
Phil, have you actually managed to debunk bacon earth yet? Because if you haven't, like, you're not qualified.
I haven't officially studied bacon earth. I haven't officially studied bacon earth. I need to get more acquainted with the ideology of bacon earth.
I think that's a no.
I'll mix some eggs.
I ate bacon earth this morning with my eggs.
Oh, did you?
Aiden's one of my new best friends.
See, I think the problem is that I ate all the bacon and therefore I lost the experiment.
Then you didn't listen to the advice that you were given the last time you were spoken to about bacon earth.
Well, I tried. I cannot recreate this at home because it's going to eat all the bacon and the eggs.
Moving
there's
on, more stupid.
It's those really nice one there from D Marble there, Terry. You can always give that a bit of a go, but if you want to do that one,
It's a shame Blue didn't have a video to watch. At least we'd be able to hear him talk.
Yeah, would have been nice.
I haven't heard him for about a couple of nights.
I haven't heard him for 3 weeks.
Well, it was in here a little bit ago.
Yeah, but he couldn't get a word in edgeways, could he?
Well, got a fan base going.
Okay, so next one. Oh, I'll go down the list so there won't be any particular order. I think this one's the... I didn't check to see how old some of these are though, but that doesn't matter.
If you do that D Marble one, Terry, just yeah, I think it's that one. Just kind of missed the first about a minute, I think it is. Yeah, go to about there somewhere. So just when he actually comes up on screen, otherwise you get a whole heap of music.
Goes past that.
About there. About there.
One of these spirit levels. Doesn't have to be this brand. I'm not getting paid by Swanson to promote. Grab a spirit level and take it on the plane with you. Now, I say take it on the plane because if we're living on a spinning ball or a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference around the equator, according to curvature math, then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature regularly during flights. Yeah. But I don't know anybody who's actually reported that happening, and thus far it's just been speculation. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my spirit level onto the plane and prop it to a point to where it's level, and I'm going to record the fact that the bubble stays perfectly centered. And while that bubble is staying perfectly centered, it's going to be rather anticlimactic, but that's proof that the Earth is flat.
D Marble is attempting to answer a straw man question. That straw man being...
Then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature regularly during flights.
This supposed dip is therefore evidence that the Earth is, in fact, a globe.
Who's drawing on the
argument
screen?
A straw man, because the claim that a plane should dip as it flies over the Earth,
and I forgot
this
to share.
dipping is evidence of a globe, is not something said by those arguing for a globe. It is not used as evidence because those that accept a globe do not expect a plane to account for the curvature of the Earth when flying. Furthermore, we know why a plane would not have to worry about dipping its nose as it flies. A couple links below for you to read. The foundation of proper science is asking a good question. Flat earthers do not ask good questions. Therefore, they do not perform proper science. But, for sake of conversation, let's examine D. Marble's experiment to see how robust it could actually be in Bizarro World.
Up is down, down is up. He says hello when he leaves, goodbye when he arrives.
We're going to be on a A321 airplane. Max speed for that is 541 miles per hour. I'm going to do a 20-minute time lapse. That should cover about, let's say around 180 miles. If we're going 180 miles over a curved surface, or over the curved Earth, as curvature math suggests, then that means there should be compensation for over 4 miles of curvature. So, that's the experiment. I'll keep you posted. Stay tuned. Now that the plane's at cruising altitude, let's start the time lapse.
A scientific experiment not only requires precise instruments and measurements, but also an understanding of what you are measuring and what your measurements mean. D. Marble's experiment fails at all these criteria. For starters, a spirit level does not measure in units of
Be compensation for over 4 miles of curvature.
It gives, at best, a very rough approximation of how level something is relative to the Earth. D. Marble would also need to calculate how much the plane would need to dip to account for the curvature of the Earth, a calculation he did not do.
This game is called Do the Math, okay? But don't let that scare you. Even though I'm no good at math, I can still play this game.
If D. Marble did calculate the expected dip, he would then need an instrument capable of measuring said dip to the degree of accuracy required of the calculation. Would the plane need to dip a degree off horizontal, half a degree, a tenth of a degree? Somehow I doubt a...
Pick up one of these spirit levels. Doesn't have to be this brand. I'm not getting paid by Swanson to promote.
Can measure dip with that much precision. The sad part is, even if D. Marble did all this work, he is still attacking his own strawman argument. A commercial plane does not have to actively account for the curvature of the Earth as it flies.
Alright, back in Seattle.
Terry, that will be
Sorry,
copyrighted
I'm here.
music.
I decided to go ahead and do 23 minutes on the time lapse. And if my calculations are correct, that should have brought us over.
That was it. You might as well leave it there. So taking a spirit level into a plane, flying it around the Earth, proves flat Earth. Okay, got it.
Somehow.
I'm not
quite sure
asking how, I'm just saying it does. You just seen it.
Yeah, but it was D Marble, so it means it's wrong.
Ah.
I know what the D in D Marble stands for now. Dumbass, drongo, dipshit, doofus.
And in all of
Hey,
the
dipshit's 2 words.
Oh, okay.
Not if you write them right next to each other, just becomes dipshit. Or you could hyphenate it, that still counts.
We were contemplating on doing an award called the Fair Dinkum Drongo Award, Gravity.
Okay.
For the end
Yeah,
of
that
the
sounds
year.
good.
Yeah, we just
Hey, I was away for Dumb Fuck of the Year. Who won Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Riley.
Oh, good.
It was fixed. He should have been second.
Yeah, he should always be second from now
He
until
should.
the end of time. But unfortunately, what he doesn't seem to realise is that once you've won Dumb Fuck of the Year, you can't win it again. But he's obviously still trying to win it this year.
So now I've looked into these rules quite extensively. Although Reds is quite clear that you can't win it, it doesn't mean you can't be nominated for it.
Oh, correct.
You just can't win it.
You're forgetting something very important, though. This
What?
year is 2020. So it is, I believe, even though it's only the 6th or 7th year, that it is the
Millennium
dumb shit of the decade.
Yeah.
You can still place first, but not actually win it.
Well, that's what I was getting at. You could still vote
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
If you could get him in there, he just can't win.
GM Trick
Which-
was robbed. Just saying.
Okay.
I like the fact that nobody disagrees with that.
Got the condition.
Well, let's be honest. Anyone to turn around and say, even though Reds was on location with multiple cameras, with other cameras taking pictures of his cameras. All of the video that he took was CGI, and he rendered it live. How does that work?
Easily.
Yeah, obviously, they must have lent Reds the NASA supercomputer to render it out while he was recording it.
Reg runs a NASA supercomputer.
Oh. Yeah, but to claim that was all CGI, even though it was a live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, CGI
is
live.
Pretty.
Haven't you heard of that before?
Oh, yeah.
You started this hangout with a live stream, didn't you, Terry?
When?
Oh, I thought I heard a live stream. As
Oh,
you
yeah, there
started
was.
this hangout.
Yeah, there was a live stream. You started this live stream.
Yeah, yeah.
You can thank Peter for that.
Oh, okay.
It was a live stream. It was a reenactment of the live stream that Riley did.
Oh, okay.
The unedited version.
So is it still Einstein superseded Newton, or is it
Yeah.
all over the bridge now?
Oh yeah,
Very much.
Oh,
Which reminds me, Gravity. Before you go, I've got something that I would like if you've got time to go over.
What?
Just a bit of a.
oh, your
small
thesis.
document I threw together.
Your
yeah,
thesis.
I did some homework. I just like you to put some red marks on it so it looks like it's been corrected.
I reckon you plagiarised a few people's equations there.
I'll be honest. I did not do any of the equations, Terry. I completely stole them because there's no way this side of university that I could sit down and write out the equation for of Einstein's equation of the gravitational constant or anything like that.
Yeah.
I could look at it and go, I know what that is.
Did someone mute me because I've been trying to talk it?
I muted
for a
everybody
while.
so that way I wasn't being discriminated against anyone that was trying to talk.
No, because I was trying to ask Gravity, where you been, mate? Haven't seen you for a while.
I've been everywhere, man.
Oh.
Been almost as far south as you can go. I've been to America. I've been to South America.
Far south you can go. That's Antarctica.
That's right.
Did you see the wall?
And there were no penguins with guns.
Oh, damn it.
Well, it might have been their day off.
Yeah, it might have been.
Peter, I've sent you a photographic proof of a droopy nose plane.
You mean I've got no Renault pictures to put in your Renault channel in the Discord anymore?
No, I'll be doing that over the next few months, though.
Oh, cool. It'll be great to see that start again.
Yeah.
Oh, joy.
Oh, the droopy nose Concorde picture.
Yeah, and the before and after pictures to prove that it has to droop its nose.
It has to point its nose down, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh, we'll see what this one. What's this one? More proof of Earth, but nothing saying what. Oh well, we'll see what this one's got.
During Arctic summer, from approximately the 22nd to the 25th of June, at a high enough latitude and altitude, you can watch a phenomenon known as the midnight sun, where the sun stays continuously visible in the sky for 3 days straight. The midnight sun rises on the 22nd, and for the next 72 hours never disappears from sight, slowly ascending and descending every 12 hours, showing 3 brilliant sunsets and sunrises without ever actually setting below the horizon. In the
Did he say the Northern Hemisphere?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'll see the flaw in that
And
straight away.
Brighton Examiner
See?
of July 18.
Hey?
Sphere.
No, I said the flaw.
He said, yeah, Northern Hemisphere.
Yes, yeah, that too. And on a flat Earth, maybe that could be possible if the sun's rotating like that. But go to the South Pole, mate. Have a look. Explain that one.
1970,
Yeah, it's a
United
flat-
States
flat
Ambassador to
sphere.
Norway, Mr. Campbell, described his experience witnessing the midnight sun with a group of gentlemen on a cliff 1,000 feet above the Arctic Sea at the 69th north parallel. It was late, but still sunlight. The Arctic Ocean stretched away in silent vastness at our feet. The sound of the waves scarcely reached our airy lookout. Away in the north, the huge old sun swung low along the horizon, like the slow beat of the tall clock in our grandfather's parlor corner. We all stood silently, looking at our watches. When both hands stood together at 12 midnight, the full round orb hung triumphantly above the waves. A bridge of gold running due north spangled the water between us and him. There he shone in silent majesty, which knew no setting. We involuntarily took off our hats. No word was said. Combine the most brilliant sunrise you ever saw, and its beauties will pall before the gorgeous coloring which lit up the ocean, heaven, and mountains. In half an hour, the sun had swung up perceptibly on its beat. The colors had changed to those of morning. A fresh breeze had rippled over the florid sea. One songster after another piped out of the ground behind us. We had slid into another day. From the land of the midnight sun. Tourists from Haparanda prefer going to Ayasaksa, a hill 680 feet above the sea, from which, through 8 or 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle, they can see the midnight sun for 3 days. As the voyage drew to a close, and we approached the upper end of the Gulf of Bothnia, the twilight had disappeared, and between the setting and rising of the sun, hardly 1 hour elapsed.
Oh, night, Rocket.
Haparanda is in 65 degrees 31 minutes north latitude and 41 miles south of the Arctic Circle. It is 1 degree 18 minutes farther north than Archangel and in the same latitude as the most northern part of Iceland. The sun rises on the 21st of June at 12:01 a.m. and sets at 11:37 p.m. From the 22nd to the 25th of June, the traveler may enjoy the sight of the midnight sun from Avasaksa, a hill 680 feet high and about 45 miles distant. If the Earth were actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomena as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point from 89 degrees latitude downwards could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for 24 hours straight. To see the sun for an entire revolution on a spinning globe at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Anyone below the 89th parallel could never witness the sun for 72 hours, 3 whole revolutions, straight, because to do so would be to assume you are somehow seeing through the globe and to the sun on the other side. Since such an assumption is ridiculous, and yet the midnight sun can clearly be seen as low as the 65th parallel, this is another absolute proof that the Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the Earth be a globe, at midnight the eye would have to penetrate thousands of miles of land and water, even at 65 degrees north latitude, in order to see the sun at midnight. That the sun can be seen for days together in the far north during the northern summer proves that there is something very seriously wrong with the globular hypothesis. Besides this,
No, it just
how
proves
is
it's
it that
an
the
axial
midnight
tilt.
sun is never seen in the south during the southern summer? Cook penetrated as far south as 71 degrees, Weddell in 1893 reached as far as 74 degrees, and Sir James C. Ross in 1841 and 1842 reached the 78th parallel. But I am not aware that any of these navigators have left it on record that the sun was seen at midnight in the south." Heliocentrists also cannot explain why the midnight sun phenomena is not experienced anywhere in the southern hemisphere at any time of year. Quite to the contrary, it has been recorded by the Royal Belgian Geographical Society in Expedition Antarctique Belge that during the most severe part of the Antarctic winter, from 71 degrees south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is completely at odds with the ball Earth theory, but easily explained by the flat Earth model. The midnight sun is seen from high altitudes and extreme northern latitudes
What flat
during
Earth
Arctic
model?
summer, because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes, during Arctic summer, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months, because there, at the northern tropic, at the innermost arc of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. Sammy Robotham wrote, "It is evident that in the great encircling oceans of the south, and the numerous islands and parts of continents which exist beyond that part of the earth where the sun is vertical, cannot have their days and nights, seasons, etc., precisely like those in the northern region. The north is a center, and the south is that center radiated or thrown out to a vast oceanic circumference, terminating in circular walls of ice, which form an impenetrable frozen barrier. Hence, the phenomena referred to as existing in the north must be considerably modified in the south.
Why
For
does he
instance,
keep
the
using
north
yin and
being
yang?
central, the light of the sun advancing and receding gives long periods of alternate light and darkness at the actual center, but in the far south, the sun, even when moving in its outer path, can only throw its light to a certain distance, beyond which there must be perpetual darkness. No evidence exists of there being long periods of light and darkness regularly alternating as in the north. In the north, in summertime, when the sun is moving in its inner path, the light shines continually for months together over the central region and rapidly develops numerous forms of animal and vegetable life. In typical reverse-engineered damage control fashion, trying to explain away the midnight sun, problematic Arctic and Antarctic phenomena, and the fact that Polaris can be seen to 23.5 degrees south of the equator, desperate heliocentrists in the late 19th century again modified their theory to say the ball Earth actually tilts back 25.5 degrees on its vertical axis, thus explaining away many problems in one swoop. If it simply tilted the same direction constantly, however, this would still not explain the phenomena, because after 6 months of supposed orbital motion around the sun, any amount of tilt would be perfectly opposite, thus negating their alleged explanation for Arctic and Antarctic irregularities. To account for this, heliocentrists then added that the Earth also wobbles in a complex combination of patterns known as planetary nutation, the Chandler wobble, and axial precession, which, in their vivid imaginations, somehow explains away common sense. Common sense, however, says that if the heat of the sun travels 93 million miles to reach us, a small axial tilt and wobble, the difference of a few thousand miles, should be completely negligible. If the ball Earth actually spun around 93 million miles from the sun, regardless of any tilt or wobble, temperature and climate the whole world over should be almost completely uniform. If the heat of the sun truly traveled 93 million miles to reach the Earth's equator, the extra few thousand miles to the poles, regardless of any supposed tilt or wobble, no matter how extreme, would surely be negligible in negating such intense heat. E. Eschini wrote, "The supposition that the seasons are caused by the Earth's annual motion round the sun at a mean distance of 93 million miles is grotesque. According to Piazzi, the size of the sun is in proportion to the Earth as 329,360 to 1. The diameter exceeds that of the Earth 112 times. The Earth appears, as Biot says, by this statement, a mere grain of sand as compared to the sun. This enormous expanse of light, focused on a rotating grain of sand, at the distance of 93 millions of miles, would cause the same season throughout it. The paltry few miles, in comparison, that separates London from Cape Town, could never cause diverse seasons, neither would the distance from London to the Riviera justify the difference in the climate that characterizes the two places. Common sense also says if the Earth were actually a ball spinning daily with uniform speed around the sun, there should be exactly 12-hour days and 12-hour nights everywhere, all year round, regardless of any alleged tilt or inclination. Half the sphere would always be lit, and the other half not. The great variety and length of days and nights throughout the year all over Earth testifies to the fact we do not live on a spinning ball."
I think we pretty much know that this is just nonsense. All he's doing is reading from
hundreds of years ago, and not allowing for the fact that there has been a lot more knowledge gained since.
Sorry, I had to be away. Is that debate? Is this debate we are listening to, or is it just somebody talking about debate? Because most of that is most of that
is Dubé himself.
Oh yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, because I was going to say most of it sounds like everything that comes out of 200 contradictions.
Monotone voice.
Yeah, there's somebody else who does sound a bit like him though. I think so. I was.
He carries the same style. Other people try to emulate that style because they think that sounds legitimate.
Dubé got this almost 100% from Samuel Rowbotham. That's all he's doing. He's just paraphrasing Rowbotham.
Yeah, he's not even smart enough to be original.
Yeah, to build on what Gregory was saying, it's a lot of crystal people and psyche people that they go that spacey stuff and they build on their bullshit.
Woo!
Well, I mean, if you look at some of that, he actually contradicted himself, showing the sun supposedly lighting half of the earth, but only exactly half of the earth, meaning that the light rays going towards the North Pole took a shorter path and apparently slowed down, whereas light was supposedly extending.
Yeah, well,
across.
see, you can in Australia and Japan, we've got the same sort of light source, but different angles, and the same moon angle, but the same face. How can you work that on a flat Earth?
Well, also look at Australia, right? The model showed the sun going right over Australia. Well, I've not been to Australia myself, but those people who live in Australia, they've looked at the sun and they have not seen that the sun has suddenly taken a big curve to the right if they were looking to the west.
And
it doesn't
also,
take a curve to the right.
Also, if you're on the equator, there's I forget the name of the place. It has a straight line of shadow. Rise when the sun comes up, the shadow's facing west. And then it comes directly above. When the sun goes to the west, the shadow goes east directly. There's no curve at all. Directly on the equator. And no flat Earth actually show that.
So even more importantly here is during summer, our sun sets south of west. It rises south of east. That cannot work on a flat Earth. And that's it. That's it.
Yeah, or at least on a flat Earth where the sun is rotating around a point that is known as the North Pole.
Yeah. No, there's nothing they can. There's nothing they can use to try and explain that on any model of the flat Earth that they've concocted so far.
I'd like them to try and explain how the sun can end up rising so far north of east and north, setting so far north of west here, even though we are technically on the inside of the circle.
What got me was when they said the sun, you'll never see a 24-hour sun on the South Pole. Number one, if the Earth is flat, according to the azimuthal equidistant model that they're using, the South Pole is literally the outside line of their imaginary disk. And at the same time, actual footage from the Antarctic shows the sun going, moving around in a circle for not days, but weeks.
It's amazing if we had a video like that.
The reason why in at the solstice, the southern solstice, when the sun's over the Tropic of Capricorn, it appears to rise south of east and set south of west. It's an optical illusion caused by perspective, according to Glean.
Yeah.
It'd be alright if we did have some footage of that, Phil, of actually 24-hour sunlight in the South Pole, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like them to explain the 24-hour sunlight in the North Pole as well, or even at the solstice, why it's possible to go to the island of Unst in the Shetland Islands and go to the top of Saxavord, where on the summer solstice the sun doesn't actually dip below the horizon.
So in our summer, from late October until late February, the sun stays above the horizon 24 hours a day. Okay, so we'd have to get from February, March to August. Was it June, July, August, September, October, September? Okay.
Well, the sun doesn't do that in the southern hemisphere. I mean, the hem is flat. I mean, the Earth is flat. Yeah. But yeah, not a sphere. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. What do you reckon, Gabriel? You're telling us what?
What I find interesting is that when someone goes to Antarctica and they actually track the sun and its movements on Antarctica.
I'll try not to make it a habit of that, Renee.
Phil, watch the video.
Well, what I find interesting is that when they're tracking the sun, when they're at Antarctica, that they have to use a 360-degree cam. According to the flat Earth model, they don't need 360 degrees. 180 degrees would be way too much of a field of view. They should watch the sun go from left to right and right to left and left to right and right to left. Not 360 degrees.
Same thing. If you live down, got a couple of mates living down Tasmania, they've got long summer days. Yeah, and it's incredible the long days. But how can that work on a flat Earth?
Even with that though, John, to take it to one step further, when we have satellites that are going close to and or over the South Pole, when it's nighttime here in the southern half of Australia, why is it that we get the reflection of the sun off those satellites as they go over the South Pole from the sun on the other side of the Antarctic region, whereas that's not how it would work on a flat Earth model either?
Yeah, well, even one better than that, Peter, is why is the southern side of the moon lit up of a night time? Where's the sun there?
Yeah. Peter, you're forgetting something. They're not satellites; they're just lights in the sky.
Oh, jeez.
But then, Alan, I could take it that whole next step further, where I can say that I've spoken to them, which means that there's people up there.
I know you have. I'm just positing their argument.
Yeah, well,
I'm not supporting their argument. Far from it. As you're well aware, I have photographed many satellites, and I've even got a couple of really good iridium flares, haven't I?
Oh, you have indeed.
Well, I would speak to the stars, but I wasn't on the same drugs you were on.
Anyway, did you Did you have another video you wanted to put up, Terry?
Yes,
or?
I'm just about ready to... Well, I was just playing a video.
I know, but you weren't playing it in here. You're only playing it for the peanut gallery.
Oh, did you see that one?
No, I saw it. The South.
I thought Phil's seen it.
Yeah, I can see it.
You were playing. Terry was playing the Antarctic 24-hour sun, and then up popped the BBC Two footage from Brian Cox.
Yeah, don't play that.
Which I said to Terry, don't play that.
Yeah, I know.
Which he turned off.
All I usually do with that one, Alan, is I actually timestamp the bit that I want, and I only just play that little bit that I want out of that one. I'll have to snippet that one to get the bit I want out of that. There's only one section of that whole video that's worth watching. What was I doing?
Oh, yeah, TP6. Lights in the sky hanging from helium balloons.
So this one, we're going to see rare footage of a rocket hitting the dome of the Earth. The firmament.
Oh, yeah, I bet we are.
Must see.
Oh,
It's a must see.
This will be a first.
That's a must see.
Well, let's see it then.
Hey.
I don't think we need sound, if there's any.
Yeah.
It's crap sound, but
Unknown rocket launch.
Unknown.
Researcher.
It's unknown. Yeah.
So they basically just lifted this off of the internet somewhere.
Yeah. You didn't even bother to try and find out.
It hits the dome.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Okay, I'm holding on desperately to see it hit the dome.
I see it's got getting out of the atmosphere now.
Did it hit the dome yet?
No,
because the flame is being much reduced.
Oh, I blinked. I thought I missed it.
Is he playing with the exposure when he goes to make it darker and like that?
No, that's actually because as you come out of the atmosphere, as the level of atmospheric gases reduce, you actually get less flame.
Did that just flash up?
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, it
secondary
just
fuel
looked like
tank?
it was going dark and light. It went darker and lighter with the exposure.
yes.
Yeah, I saw
Yes,
that.
yes, Farmer. It did say that it was a secondary fuel tank.
Bizarre. A secondary fuel tank. Right. I thought they did these things in stages.
Wow, look at that professionalism there.
Well,
Yeah.
once you get out to that distance, trying to track a camera, unless you've got a really, shall we say, stable,
And lovely.
unless you've got a really stable mount, it's very hard to actually keep it
Oh,
in the
look,
center
it's
of the
gone
screen.
into the. Oh, look, it's gone into the. It's hit the sunlight, and the sunlight's now reflecting off that beautiful.
And now he thinks it's descending because
Yeah.
to him it looks like
He said
might
it's
possibly be
malfunction.
coming
It's
down.
descending now.
Or a complete
It's
idiot.
parabolic curve, isn't it?
Yep, and like I say, because it's now pretty much out of the atmosphere, the hot gases spread out a lot further because there's very little pressure around them, and with the sun shining on it, it really gets lit up well, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. No longer accelerating. It's out of the atmosphere now. So all you're seeing is the gases. The rocket
Yeah.
is passed well out of the shot.
When does
No,
it
no,
hit
no.
the dome?
The rocket is literally just in front of those gases, but you can't see the rocket because the rocket's that far away, and the gases are huge and being illuminated by the sun.
Has it hit the dome yet?
Well, he thinks,
countdown.
I know what's going to happen. This is
Hey,
when the
this
first
is where-
stage is going to run out then. Because this is about the right time for the first stage to play.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
brilliant.
look at that. Lovely sonic.
Yeah. So if you just
sonic
Yeah.
shockwave.
Alan, just That is where he thinks that it's hit the dome. Okay, that point there where it's actually a sonic boom that's affecting the exhaust gases and stuff that has come off the back of it.
I thought it was going to be first stage, MECO first stage separation.
No.
Okay, I get a question though, right? Because NASA is supposed to be hiding the dome and everything, right? So why would they launch a rocket that would hit the dome and make it so obvious that it hit the dome in front of the entire world?
That's why they launched it at night time. Everyone's asleep. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is that was a classic launch, and anybody who's been looking at this stuff for any length of time is going to be able to talk you through that and give you exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Well, that's what I find is the interesting part, is that there's this intricate conspiracy over the entire world to hide the shape of the Earth, but then NASA makes these incredibly stupid mistakes that somehow don't prove anything that the Earth is actually flat, and this is all their mess up. Now they've done this international global conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth, but they mess up in such simple ways somehow.
You're forgetting that everybody's human and mistakes can be made, but more importantly, those are the whistleblowers that are trying to release the truth, but then NASA find them and they suddenly disappear.
Oh, well, how come Quantum Eraser didn't disappear then? In fact, I would pay NASA if they'd do that. Maybe Nathan Oakley too. Why doesn't he disappear? Why isn't he shut down from YouTube? Because it's this big conspiracy they're hiding, right? So they should easily be able to find them on YouTube and shut them down.
Yeah, I don't know.
So which one have we got next?
Yeah, I've got one ready. I'm just replying to Stewie.
Yeah.
Do rockets have dome insurance just in case of collision? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about the premium for that. I thought it might have went up.
Yes, they do.
On the other hand, the domes have rocket insurance.
Okay.
Well, if a rock's free falling in space, who hits who? Is it the dome that's hitting the rocket, or is it the rocket hitting the dome?
Well, that's what the insurance companies will have to work it out between themselves.
Well, isn't the dome supposedly fixed? So therefore, it's not moving. So therefore, any collision would be the responsibility of the moving object.
However, Alan,
object.
However, Alan, although we may not be rotating in space like some flat earthers believe, they still do believe that the Earth as a disk is still moving in space. So therefore, it is quite possible.
No, they don't.
Some do.
All those arguments are moot anyway, because God knows everything and watches everything. So it's all an act of God.
I don't bring God into it.
Which one?
Yeah.
Currently, there are 4,732 of them.
Did you count them all?
Gods and deities.
Well, no, NASA is trying to hide God. That's why churches occur more often than Starbucks in the United States.
Flat Earth ring laser gyroscope test.
So this is the original
Thanks, Bob.
Bob Nodell. Excuse me.
Yeah.
This is the original Bob Nodell gyroscopic laser test, Terry. The bits out of that flat Earth,
we didn't need to watch
beyond
the
the
whole
curve.
lot. Yeah, we didn't need to watch the whole lot.
No,
Gyroscopic laser.
Yeah.
Gyroscopic laser. That doesn't sound right.
Well, laser gyroscope.
Ring laser gyroscope.
Yeah, well, he doesn't even say that.
Gyroscopic laser. It sounds like some sort of sexual dance.
Well,
just make sure that you practice your social distancing when you're carrying that out.
That would work as long
yeah,
as if there's a
Gravity,
pole
have
involved.
you got toilet paper?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty of it.
Do you have a 50-degree slide with that gyroscopic laser dance move? Is there a 50-degree slide on that, or does it come?
Recently, we've carried out an experiment to test the rotation of the Earth. If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Obviously, we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right? We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately.
Did you notice that the heavenly energy came off at a 90-degree angle from his little tube there? Why is that?
Forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah, anyway.
Angle of the dangle?
No.
Oh, sorry, man.
I'm sorry, Terry. I didn't mean to derail you. Well, I actually put together a video clip on the black site and showing not just that clip, but where you said it cannot be measured, and then he just said we don't have the ability to measure it, and it just showed just how transparent he really is. Bob Nodell is pretty ridiculous, actually.
Oh, another, okay, Bedford level experiment, 2016. I'm going back a few years for this one.
Oh yes, they went back and tried to replicate it, didn't they? I grew up not too far from there.
On the 25th of June 2016, the Flat Earth UK group met at the old Bedford level canal to recreate Samuel Rowbotham's iconic Flat Earth experiment performed 178 years earlier.
Yep, so it's in my home county of Cambridgeshire.
Oh.
And they are actually, once the social distancing thing is removed, they are actually talking about they're not, a Rumpus, George and a few others, are talking about coming over to do it on the Bedford level.
Yep.
Oh.
I'm hoping I can head back that way and meet up with them, because, like I say, the Bedford level is probably about, I don't know, half, 3/4 an hour drive from where I grew up.
That's all right. Swing by and pick me on the way up then.
Yeah, fill the car up.
Well, you have to have a flat earther there, so you do, to make sure you are doing it right.
Oh no, we don't have flat earthers there. We want it done properly.
You're not a flat earther. You're a bacon earther. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Good point.
You're trying to improve on Earth.
What do you mean trying? I have a model for bacon earth that works.
You're a baconist.
You're only one step ahead of every flat earther. That's all.
I can't be a baconist. I am the bacon god.
Play, Terry.
Yes, please.
In the summer of 1838, Samuel Burley Rowbottom performed what has become known as the Bedford Level experiment. Standing in the middle of the Bedford Level Canal with a telescope, he was able to watch a friend row a boat along the length of the perfectly straight canal for 6 miles, where the boat should have been 16 feet below the horizon, thus proving that the Earth is flat. 178 years later, in the summer of 2016, a new generation of flat earthers from the Flat Earth UK group returned to the very same spot to recreate this iconic experiment, but this time with lasers and Nikon FinePix P900 cameras, which seems to be the flat earth camera of choice. All in all, about 50 members of the Flat Earth UK group attended this event. The group met at the Three Pickerels pub for about an hour of some much needed meet and greet time.
And drinking.
It's a rather lonely experience to see the world as we do and be surrounded with people who can't. And while it is a relief to connect with others via social media, nothing beats meeting bright, intelligent, like-minded people that you can actually talk to. So, arriving at the bridge at Welsh's Dam, we noted our first potential problem. Out of all the active waterways across the country, it seems that the old Bedford Level had not been maintained. So reeds and lilies had been allowed to overgrow and encroach into the canal from both banks, even into the centre of the canal in some places. But after surveying the stretch through a telescope and the P900s, it appeared there was actually a narrow but clear path to see all the way to Welney Bridge. Murray Ferguson had travelled down from Scotland to provide us with the use of his kayak, and the intrepid Matthew Seddon volunteered to paddle it. And while he got acquainted with the kayak, we set about attaching a high-powered green laser to the back of it. The deck of the kayak was about 8 inches from the water, but it sloped upwards, so we had to use our best judgment to place the laser as level as possible. And with that done, we were ready. The water level was up at 1.2 metres, which was actually higher than the waders we'd brought along. We also had a dry suit that leaked, and since nobody there wanted to sacrifice a tripod to the water, it was decided to film the kayak from the bridge, and I would don the not-so-dry suit, then perhaps take pictures from the water once Matthew had reached the end. Matthew began to paddle towards Welney Bridge, with 3 high-powered cameras with telephoto lenses, a telescope and multiple pairs of eyes trained on him. There was a thrill of excitement when he got about half a mile away when we started seeing flashes of laser light from the back of the kayak. But the excitement soon faded when we realised that the laser must have been angled up towards us. So as he got further away, the laser would point higher and higher into the sky. We could see that there was a bridge about 2.5 miles from us, so we radioed Matthew to meet us at the bridge so we could realign the laser. However, the bridge turned out to be a rail bridge and we could find no way to reach it by car or by foot. Matthew waited for us at the rendezvous point, but then carried on when we didn't appear.
Couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery.
They didn't obviously think this one all the way through.
Wow, look at him go.
I wasn't prepared for that.
Talk about up S Creek.
I mean, these are all people that live in the UK. Not one of them decided to go out there beforehand and take pictures. Oh, it's all overgrown. Yeah, nobody had done the recce first.
Well, I just like it how they decide to use the most stablest, flattest platform that they could find to put their laser on, which is a canoe wobbling all over the place.
Yeah.
By a drunken sailor who can't manage to stay in the middle.
Which they admit by their own, with their own words, that when they put it on, they had to do it by eye. Yes, that's accurate.
And just out of interest, how are the other guys going to do an experiment? If it looked like that 4 years ago, what's it going to look like now?
Well, I don't know, but I'll tell you what, that if it is all going to go ahead, I'll bloody well take a drive out there and have a look, because there's not just the Bedford level, there's another drainage.
When we arrived back at Welsh's Dam, Matthew had progressed about 4 miles and could no longer be seen by the naked eye. However, he was clearly visible in the camera screens. 500 years ago, observers would claim that they could see ships disappear over the horizon hull first, just as Matthew had done to our naked eyes. However, these ancient observers did not have access to the Nikon FinePix P900, so an enduring myth was dispelled, and that so-called proof of the curvature of the Earth was rendered invalid. This series of time-lapse images, provided by MIT, I believe, is therefore a deliberate lie.
So proof
The
of
weather on the
curvature
day was
is a
rather
deliberate
strange. One moment it was hot and sunny, and the next it was raining. But throughout, the atmosphere was thick and muggy, and there was a heat haze coming off the water. So under those conditions, we began to lose sight of Matthew's bright orange life jacket and white paddles at about 5.5 miles. When he finally reached Welney Bridge, Matthew began waving the paddle and the laser, which by that time had unfortunately exhausted its battery. Back at Welsh's Dam, I was making a last attempt to find Matthew through the telescope when I caught sight of blurry white flashes, which I took to be the paddles waving back and forth. However, Dave Marsh, who had been operating his Nikon P610 until its battery died, pointed out that it was actually traffic crossing a bridge that he could see in the background for most of the experiment. There was a wave of disappointment until it was realised that the only road bridge on that stretch of canal was in fact Welney Bridge itself, and the cameras could see the cars crossing the bridge 6 miles away throughout the experiment. Although the experiment was a rather ad hoc affair and not performed under ideal conditions, not a hint of curvature was detected. It was a good first attempt, but now that we have seen the terrain, now that the unknowns have become known to us, the next time we'll be better prepared. As a postscript to these results, the trolls and detractors will point out that because we were observing Matthew from the bridge, we wouldn't see the 16 feet of curvature anyway. But I would like to add in some of the latest and very fine work by Geronism, who has correctly pointed out that the calculation of 8 inches per mile squared is actually wrong.
You guys told us that it's 8 inches per mile squared, but that it's only good up to a quarter of the globe. So how can that be the correct formula for the curvature of the entire Earth? If we start at the top, say at the North Pole, and we walk around to the bottom, say the South Pole, we just went over a bunch of curvature. How would we measure that curvature? Now, many people will say you only can do a quarter of the globe because once you get there, you start walking back underneath yourself. Okay, I can see that that's a problem, but why don't we just turn the globe onto its side, lay it on a table, and now we can look at it as a racetrack, as if we're going around a racetrack. So if we look at the green flag there and think of that as the starting line, and we're going around a 25,000 mile racetrack, what is the curvature of the 25,000 mile racetrack? Also, being that we're looking at a perfect circle, shouldn't we be able to chop it up into segments, and by adding the curvature of each segment, we should get the entire curvature for the entire racetrack or circle? So if you see here, we took 25,000 people and put them 1 mile apart, and between each of them, they have to measure the curvature between them. So that would be 8 inches per mile. We don't have to do the squaring since we're measuring each distance. So 8 inches times 25,000 would be 200,000 divided by 12. 16,666 divided by 5280 comes out to 3.16 miles. So Mike, is that what you want me to believe, that there's 3.16 miles of curvature on a ball 25,000 miles around, and by only curving 3.6 miles I will end up back where I started after walking upside down? Let me try and explain what I think the curvature should be. So here you're looking at somebody who just walked from the North Pole to the South Pole. Obviously following the white arrows, he went around the globe, but he is now completely 180 degrees different from when he started. He started standing upright, now he's standing upside down. So an engineer told me if we draw a line from our 2 points on the globe surface, so you'll see I drew one at about 12 o'clock and one about 2 o'clock, and connected those with the line segment A, then the distance between A and the surface, which is marked as line B, would be the curvature. Would you agree with that? If so, then we'll take a new line, we'll call that D, from the North Pole down to the South Pole, and we'll call the line R for the radius going from the middle out to the surface of the globe. So now that would mean that if you walked from the North Pole down to the South Pole, you went over the amount of curvature that is R, which is the radius. Not really sure how this can be disputed. Seems right. You definitely went up and over the 4,000 mile hill, so I could see it being 4,000 miles of curvature in 12,500 miles traveled. Now if we wanted to complete and go through the whole globe, we'd just continue on our way back up to the other side, and there that means that we went through 7,917 miles of curvature. And so if we wanted to figure out the curvature of the entire ball, we would just do 2 pi r, which equals 24,862. Then take that 7917 and divide it by the circumference, which is 24,862, and we get 0.318. Let's see if this sounds right. So you'll see I use the red marks to mark off 8 sections of the globe. So it's 8 different sections, so we take 24,862 and divide it by 8, which gives us 3,107. So that's 3,107 miles traveled in between each of the red segments. And if we take that and we multiply it by the 0.318, we get 988. Well, 988 sounds about right for the miles of curvature in each section of 3,107. And if we take that 988 and multiply it back out by the 0.318, of course we get the 7917, which is the exact diameter of the Earth, which is double the radius, which is the curvature of each half. So when you look at it that way, it starts to make sense. Now we can actually figure out what the curvature of the globe would be, and it is preposterous. Again, it is simply a deception. Math always has formulas that work for whatever they're trying to do, but in this particular case, just measuring the curvature of a circle, there's no way to figure out the curvature of a circle all of a sudden. Now we can only do a quarter of it. I thought math was reality. And I'll leave you with this, why I think it possibly could be the hidden math equation of all time. Why have we never heard about 0.318? Did you know that you can take the circumference of any circle and multiply it by 0.318 to get the radius? Try and find that online. It's that simple. How about 1 divided by 3.14, so 1 divided by pi is 0.318, and 1 divided by 0.318 is pi. Now this works on any circle. If you were to take a 25-foot circle, the amount of curvature is 0.318 feet per foot of circumference.
So, according to this new information, Matthew should have disappeared under 1.7 miles of curvature, not 16 feet. Thanks to Laura Brooker for organising the event, Matthew Seddon for the mammoth task of paddling non-stop for the 6 miles without sticking your tongue out in concentration, Murray Ferguson for the kayak, technical support and willingness to race up and down the Cambridgeshire countryside looking for Matt, and the rest of the Flat Earth UK group who came along to this wonderful and historic event. Thanks to you all.
Well, next meetup, 23rd the 7th, 2016.
Just one problem with all of that, and that is you don't measure curvature in miles.
You mean only one problem?
Yeah. Curvature is not measured in miles.
Oh, but that's not fair because we all know Nathan Oakley can't work out in kilometres or anything like that. He's got to do everything in miles.
I think the point is just that I just had to come in and comment because I have and ask the panel actually, has anybody ever come across a flat earther that understands basic shape and can do even simple trig or anything like that? Because I'm pretty sure that the common aspect of all of this is they need to go back to school. I think it's actually the first year of school as well in maths class.
Technical drawing.
I learnt what a circle was.
Shapes.
Yeah. It knew geometry of technical drawing.
It's just
in grade 9.
I have no words for what I've just watched, Terry.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. I mean, this notion of them speaking about miles of curvature. I mean, what does that even mean?
I don't know. I don't know. My cup. My cup. I always measure, or you know, if I've got if I need to bend a plank, I always do it in centimeters. Obviously, that's the way we measure curvature. Jesus, there's no other aspect to curvature. It's just centimeters.
Yeah. Andrea, you want to say something?
The majority of flat earthers are actually scientifically illiterate. I don't know if you've heard of this. A group of people, it's anamorphic or something. They can't picture stuff in their minds. Like if you ask them to picture a red star, they can't do it. It's literally impossible for them.
Yeah, that is a thing I've
heard. That's what these people are like. They're scientifically illiterate. They just can't see it. They can't grasp it.
Like Riley.
There's also a group as well. Yeah, there's also a group as well that just can't grasp maths. To them, it's just really gobbledygook. They just can't see it, can't grasp it. Doesn't matter how simple you put it, they just can't understand it.
I mean, if I went up to a flat earther and asked them to draw me a ball with 6 centimeters of curvature, I imagine that I would get a whole range of different things.
or a simple plan, three-dimensional plan, side plan. Yeah, the usual thing you used to do in 9th grade. It was technical drawing.
But John, they don't teach technical drawing in schools anymore. They don't. As far as they don't teach woodwork. They don't teach metalwork.
That's not right. That's not right, Alan.
Sorry, in UK schools they don't seem to teach any of those subjects anymore. It's crafted. It's IDT, something design and technology.
Yeah, but Alan, that still involves, design in CAD and fundamental knowledge of, shapes and arc and.
Would it be easier?
They've just got computerized. No, that's all.
So my daughter's who's in year 7 at the moment, Alan. So first year of secondary school. She's doing. They do sheet metal and they do woodwork, but they do this other thing that they call mechanical, which although it sounds like you're doing something with cars and stuff, it's actually more along the lines of draft drawing, like Stingray said, but predominantly on CAD. So they're being taught how to use CAD in year 7, which means it's taken
where I live too.
Yeah, and so it's taken away from having the T-square and the draft board and all of that, and doing your drawings in your 3 different perspectives and stuff like that. Whereas they're doing it on CAD, where they can orientate whatever they've built or designed in any aspect that they want to. So they still do it, but the question is.
Sorry, go on.
Go, Stingray.
And now I've just got to point something out really quickly. These because we're talking about this now. These are not 11-year-olds that we're actually addressing. These are 30, 40, 50-year-old people. These took the same fundamental classes that we did that didn't involve the computer, that did involve all of that. So it's just ridiculous. They must have gone to sleep or just never been to school or something.
Right. Can you all please remember, though, that Dave Murray is an advocate for urine therapy. This is how far down the rabbit hole this man has fallen.
Yeah. With technical drawing, you had to imagine it in your mind, but put it on paper. It's sort of like a 3D image in your mind, but draw it on paper. But now it's 3D image on a computer.
Well, I don't know about you, John, but so when I did it was design technologies, I think they called it when I was at school. The teacher quite often would bring in an item that's already been manufactured, and then they'd turn around and say, well, we want you to do the process backwards and draw up the diagrams for this. And they
reverse engineer.
So you'd exactly, you'd reverse engineer it and do the drawings as you would give to an engineer to have this thing created.
The image is in your mind. You've got to put it on paper.
If you can't imagine anything scientific, if you can't work the formulas out in your minds, and if you can't imagine that stuff, like what are you going to do? You're not going to sit there and especially and say no, because no matter how many times it's told to, you just can't do it. So you're going to sit there and you're going to make your own stuff up. No.
Yeah. I mean, I used to work with a lot of developers, and we used to the developer next to me. He was incredibly good at working out problems, really complex problems and complex solutions, but he never worked out a complex problem with a creative solution.
No.
And we did the aphantasia test, which is pretty much the clinical term used to describe what you're saying, Andrea. And that's you close your eyes, and the easiest way to do it, because the tests are a little bit too simplistic, and the one that I used to use was imagine you've got to shut your eyes and you imagine two objects. You imagine a football or a rugby ball, and then you imagine a long sword, a medieval long sword, and you combine both of them together 50-50. And then imagine that object and describe what you're seeing. Now, the majority of people with aphantasia either will fail to do that, they can't simply understand what you've asked them to do, or they'll say, well, it's a ball with a sword going through it, and that's not what you've asked. And it's a really interesting test. And it is that imagination, the creative imagination of combining two simple things together to come up with one that you've not necessarily experienced yourself.
Exactly. Spot on, mate.
Yeah, I have a friend who is really good at that. Seeing 3D stuff in his head to the point that he usually works on metal, gets the metal working, and then does the drawings. But there's not that many people like that around, I don't think. I see electronic circuits in my head, so I kind of get it. Not so good with the 3D stuff, though.
It's less about 3D, and it's not so, the important thing is having. And people, the weird thing is, in the clinical descriptions, you're on about a vision, and I think the terminology is wrong. I actually disagree with that on such a fundamental level, because you don't see in your mind, you see with your eyes. Your mind recalls features and details. So, but recalling features and details isn't necessarily seeing. So when you see a circuit board, Al, and you can see that in your mind, you're recalling a memory, and that's fine. That can be classed as what they're asking you to do, except you're doing it with an object that you've seen or a construct that is a memory. What you have to do is do it with a construct that isn't a memory, and the easiest way to do that, like I say, is put two things together that you will never have seen before. Just pick two objects and combine them.
Yeah, that's actually something I would have great difficulty with.
It's the same thing with task management. Like if you're at work, you imagine you've got a job to do and you've got things to do. How much stuff, machinery and all that. You've got to imagine in your mind what stuff do I need, and you process it, and then you come out with the formula.
Yeah, this is something that you can use to do very accurate volume or recognition as well, like you just said.
Yeah.
I think someone should come up with a do a web form that's and do a research project. I'm pretty sure it'd be a pretty interesting research project to actually survey all the flat earthers to see what cognitive conditions they have, because I bet there'd be some correlations there, some really interesting ones.
The problem with flat Earth is the maths doesn't add up. The formula might sound good on paper, but it doesn't work in reality. Yeah, you get to a job, work out the figures, but get on the job. Nah, I need a more or less.
Can you imagine, though, how frustrating it must be for them, because our world today is virtually science and maths, and they can't understand it.
I want to know why that dude pedaled all the way down there when he could have just driven like most of the way and put it in the water down there. Was there did he need the exercise, or did they just want to waste time?
There was more visual. It was more visual to their thing to show what they were doing.
Well, Graham's a fine example. He spouts this and that, copy and paste, but anything he says doesn't work out. It's incoherent. It doesn't work.
Glenn also has. Sorry.
No, you go, Ron. Go on.
I was just going to say, Glenn's also got the added disadvantage of his job. He's a analytic thingy, so he needs to look for discrepancies or minute details that fit a larger picture in his work. He's a data analytic, so that's what he's trying to apply with this. And because he rules out any type of emotion, he just goes by what he reads and what he sees.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. Practical work, you can, on a building site, read a plan, say blah, 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 but construct it. Is it, and then have a different verse of another interpretation. It doesn't work on the plan. It's mumbo jumbo.
So can I just answer Stingray before why the guy got in the canoe and rowed all the way up the creek as we?
It's not, no, please don't call it creek. Please.
Okay. The irrigation channel. It's barely anything else but that. But anyway, the reason why he did that, because if they didn't have video of him doing that, their whole video would have been a lot shorter and they wouldn't have had much to show anyway. You know, it's all about showmanship. It's all about having something to fill in that gap to make it look like, well, look, we even went to the lengths of paddling all the way up this body of water so that we knew that he went there. You know, they don't look at it from the logical point of view. Well, someone could just drive their car up to that next bridge and throw the kayak in. Or, you know, they don't.
Yeah, and just tell him, they should have done it in reverse. Go away and then start coming back until we can see you, and we'll tell you to stop, and then we'll figure out where you are in the distance.
To be fair, Dave Murphy said that bridge was a rail bridge. There was no road access, so they couldn't have done that.
Yeah, but further up, there was that bridge that was crossing over that showed the traffic going over the top of it.
Yeah, the bridge he was supposed to be kayaking up to in the first place.
Yeah. So like like Stingray said, he could have literally just thrown it in there and come back until they could see where he somewhat became more visible. Yeah, I think it's a lot of it's all about the showmanship. It's all about the video will be too short if we just do it that way.
Mm. I love the fact that he said, we could see that bridge. We can't see the guy at all, which you'd expect if there was curvature there. But we can see that bridge, so everything's fine. But what they don't realize is that bridge is like 12, 13 feet, and they're already stood at like an observer height of about 12 feet. So it's like, yes, of course you can see that over that distance.
Yeah, they're on a bridge looking at another bridge.
Yeah, it really is. It beggars belief. The last thing that I'll say is that dude that did the math that then said they said in that there'd be 2 miles of curvature. So they've gone like 5 miles and there'd be 2-point-something miles of curvature or something. I didn't get that. Was that me missing something, or was that them just being weird?
It's them being weird.
All right. Because obviously, wait a minute, 612. Yeah, so that would mean the Earth is less than 60 miles in circumference, which would be a little bit weird.
But yeah, George, I'm sure it will at some point, because George was going to come over and do Europe, so to speak. And he really wanted to come over to the UK and meet up with some of us and potentially redo the Bedford level experiment.
Yeah, he said meeting up with me and Rumpus and going out and doing it, and they're asking me whether I've got lenses to be able to do it, and I'm there like, well, actually, no, I haven't. I'd need to spend a considerable amount of money, like in the double-digit number of thousands, to get a lens to be able to do what the P900 does.
Yeah.
Although if I did, it would be infinitely more detailed and better.
Well, of course.
It's not that expensive for a Sigma 150-600 with the 2 times with the matching 2 times converter, and that will give you much more than a P900 will.
Now, equivalent is 2,800 or 3,000 now.
Yeah. I posted some shots the other day that I did of the moon, and I actually cropped it down to give you the same field of view as a P1000, and I posted I then rescaled it back up to the full size of a P1000 shot and posted them online. And most people thought the shots were better quality than anything that has come out of a P1000.
Oh no, obviously that's not hard. The P1000 is a crap sensor. But what lens are you on about that can do 1500 millimeters?
Well, I can get to 1200 millimeters. I can get to optically 1200 millimeters on a 1.6 crop, for under £1,000.
Show me. Because I look at like even the Sigma 200 to 500 or.
There we go. Wax will do. Physical focal length of 1200 millimeters. Admittedly, it's f13.
Be all right.
Oh, come on. Sorry, my internet is taking a while to get me the link to the... But basically, a Sigma 150-600 contemporary with the Sigma matching 2 times teleconverter is 1,200 millimeters of physical focal length.
But But that doesn't match. Well, yeah, and you're on about with the crop, that would be 3,000.
On a 1.6 on a 1.6 crop sensor, that gives you because obviously we're talking 3,000 equivalent because it's only a 600 millimeter on. It's not even just over 600 millimeters on the 1,000. No, it's under 600 on the 1,000D. So 200.
Yeah, but we have to go equivalent, Al, because that sensor is the size of an ant.
Yeah. So 1.1200 times 1.6 is 1920. Okay, and of course the P1000 is only 18 megapixels, and most of the current crop of Canon DSLRs on crop are in the 24 to 36 megapixel. So you've got plenty of room to crop down to well past the Nikon's field of view. Even if you've got to do a little bit of scaling, you're going to have a better quality image than you're going to get off a P1000.
I'm not going to do images. I do 4K raw video through it. So
yeah, but your sensors are a bit smaller anyway, isn't it? Because your sensors are 4/3, so that's actually a 2 times crop factor.
it's actually slightly bigger than 4/3, but yes, that's
okay.
It's
So
near enough. It's near enough.
Yeah. So yeah, you've got a 2 times crop factor. So your 1200 millimeter lens is 2400 millimeters now.
Available in 4K as well. So
yeah, you got some. Yeah, and so you've got.
Okay, Al, you've convinced me. I'll buy a multiplier, a Sigma 150-500, and an EF converter. Fine.
150-600.
150.
Get the 600. It's a better lens.
The
150-500 is an old lens. Don't know that they make it anymore, but
they're fairly well. I say they're fairly cheap.
The 150-600 at Wex, which I use because it's local. I'm going to the shop normally. 749. They sell it about 8. They sell it at about 900 with the 1.4 converter. But I would, if you really got to go for it, because you're doing video and what have you, where you're not so worried about the aperture for the autofocus, the 2 times converter is gonna give you 1200 millimeters of actual focal length at f13.
Yeah, the issue is any converter that I want, any step converter, it also boosts speed. So it actually takes the full range of the lens and compresses it via a lens element down to 4/3.
Yeah, it basically works as an inverse teleconverter, doesn't it? What you really want is you just really want the mount adapter without the fancy optics in it.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking now. Yeah, all in, I'll probably, because I might go do that with George and Rumpus and anybody else that's going along, and I'll take my video equipment.
Well, if you let us know where and when, I can always turn up with my 150-600.
Oh, nice. And I just need to spend 30 quid on a converter. No.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got a 2 times. Got the teleconverters for it. I haven't got the couple of £100 a piece for them.
Yeah, if I don't have a speed booster, I don't need that because it's just multiplied by 2 anyway, so I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have the 2 times converter to hang on the back to get to 1200, but I don't know that I would use it enough to make it worth.
How much are they?
250, something like that.
That's not too bad.
I mean, yeah, from my point of view, that's a lot of money. Yeah, being on disability, but yeah, I mean, in the scheme of things, they're not hugely expensive.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, if George does come over and bring his equipment, and Rumpus and Farmer's Boy are going to do this, I'll bring my camera and I'll buy a 2x and an EF to MFT converter. And at the end of it, Al, if you're donating the time of your lens, you can walk away with a 2x converter if you want.
Oh, that would be very good. If it happens, I will make sure I can turn up. Even if I have to spend 2 weeks driving over in my wheelchair.
Can you do mid-journey kind of charging?
Well, I'd have to find somewhere to plug it in, and of course it's an overnight charge, and my range is supposed to be 26 miles, but it's definitely a 12-hour. For a full charge, it's definitely 12 hours. There is no quick charge. It's not a Tesla. I think they're lead acid gel batteries in it is the problem.
Yeah, we're going to say there'll be some old battery tech in there, I reckon.
Yeah, it's not got super duper. It's a 24-volt system, mind. Actually, what I think it is dual 12-volt, so you can go forward and backwards.
Mm.
Sorry, Terry. Are we?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
You. I heard the cough. Thought, that means Terry lost.
I'll just clear my throat. Sorry. I just thought the peanuts might be getting restless, they're ready for a bit of a vote. They were starting to give the hint a couple of times. And don't look at Pip. Oh, Pip! Oh, did Pip drop out? I thought everyone was looking at a naked Pip.
What?
She was naked.
Sorry, Terry. I was distracted, mate. Sorry.
Oh, Pip's back. Put some clothes on.
Yeah, I think Pip's got some clothes on.
Yeah.
Well, I fell out earlier because I forgot to put 10 bob in the meter.
Oh dear.
10 bob.
I hit the power and switched myself off.
When you were naked, nobody was complaining.
Circuit. I'm not cleaning my keyboard anymore just now.
Oh, TP Seeker fell out. Yeah, we've got a voting thing, Paul.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, we watch a few videos at the end of near the end of the stream. Like this is not Wednesday and Saturday. We have a themed show where we're up to ancient technologies at the moment.
Okay.
But Monday nights, Friday nights is probably usually our main before pre-show, after show, before show streams. And we start a bit early in the day, about 4 o'clock our time. And the Wednesdays and Saturday streams we start about 7 o'clock. And tonight's streams usually just a bit of a throw together like we did to start with. We just watched a few of those Flat Earth videos and then we just have a bit of a chit chat in between or whatever. And then towards the end, this is the second half, you may as well say. I drop about five. I have about 5 videos, I think, in the list of people that have uploaded. The creators that have uploaded a video, and the Peanuts get to vote, and The number 4 is sacred. You haven't learnt about number 4 yet, but you'll probably pick it up along the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for mate. Go for more.
5.
Winter.
Oh, 5
5 wins.
And
Terry, where's the list?
What list?
The list of videos.
That's
What
totally
what
random.
list of videos?
Yeah.
Oh, right. What are the... I've never asked this, but what are people voting on there?
Terry's got a load of videos and we pick a number and he clicks that number.
Yep.
Whatever tab that number is, that's what we watch.
Oh, right. So there's no... It's not like you're voting again. You're just voting for a number rather than a video. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've
No,
got
it's like
voting.
we can't
That's
vote.
all
We can't vote, Stingray.
It's an absolutely and completely blind voting style. No one knows what order Terry's got the videos in. I don't think Terry even knows what order they're in half the time.
I was going to say, who checks Terry for bias then? Because I don't know.
I trust Terry implicitly. Complete and utter trust in Terry. He'd never cheat.
Look, do we have to do this again? Just for well, since the Gravity Guru's here, I think we'll have to do this too. I'll grab this. Just to give people a. I've got to find it again. Why have I got it on speed dial? Oh, there it is. I found it.
Alan, I don't need a hot shower. I'm sitting under a Velux window and the sun has just popped up.
Oh,
right in the window, right at my back. Oh.
Okay, Stingray.
That's lovely.
Yes. Oh no, I've seen this, Terry. I've seen this. I've seen this.
Yeah, but not everybody. Gravity hasn't seen it. See, and the number 4 comes into this too. We're not allowed to say 4 because that's Rule D, actually.
It wasn't a complaint, Terry. It wasn't a
sure?
complaint. It was merely I was merely asking the question: who monitors you to make sure that you don't accidentally have bias? That's
Rule 1.
all I was saying.
Rule 1.
Terry doesn't need to be policed, you know.
See if anybody gets a kick out of this. Okay, Google, turn on the air conditioner. Did you hear that?
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear it.
Yes, we know you've got AC, Dean.
It's too hot now.
You kind of rubbed it in last year for us, didn't you?
Yeah, no. Pip just said she's got sun on her back, and I'm stood here thinking, yeah, it is way too warm. I would actually prefer it snowing outside, like most of the time.
Yeah, well, I've got a crick in my neck.
You can't brag, Stingray. We've heard your vacuum cleaner going when it's not supposed to.
that thing's got it in for me, I tell you.
That would suck.
It can see with the LiDAR, so it knows where I am, and it just comes after me all the time.
You probably drop a crumb and it'll go, oh, target radar, straight in on you. What? Oh, okay, what? Oh, 5-1. 5. Oh, okay, that'll do. I should have shuffled the deck, but I don't usually.
Our old mate CGI.
Here we go. Tidy. I can't say tidy in his accent.
Tidy.
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 All right.
Well, hello. We all know that flat earthers are morons. Harmless enough morons, but morons nonetheless. But the subject of today's video, in my humble opinion, should be thrown off YouTube forever and then arrested.
You cannot catch a virus.
Allow me to present Tom Barnett, the internet's most ignorant, arrogant purveyor of misinformation ever.
Go nuts on my nuts.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Playing a Blinder with me, the Creaky Blinder. Now Tom, the subject of today's video, says so many wrong things in so many different ways, I don't really know where to start. So we'll just get straight into it. Tidy!
I've had quite a few questions over the last few weeks, so I'm making this for my friends to clear a few things up.
For your friends? Aye, alright then. Because whenever I want to pass any information on to my friends or my family, the first thing that springs to mind is to make a YouTube video and upload it. I mean, who makes a phone call or sends a text message these days? That's so 2019.
First and foremost, something you should know, you cannot...
Has this bloke got a slight Australian accent? Or is he trying to be a bald Isaac?
Catch a virus.
Now, if that isn't one of the stupidest things I've ever heard anybody say on YouTube, then my name isn't.
So why is it impossible to catch a virus?
Well, it isn't, is it, you dick?
A virus is alive. Is a virus a living thing? No. So how is it that people think that you can catch something that is not alive?
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Apparently not everyone though. Hey, Tom? Viruses are the smallest of all microbes. They are said to be so small that 500 million rhinoviruses, which cause the common cold, could fit easily under the head of a pin. They are unique because they are only alive and able to multiply inside the cells of other living things. The cell they multiply in is called the host cell. A virus is made up of a core of genetic material, either DNA or RNA, surrounded by a protective coat called the capsid, which is made up of proteins. Sometimes the capsid is surrounded by an additional spiky coat called the envelope. Viruses are capable of latching onto host cells and getting inside them. Viruses only exist to make more viruses. The virus particle attaches to the host cell before penetrating it. The virus then uses the host cell's machinery to replicate its own genetic material. Once replication has been completed, the virus particles leave the host cell by either budding or bursting out of the cell. Achoo! Like that.
Now, I know a lot of people are genuinely concerned, so that's why I'm making this, to hopefully cure some of the unnecessary fear and stress. And if you are feeling that, it's because you're causing it for yourself.
Causing fear and stress on ourselves? And don't ever wink at me like that again, you peen-ass. So it's got nothing to do with the fact that worldwide, because it's a pandemic, people are losing their jobs, losing their businesses, and not to mention the tens of thousands of people that have already died. So it's none of that then.
And just so you don't think I'm sitting here making stuff up,
hadn't even crossed my mind.
I'll quickly tell you my background so you know how and why I'm telling you these things. I was one of those kids that could read and write before I even started school.
Bloody hell. Impressive. So you could write your own name, Tom? All 3 letters? In the correct order? You, sir.
I knew my 1 to 12 times table before other kids even knew how to open a book.
I knew it. We are in the presence of a genius, because around the age of 9 to 12 months, the average baby will have the dexterity to be able to open, you know, those thick-paged cardboard books? Yeah, those. And in some cases, they may even be able to turn the pages by themselves. But they definitely would not have the attention span to let you read them the story, let alone be able to read it themselves. But of course, Tom, you being such a genius, knew your times tables 1 through 12, all by the time you were that age. I feel a bit silly now.
I won academic scholarships in 2 expensive private schools. I did 6 years of science, which included medicine. I did 6 years of natural health and medicine.
Ah, natural health and medicine. So you're a woo practitioner then? And how very exciting. Guess what? Tom's also a budding politician. He's a candidate for the IMOP party, the Involuntary Medication Objectors, Vaccine and Fluoride Division party. So he's an anti-vaxxer. Why am I not surprised? And a sovereign citizen. Double surprise.
Oh, no. I spent 3 years solely looking into the nature of viruses, bacteria, protozoans, fungus and parasites, and as a practitioner I treated myself and a number of other people successfully long term for conditions of the same.
Treated them to what though, Tom? A bag of sweets? Can of beer? You can't possibly mean medical care, because you're not a doctor.
And when I did my last IQ and aptitude test, I was taken into a separate room and I was interrogated to see if I cheated.
Modest as well, I see, Tom. Are there no end to your talents?
And more than anything, unlike Google and Facebook, I don't have vested financial interest dictating what I can say.
Well, I do beg your pardon. I had absolutely no idea that holistic medical practitioners provided their services for free. Of course you've got a vested interest, you tool. You charge for what you do.
So what is a virus anyway?
Yeah, what is a virus, Tom? And even though I covered this quite comprehensively earlier on in the video, I'm all about letting stupid people have their turn as well.
Well, a virus is nothing more than a solvent, and these solvents are created within the cells of the body.
A solvent? What? Now, I could be wrong, but I always thought a solvent was something that could dissolve another. Why am I bothering?
This is why you cannot catch a virus. Viruses are created cellularly. Now, the body can create hundreds of thousands of different viruses at any time. So why does a cell need to create a virus or a solvent? Created in response to the built-up toxicity that we have in our bodies. So how does a cell become toxic? Well, a lot of people have spent a number of years putting shit in their minds and shit in their body.
Well, how you choose to spend your free time, Tom, is really none of my business. But I know that my shit ends up mostly in the toilet. Never in my mind. And I'd like to get it out of my body, not back in.
The thing is that nature doesn't care what you believe. You can believe that any of those things are true, but nature doesn't care what you believe.
And we don't believe anything you believe or say. But we're here now, so we may just as well continue to mock you and illustrate just how much of a dangerous woo-peddling idiot you really are, Tom.
So a lot of people have asked me, what is a flu? Well, a flu is a viral detoxification or a cleansing. A cold, on the other hand, is mostly bacterial. And for the most part, what needs cleaning out of the cells are environmental toxins such as heavy metals, plastics, any kind of environmental industrial pollutants, the chemicals that you use in your home to clean things with, things you put in your body, and so on and so forth.
Now, to call this the same as a common cold is a bit of a stretch, Tom, if you don't mind me saying. Yeah, it's from the same family of viruses that cause the common cold, but saying that COVID-19 is the same as the common cold is like saying somebody breaking their back is no different to if somebody breaks their pinky finger. I mean, they're both just broken bones, right?
Now, a virus does not attack cell tissue. What happens is that as a virus, which is a solvent, breaks down the toxic residue within a cell, it creates essentially a toxic waste. So that's why you'll feel shitty if you've got a viral infection.
Now, viruses make us feel shitty, as you put it, by disrupting normal cell function or even killing cells. And our bodies often respond to a virus with a fever to help stop the reproduction of the virus. But it's really got nothing to do with toxins. Well, I suppose you could consider the virus to be the toxin because it's invaded your body.
And what can happen is if there's a lot of shit in your cells, you're going to create a lot of toxic waste as that virus breaks it down. So what happens is that if there's too much of it, it can actually cause cell damage, and in extreme cases, it can cause cell death. So there is actually one way that you can catch a virus.
Oh, but Tom, you said it was impossible to catch a virus. Or did you mean that it's impossible apart from the way that I, Tom Barnett, super genius, say you can catch it?
A virus is specific to specific cells in the body. So somebody with hepatitis, for example, which affects the liver, does that affect the heart? Do they have lung problems? Do they have brain or gonad problems? Likewise, a virus that attacks the lungs will not affect the kidneys. It's because the virus is specific to specific cells in the body. So because a virus is not transmissible within your own body, it should make sense that a virus is not transmissible between people.
To you, maybe it should make sense, but it doesn't. And that was really boring. The only word I heard in there was gonads. But to me, what it seems like you're trying to say is that each individual person has their own specific, unique version of the virus. And look, I know I'm not a medical professional, and I'm certainly not claiming to be a doctor of any sort, but I'm fairly sure that's not how it works.
And it's especially impossible for a virus to make the jump between species.
Apart from a zoonotic disease, which is an infectious disease that can be transmitted from animals to humans and from humans to animals. Apart from that, obviously. But what do I know? I'm not a holistic health practitioner who knew his times tables 1 through 12 all before the age of 9 months, am I?
This is why you can't get an avian flu, a swine flu, a bat flu, a monkey flu, or any other flu that affects an animal, except for one way, and we will get to that.
Yeah, you keep saying we'll get to that. But what about the avian flu pandemic of 1968? Or the swine flu pandemic that happened in 2009? We're not including those ones then, no?
So how is it that a number of people can get a virus at the same time? If it is created within the cells, how is it that a lot of people can get it at the same time?
Because it's transmitted via droplets in the spray caused by a person with a virus sneezing? No? Yes?
Well, if somebody at home has a cold, or somebody at work or at your sporting club, does everybody in that place get a cold? You know that the answer is no, despite the fact that a bacterial infection can be contagious. And why can a bacterial or a fungal infection be contagious? Because they are living things. A virus, remember, is not a living thing.
Yeah, so you keep saying a virus isn't a living thing, and I will give you that you're partly right, because a virus can't live independently. It does need to have invaded the cells of the host to be able to live and therefore reproduce itself. But when it does invade the hosts, it starts to reproduce quicker than a horny bunny rabbit.
So how is it that a number of people can get a virus at the same time? There is an intelligence that runs through all of life. It's why seeds know when to germinate. It's why animals know when to mate or to hibernate or to come out of hibernation. So the body knows when it's a good time to undergo a cleaning. And it knows when it's a good time from the environment and climatic conditions.
Well, I don't know about climatic conditions, but my body certainly knows when it's time for a clean out. And it's generally first thing in the morning, about 5 minutes after I finish my first cup of coffee. Woo!
Additionally, our bodies all talk to each other, particularly our immune systems. This is one of the ways that we're attracted to the opposite sex. We can sense their immune system.
Oh, it takes me back to college when I first laid eyes on Mrs. Blinder. It was magical. I saw straight past and I just went straight to the immune system. No, honestly, I'm not shallow.
It's how we know that we can create a genetically diverse offspring that will have the greatest chance of survival. We sense another's immune system partly by scent, and this has been taken away quite a lot in modern life. Things like perfumes and colognes, and especially when women go on the pill, it can affect their ability to sense a man's immune system. This is why some women come off birth control when they decide it's time to have a baby with their partner.
Now, I'm no gynecologist, but I'm fairly certain that that's not why women take the pill, and I'm even more certain that that's not why they come off the pill. Are you single by any chance, Tom? Didn't your daddy ever have the talk with you?
And while I can't condense more than 10 years of experience into a short video, hopefully that's enough to show you why you cannot catch a virus.
Well, no, not really, Tom, because all it's shown me so far is just how stupid you really are. And it also proves the old saying, jack of all trades, master of none. Because you certainly can't get a grip with this situation, can you?
And you can start asking some good questions, such as, what is this coronavirus really about? Well, a lot of people were sus on this from the start for a number of reasons. Not everybody buys into what they hear from the media.
Well, you're bang on the money there, Tom, because you're right. You shouldn't just believe everything that you're told by the media. You should investigate for yourself. But it's people like you that have just caused the British government to extend the lockdown by 3 weeks. Thanks.
And recently I saw a video from a guy who was clearly able to use his own brain. He asked a couple of good questions, and those questions led to the finding of vaccine patents. So what you can do is you can look up these patent numbers right now. First one being US 200-625-7852.
Well, look at you being all smart then, Tom. With your high IQ research, I bet you must have hundreds of tabs open on your preferred Internet Explorer of choice. And you're right, that is a US patent for the coronavirus. But the problem is, it's from 2006. And I know what you're going to say, so they knew about it ahead of time. But no, not at all. Tommy. It refers to severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, otherwise known as SARS. So not COVID-19 at all.
So I guess it's time to tell you the only way that you can actually catch a virus.
Hold on to your hats, everyone. I know exactly where this is going. And no, it's not because I've already watched this video, right? Don't be so cynical. He's gonna say the only way this virus can be spread is if it gets injected into you by the vaccine, which, strangely enough, doesn't actually exist yet.
The only way that you can catch a virus is by having it injected into your bloodstream. So what happens with that incubated virus is it's sterilized and put into a vaccine. Now straight away you don't want that because that's bad news.
So, just for clarity, Tom, the only way I can contract this devastating disease is if it gets injected into me by a vaccine, which doesn't exist yet. But apart from that, I should be fine. I feel quite relieved, actually.
Then when it's added to 70 or 80 chemicals, you definitely don't want that in your body. So when these viruses are loaded into vaccines and flown all the way around the world, and people are getting their flu shots and all their other vaccines, that's the only way you can get animal tissue into your own bloodstream.
Okay, I get it. It's fine. Think whatever you want to think. So, as a professional, and by that I mean a holistic medical practitioner, Tom, what would your best advice be for how we should all be dealing with this going forward?
So there's only two things that you need to do. One, don't get a flu shot. Actually, don't get any shot. And two, don't stay in your house. You got to be outside getting sunlight and fresh air if you want your body to run optimally and not need to undergo a viral detoxification.
Oh, so basically do the exact opposite of everything we've been advised to do by the World Health Organization, because Tom said so. So, have you got anything else to add? Because you've covered the stupid quite comprehensively. Should we see if we can add anything really disrespectful?
By the way, who's verifying these deaths? Like, who's actually counting these deaths? And who's actually verifying that the deaths that do occur aren't from any standard flu, which, by the way...
Nobody actually cares about anything you've got to say, Tom. And it's real doctors are verifying the deaths, not completely insane woo peddlers like you scumbag. If it's your first time here, don't forget to hit the like button, hit subscribe and turn on bell notifications. Did I just say hit twice? Doesn't matter anyway. Let me just leave you with this. Don't be like Tom. Completely disregard everything he says because he is an idiot of the highest order. Stay at home, stay safe, and I will see you in the next video. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
What a shit.
I don't know if I feel ashamed or embarrassed of being Australian when you get another one of these ones that come out of the woodwork like that.
Yeah. Wankers, dickheads.
The number of people saying you can't catch viruses, it's just ridiculous. How'd you catch a cold? Eh? Somebody come around and inject you with a cold?
I would like to go to his channel and see what the comments are like underneath.
I haven't been to his channel, but it wouldn't surprise me if comments are disabled. Just saying. That's what a lot of them do.
I was wondering whether he's of the opinion that you can't catch a told that catches you.
So I'd just like to point out that I went out with the net this afternoon and ran around the backyard, and I didn't get one cold in that net, but it got cool.
You ran around the yard with a net. I didn't know that's what a name was. I didn't know that's what a name was.
Well, she was running from me, Terry. You caught me out.
Oh dear.
I thought we were going to get away from those type of videos, but Creaky sort of done it okay.
Someone else did that guy the other day. Can't remember who it was.
YouTube's actually released a new message concerning the said virus, and they've stated as long as if you're not giving inaccurate information, that they're not going to hit you now.
Oh, okay.
However, as
But
soon as
I'd still be careful.
anyone,
I'd still be careful saying the actual word though, just in case.
I would be at this time, Terry, but yeah, they've stated that there's been quite a few mistake channels being hit for giving relevant information, probably a bit like us a couple, or was it last week or whenever it was? But that was totally due to the case that the AI and the bots were just set up to hit it as soon as it was talked about.
That's it. It's all been done by the algorithm, so it's probably better at the moment just not to take the risk. Really.
I'd like everybody to stop using the word algorithm and just say the Google AI or bot.
Well,
bot
well, whatever. You know what I fucking mean.
I do. It's just weird to me. If someone could do an algorithm that could do all of that, that would be amazing. But it's just not the case.
The thing that does the whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
You were so pedantic, Spring Ray. Tell you what, mate.
Spring Ray. Yes, I am pedantic. Big pedantic being Spring Ray. See what you did there? But I can also take a joke, so there you go.
I'm sorry, I'm still suffering from a slick overdose.
Is that from yesterday with Barney? They must have been going at it for like 6 hours.
I know, because I gave up on it sometime last night, and when I came back on this morning, they were still in there.
No.
Well, certainly Slick was.
Yeah, Slick, SE Montreal, Seek and Find, and one other person, which I can't remember their name.
They have been going for hours.
It's not the I don't have beliefs bullshit still, is it?
Oh, good, yeah.
Oh,
No,
he's progressed on from that a little bit. He has diversified.
Yeah, but he still maintains that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I left it with Barney when Slick was explaining you don't need gravity. All it is, it's just energy. So when you lift something up, you put 100% energy into it, and when you release it, that's releasing 100% energy, and it goes back to its resting place. To which I added the example, what about if I lift it up by moving it 45 degrees rather than straight up for a number of units? And then I release it. How come the energy doesn't go back in? To which he replies, yes, so you need to manually move it back to the start point, which is the remaining percentage of energy. And they're like, yeah, this is just ridiculous.
He's just trolling.
I've never made such an argumentative person in my life. Say black, he'll say white. Guaranteed.
You're lucky you didn't get him on the gamble debate the other day.
I gave up.
He's got his methods of sort of, you know, oh, now calm down. I know you're scared, and all of that old, it's infuriating, which of course is why he does it.
Yeah, and you're bloody fall for it. Just flipping ignore him. Look away.
Yeah, but
nothing.
No, I think Pip's very correct here, because I engaged with him for 5 minutes thinking, I'm not going to combat his assertions. I'm going to see what assertions he has. And after 5 minutes, we both agreed that he's got no assertions. To which then I said, then there is no point conversing anymore. Thank you. So yeah, I'm with Pip on this one.
Well, if only I recorded the conversation that they were having. There was a few curly ones in it.
I'll ask Chemo. He's probably got a copy of it.
More than likely.
They're trying to bite me or get a bite out of me, but I was answering. But I was answering very diplomatically for my answers to anything that they were talking about. So they weren't getting a bite out of me. And that's when Alan turned up. Just not long after that, after I'd been there for about half an hour or so. Yes, Dave, it would be.
Somebody tell the sun to stop moving, please. It's cold.
Oh, no, well, you see, the room I'm in is set back a bit from the rest of the house because it's over the garage. So the sun has now passed around, and my house is blocking it out nicely. It's just the first couple hours of the day, particularly this morning when the sun streams in, but once it's moved around a little bit,
Yeah, just open the blind.
I'll be in the shade for the rest of the day now.
Yeah, my downstairs really doesn't get the sun.
Hopefully, I get enough sun on the back lawn this afternoon that it dries out and I can cut it. But it's so shaded by next door's house that it really is. It takes quite a while for the sun to get on it in the first place. As the small and local sun spins around our flat and stationary earth.
Oh no.
Play, please, Terry.
Oh, yeah. That'd be an idea.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, wait a minute. I've got to get that out of the road.
You want to be a Terry?
G'day everybody, WheresWally here. Well, today No Fanfare finally got around to posting a video. I've been waiting for it for a while and it was no disappointment. In fact, it was actually better than I expected. Because guess what? No Fanfare, he's gone and done a Ranty and proved the globe. I'll tell you exactly how. Stick around for the fun. I'm not waiting around for No Fanfare to actually get around to ever making a video, but well, I was surprised when I saw that he had made one this morning, but then again, this is how it turned out. Good job, No Fanfare.
Hey guys, I was having a chat with I Hate Lies.
Were you?
And he passed these on to me.
Oh, good for you.
And they're very interesting, I thought.
I bet they are.
Anyway, I'll just bypass the data on here and you can read it.
I'll pass the data on, you mean?
If you want to check it online.
Wheeze will. Thank yous for that.
So he's printed something
These
out.
are just printouts he passed on to me.
Well, you are very insightful, mate.
The radar over in Western Australia.
We figured that out.
The circles.
Oh, good, it's a circle.
Look where the cloud is.
And another circle, that's good.
See, there was a drought going on at the time there.
No, that's just a data error. Or perhaps a calculation error. Yeah, that's a circle, mate. It goes around. Very good, No Fanfare.
I find that interesting.
I thought you would.
If radio waves and radar haven't got any effect.
They don't.
Pretty coincidental. Yeah, these two different areas in Western Australia are pushing the clouds out.
No.
Stopping them from coming in whichever way it goes.
Yeah, nothing like that at all, mate.
Anyway,
what the?
Make of it what you will.
I certainly will.
I'll hit them up on Google Earth.
Yeah.
Well, whatever that means. So, of course, we all know
It's those
these rain
pushing
radars
pipe
work by sending out a radar signal and measuring the pulse that comes back. And the amplitude of the pulse is probably proportional to how much rain it is, and the time it takes to come back is proportional to how far away it is. And there would, of course, be some sort of calibration involved with that, and that calibration would determine just what strength of rain is at a set position. And, of course, what's happening here is around the 128k ring, or halfway along, there's probably a change in calibration, which means that the signal on the inside is deemed to be no rain, and the signal on the outside is deemed to be very light rain. Too easy, barely an inconvenience. So I thought I would just have a look at the local bomb for Brisbane, and oh, looky here, No Fanfare, we're seeing much the same effect right here. So just check out this bomb image. I guess the only safe place would be right in the centre of that lot. Or perhaps it was just a calibration error. And the other possibility is, of course, No Fanfare, and hold on to your socks, you're not going to like this, because guess what you just proved, is Earth curvature. Because the Earth is curving down from where the radar is, as the signal goes straight out, it is actually going higher and higher altitude at distance. So, as it cuts through the cloud as it gets higher as it goes further out, and it cuts through a cloud layer, guess what? Further out is going to appear to be rain, and close in will be clear under the cloud deck. And it's going to be circular because that is the same distance all the way from the rain radar. Well done, no fanfare, globe proved. Well, that's it for no fanfare, and I guess we should all thank him for his service to the wolf pack. Perhaps a few people could just pop over there, I'll leave the link in the description below as always, and just thank no fanfare. Say Wally says hi. He will appreciate it no end, I am sure. After all, it's not every day someone comes up with a brilliant globe earth proof that no one's thought of before. Thanks, no fanfare, we salute you.
One thing I will say
The day the flat earth died. Bye bye, now there's no more that guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. He tried to prove flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die. The day the flat earth died. Bye bye, now there's no more that guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. Tried to prove a flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die.
Any of you where he got the radar plots from? Because I would be really interested to look at them and the specs for the radar system.
They'd form, so
that's just mygov.com. Whether that he was using.
Sorry, Terry, didn't quite hear that.
He was just using mygov.com. Whether
it's the Bureau of Meteorology, Australia.
Ah, okay. Because obviously it what you actually get regards the section of the rain that you can see depends on the beam shape of the radar.
I like to see
build the picture up.
I like to see a flat earther predict the weather. There's a low pressure coming in and high pressure over there, and without a container. And yeah, meteorology is a very precise science. Yeah, you don't muck around with that. And those dickheads had never touched that. You've got low pressures, high pressures, isobars.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, box and gloss.
Plenty of pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Look at what Colin sent me. WheresWally 2020. Now try and hide. The streets are empty. What have we got left? Like that, take that, Wally.
Yeah, it's all about the horizon. That's all I can stick to. Nothing else.
No, Fred. You're not getting out of it that easily.
Fred's far too eager.
Can I mail my vote in?
Can I mail the vote? No, you can't.
Two.
Well, we're going for twos.
Any more for any more? Two.
There you go.
3 twos.
Yeah,
Bye.
twos went. Oh, Freddie.
Fred, if you want to mail it in, just put a self-addressed letter in an envelope with your number, and address it to Terry Davies at Wollongong, and you can expect your vote to be read out in about 3 weeks.
Or longer.
Just send it to British Airways, Ingram's Drive.
Sun's up, you reckon, TP? Time is it over there? 6:55, East Coast.
Where's his mail up? After 12.
Sun's up over there.
Our son came back 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6 hours.
Had nothing like a good number 2.
I have to say this is bloody lovely, my back, by the way.
Hi everybody, is Andrea around? Does anyone know if Andrea's around?
I think she's in here, Terry.
That's why I'm trying to whisper. I'm trying to whisper so she doesn't hear me.
Okay. Hang about, mate. What's going on?
I watched this one earlier, I think.
Don't worry about it. It's somebody's favourite.
Oh no, different one. Oh good. Haven't seen this one.
Oh, bugger. Who mentioned one? I had to come in and have a look.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, a nice little world of my own.
That's why I was whispering to everyone else, thinking, I wonder if Andrew can hear me.
Oh, my
Yes, I could.
Love you, darling.
Have you gone to clean the kitchen table and chairs lately?
No, I'm doing the spare bedroom because I've got my bed coming tomorrow. So I'm getting the spare bed ready, fixed up for the other bed.
Oh, you got 10 minutes.
I've got the vacuum cleaner and everything going.
Oh, you got 10 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay. I've been listening, so.
He's talking about wind.
What? Of a brown dwarf. Oh. Okay, I'm going back to my vacuuming.
Okay, I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about an incredible new discovery coming from these unusual objects known as brown dwarfs. And this time the scientists found a way to measure the speed of wind on the surface, which is really impressive.
Is a brown dwarf one of the 7 dwarfs when they get sunburnt?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to
I
clarify.
thought they were red dwarfs.
No, Red Dwarf's a TV show. That's different again.
No, that's when they get sunburnt and they go red.
Oh,
okay.
Impressive
they're brown
considering the
dwarfs
distance.
once they recovered.
Sorry, Aidan?
They become brown dwarfs after they recover from being red dwarfs.
Right, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Is involved here. So let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to the Math. But I wanted to start right here on planet Earth. If you were to one day look into the southern region of the skies, somewhere right here, you would actually see nothing. But there is a very nearby brown dwarf pair that's orbiting around one another in this location. Let's cheat a little bit, zoom in and see what we can find. So here, as I start zooming in, I'll start discovering certain objects. Although even at a relatively high zoom, they're still invisible to us. And eventually, we'll maybe get lucky and start seeing something. or somewhere right around
You've only
here.
got to zoom
Okay,
in.
still nothing actually, but there we go. I finally am able to kind of see this object. This tiny spot you see in the middle, that's actually a brown dwarf. A type of a, I guess, planet-like object, or technically a failed star, that never really became a star because it didn't have enough mass. If we were to jump here and take a look at its surface, this is maybe what it would look like. Although this is a simulation and a very rough one. This is maybe actually not a very accurate one either. And we even don't have a very good definition on what constitutes a brown dwarf in terms of the origin. For example, we think that maybe if a very large, very massive planet becomes a certain mass, specifically mass of about 13 masses of Jupiter and more, it might be classified as a brown dwarf, but it might have a very different composition. However, if a star is being created and just doesn't get enough mass to become a star, it will also turn into a brown dwarf. These two have slightly different way of being created, but could be considered to be the same objects. Their composition might be different though. On the other hand, we also think that depending on the mass, the temperature will change. Because the mass itself can be anywhere from about 13 to about 80 masses of Jupiter, the actual color and the temperature will be very different for pretty much every brown dwarf, and we classify them as one of 4 main types. The hottest type is known as M-type dwarf, the slightly cooler is known as L-type, the even more cooler is known as T-type, and the coolest one is known as the L-type. And all 4 types have been found pretty much everywhere and are quite common. As a matter of fact, they seem to be possibly even more common than stars. But just like a lot of other things in the galaxy, our solar system does not have one. And for this reason, we're actually really curious to learn more about them, because there are a lot of really cool possibilities of these objects actually being very capable of sustaining life, or possibly even having life in the upper atmosphere depending on the temperature, because brown dwarfs are actually in the region where they could be considered to be habitable. Specifically, these types of brown dwarfs, like WISE 1828, have temperature ranges in their upper atmosphere that's actually equivalent to the temperature here on Earth. So this is why studying brown dwarfs is really important and super fascinating. But what exactly did the scientists in this study do? Well, they actually found a way to relatively accurately measure how fast the wind on the surface of this type of an object moves around the planet. In other words, they found a way to compare the speed of the wind on a brown dwarf to the fastest winds in the solar system, Jupiter. And even though the results did not really surprise the scientists, they might be surprising to us, because we don't really hear much about brown dwarfs to begin with. The speeds here are really high. By essentially analyzing different layers of the brown dwarf they were looking at, they discovered that the average speed at the equator was roughly around 650 meters per second, which is actually about 6 times as fast as it is on the surface of Jupiter. And that is really high, but it's something that the scientists kind of expected to find. And because by looking at Jupiter we already know that these really high winds allow the planet to have extreme climatic conditions on the surface and some of the craziest storms imaginable to humankind, we kind of now expect brown dwarfs to be even crazier, 6 times crazier at least. And what's more, as you can see from the simulation, the actual orbital speed here is about 1.7 hours. In other words, the brown dwarf rotates once around its axis in about 1.7 hours, which is also extremely fast. Once again, around 6 times faster than Jupiter. So this does have a lot of implications, especially if we try to compare the two objects. Apart from the implication in regards to the weather conditions, there are also a lot of implications when it comes to the magnetic field of these objects. As we expected, they probably have extremely active magnetospheres, much more active and much more, in some sense, dangerous than even Jupiter itself, which of course implies that if a brown dwarf has moons, or I guess you can technically call them planets, these planets might experience some really extreme conditions on the surface as well, as the magnetic field interacts with them. So this is something we would really like to investigate, because there are several theories proposing that maybe brown dwarfs are actually real good locations for us to look for extraterrestrial life as well. And when you really think about it, these objects are extreme. Not only in terms of magnetosphere, but also just in terms of the actual rotation at the equator. You might remember that Jupiter has the orbital speed at the equator of about 12 kilometers per second, so basically if you stand on the surface here, you're going to be moving at 12 kilometers per second. A typical brown dwarf might actually have something closer to about 80 kilometers per second, at least this one. This one definitely does. And that means that even trying to I guess in some sense, enter the atmosphere of this planet would be almost impossible to modern spacecraft. It would burn up in the atmosphere really quickly. So it would be really interesting to find out what kind of effects all of this has on the nearby objects, such as planets and moons. And obviously, because they spin so fast, they probably are not even spherical, they're probably more shaped like pancakes. While at the same time, because of the really powerful magnetosphere, any kind of a spacecraft trying to approach these planets would probably burn up as well. The magnetic field strength here would be so powerful that it would very likely completely destroy most of the computerized technology. But in case you were wondering how they were able to measure the wind speed of the planet itself, or the brown dwarf, it's also quite brilliant. They essentially used the observations that were captured in infrared, so basically the infrared frequency, combining them with the radio frequencies from a different telescope. Specifically, they used the so-called VLA and Spitzer telescopes. And these two observations show us different speeds, depending on what we're actually looking at. Turns out that if you were to look at the infrared observations, they basically show us the upper atmosphere. So all of the infrared observations only show us the top part of the planet, or the brown dwarf. Whereas the radio frequency shows us the interior of the planet, basically what's coming from the inside, and by finding the difference we can then try to estimate the speed of wind itself. This is exactly what they did, and this is how they discovered the difference to be about 650 meters per second. This also means that we can now use a very similar technique for the nearby Loman 16 brown dwarfs, and obviously all of the other brown dwarfs we've discovered over the past few years. Most of them are still really hard to see, but using new techniques we can very easily discover most of them in the vicinity. And by the way, if we were to try to simulate all of this in Space Engine, this is what this particular brown dwarf would probably look like, although maybe in slightly different color and also with a lot more activity on the surface. This is a T-type brown dwarf, and it's about 35 light years away from planet Earth. Not the closest object, but also obviously not the farthest. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is that one thing that differentiates brown dwarfs from planets and stars is that, well, unlike stars, they're not actually able to fuse hydrogen. They don't produce any energy from hydrogen fusing because they don't have enough mass. But unlike planets, they are still able to fuse something. In this case, they either fuse lithium or deuterium, and this allows them to produce some energy, which is why they have slightly different appearance to regular planets and also are so different from stars as well. And personally, I've always found brown dwarfs to be some of the most fascinating objects out there, mostly because, once again, we don't have any of them here in the solar system, and because we didn't even know they existed until 1995, which is relatively recent when you think about it. So in that sense, these objects are quite fascinating. And we've only discovered more of them when we started to investigate nearby objects in the solar system by using infrared telescopes. So we can actually see them pretty easily in the infrared, but we don't really see them in visual light because in reality they're really quite dark. The actual amount of light coming out of here is almost invisible. But in terms of what they discovered in this particular study, that's pretty much it. But I'm sure that in the future we'll have a lot more fascinating discoveries about brown dwarfs and other objects that we don't have in the solar system. So make sure to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and possibly come back tomorrow to learn something else. Also consider supporting this channel on Patreon because it does help me quite a lot, and alternatively you can also support this channel by buying the beautiful Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can also find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye, Anton.
Wonderful business.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Andrea, you can come back now.
Just hoovering.
It's finished now.
Bad man gone away.
Bad man gone away.
He's a good bloke. Very intelligent. I love watching this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's fascinating. You can work.
Yeah, me too, John.
Yeah. It's not fantasy world, it's actual world. Yeah, people observe these things and sort of, pick up radar, science, infrared, and all that technology, and just put on one single data. It's fascinating. I love it.
The technology, you wouldn't be able to even know what's there without radio waves and infrared.
Yeah,
systems.
that's right. It pick up the different wavelengths of lights.
You just look through the
it's
telescope,
incredible.
we're not going to see it.
Yeah.
First to fill? What? Well. 3 wells, okay. 3 holes in the ground. International conference via Zoom.
A
This
story
lady
by 3 holes.
is changing everything. I can see meetings like this happening more often, even after we get back to normal.
It's like tracking with the comets. I remember seeing Halley's Comet back in the 80s.
Yes.
And they got the comet coming around now. It's just amazing. It was predicted when it was coming around.
What was the other one that we could see for ages? Was it Hale Bock or something?
Yeah.
Could see that for quite some time because we go down the pub and we sort of. And I remember saying to somebody, "Oh, what do you think of that comet?" And they said, "What comet?" And I said, "Follow me." Went outside, pointed up in the sky, and said, "That bloody comet." I spotted that. I thought, how can you not see it? How can you not just go, bloody hell, what's that? You know.
I never seen Halley's Comet. I was in Athens at the time and I just could not see it at all. Never seen it.
Oh dear.
So I know. Never see it now.
And through recorded history, there's closer comets. Chinese recorded in the documents. A bright sparkle in the sky. 2,000 years ago. It's just amazing.
Isn't that what the Jesus' star was supposed to be?
So they seem to think, yeah.
Imagine the night sky back in those days when you had no light pollution at all.
Oh, see the Milky Way. I live out in the country. There's no light pollution at all. I look up the sky and there's a beautiful band of stars, and it's amazing.
One of these days.
If you go into the city, you're lucky to see about 2 or 3 stars. It's crazy.
We're not too bad where we are. Plus, installed these down LED lights now. So it helps a bit.
I'm not too bad either. If I go out in the back garden at night, once I wait for my security light to turn off again, next door security light to turn off again. And then you can see quite a lot on the clear night. It's one. You go outside. Come on, then turn off because they're useful.
The dog runs by and it goes off again.
Because if I go outside, if I'm just popping out to see the ISS or something, I won't bother closing the door. So all the lights go out, and one of the bloody cats follows me out.
Yep.
It's like, oh shit. Yeah. But at the same time, they are jolly useful. So.
I've always been fascinated with geology, history, astronomy. What out of science throughout you. It always fascinated me, and I learned from the basics. If you understand the basics, what it means, and then build it from there, instead of making up your own fucking bullshit,
Yeah. You don't need to make anything up. It's all there.
Come on, who's going to vote? Dave's not counted. Andrea. Oh,
There's
Andreas.
3 B's,
There's
Tim.
Andreas. It's all.
3 B's.
Mippett's got 1 B. John's got a B.
John Rat. Dave.
No, Dave's not counted. He
You're
tried to
not
vote.
counting Dave?
Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't vote. I mean, he voted before
Come,
now.
Babes. A or B?
I know. How hard could it be?
Uno,
How hard is it to press A or B and then press enter? Doris, Smarty.
Very.
Andrea. Can't vote anyway. God said 1. Oh, you're a funny bunch of peanuts, I tell you.
Bravo.
I let Dora put
But
a
we
B.
love Dormitory.
It's supposed to be B for Dora. Okay then. We'll make it B then. Oh,
Yeah.
Scott's gone A. What? No, B. Andreas. Oh no. Mippet said B. John said B.
Any
Gravity can't say anything because they're not allowed to vote.
That's a room fondle. That's
B for Bravo is Colin's thing, and Dora's something B. Okay, I'll allow B then.
That's a fondle that happens really quickly.
To be or not to be. You're funny.
Oh, of course, he was one of the philosophers, wasn't he? Was it Vroom Fondle and Magic Thighs?
From what?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yes, it was Vroom Fondle and Magic Thighs.
That gives me an idea. The books are up in my daughter's room here. I might just go in my room.
They're the ones who come up and say that they demand a rigidly defined area of doubt and uncertainty.
John,
Gravity.
go and sit in the corner.
not to be.
You got your trick, Dave.
2 wins. Gravity wins.
Yeah, because the philosophers were protesting that if deep thought worked out what the meaning of life was, they'd all be out of a job.
All right, okay. Gotcha. Broom Fondle is one of the...
Yeah, Magic Thighs is not spelt as it sounds. It's MAJIKTHISE, Magic Thighs.
This precious stick, yes.
Oh yeah, this one is particularly, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Good. Good.
I think this is the one I saw yesterday. It's a bit out there, as most of them are.
Hey, Johnny Rat, mate. All the Johns out there, mate.
What do you expect when you ask us to vote in a dictatorship?
That's your brother from another mother, isn't it, John?
Yeah, all the Johnsons.
Andreas, that's harsh.
What if Andreas is Greek?
Dictatorship.
Can I press play, Andreas? And Fred? No, I don't want to press play unless you agree. You know.
Rat was timed out by John Rat for 300 seconds.
300 seconds.
Play, please.
Okay.
Looking for a video to debunk, it can be difficult to find one. And then I remember, oh, flat earthers are always available. Even if the topic isn't about flat earth, they're going to spew some sort of conspiracy theory about it. And that's why I love my flat earthers. Never change. Keep giving me content. Anyway, today we'll be looking at a flat earth channel who has a pretty insane stance on that thing that shall not be named. Okay, I can't just keep saying that, and unfortunately YouTube will refuse to let me make anything off this video if I mention the current pandemic, which is a shame. So we're going to try something here. For this video, I will refer to that thing that shall not be named as Voldemort. This idea was given to me by a comment from a previous video, so we're going to name it Voldemort. Because they're both names that shall not be named. But of course, the YouTube algorithm is not stupid. They'll try to pick up other related words, so we're going to make another codename, Dark Wizards, which refers to the general species in which Voldemort belongs to. Got it? Don't forget. I feel like this is going to be useless anyway, because the original video is going to be saying the words that shall not be said. We will try our best though. If this works out, I'll be doing it again in the future. That's actually pretty true to some extent. Of course, fear is something important for the survival of organisms. If you've learned to be fearful of certain situations, then you'll likely want to escape it in some way. The negative emotion is a way to keep you away from things that could potentially harm you. Knowing that, it's difficult to imagine how fear can actually be pleasurable. When you're scared of something, despite all the anxiety and negative emotions you're experiencing, you also get a small dose of dopamine and endorphins. Normally, of course, this is overwhelmed by the fear being processed in your amygdala, but in some cases, especially if you know you're safe, you can really get pleasure out of it. I, for one, absolutely enjoy horror games. It's scary, but at the same time, I know I myself am safe. But of course, you don't always have to know you're safe to enjoy fear, which is why, in my opinion at least, a lot of people buy into stories of ghosts and the supernatural. The feeling is also quite similar to being in love. I believe I mentioned this in a previous video before, but if you want to rekindle some love between you and your significant other, consider watching a horror movie. This pleasure feeling you get from being fearful, it is indeed something that perhaps a lot of news channels take advantage of. That's why you always see headlines that over-exaggerate the situation, such as news that cover Voldemort. But I don't think it's to the extent that this flat earther thinks though. I guess everything you watch on the media is fake news now. You know, the media that says the earth is round, despite it being consistent with everything we've ever known, and not just the media claims that. Okay, you're making this sound like it's cocaine or something. Let's not even pretend that fear is addictive. Kind of dishonest of you to put out this premise so that you can give a reason why the media and the people consuming it would supposedly lie about things. On the other side of things, I say you conspiracy theorists have some sort of superiority complex where you get pleasure from spreading the, quote, truth to others. The idea that knowing something that others don't makes you feel superior, and you enjoy that. While I absolutely believe this is the case, I'm not going to use it as a premise to poison the well before making my main point. Arguments are valuable only if they have merit on their own.
Arjunus Vonderplanitz was an American nutritionist and creator of the raw primal diet.
I don't know this person, but if he's an advocate of a raw primal diet, then he's probably not very legit.
One of the more controversial things he stipulated was the notion that all parasites, bacteria, and
dark wizards
are in fact beneficial to people's health.
That's an outrageous claim, but technically there are plenty of microorganisms that are beneficial to our health. Bacteria, for example, that live in your gut have some mutual relationships with the rest of the body. They protect us from more harmful bacteria, they break down certain molecules that our bodies cannot, and they release signaling proteins as well. The list goes on. There's a lot of science being done right now studying the enormous effects of gut bacteria. Dark wizards, on the other hand, not as obvious, but they can indirectly benefit us as well. For example, maybe bacteriophages or even dark wizard vectors, which are a great medium for us to use for gene therapies, for example, but only after we've modified them ourselves. But of course, these are specific examples. If you're talking about bacteria and dark wizards in general, most don't actually care about us. They don't benefit, nor do they harm us. We're just used to hearing about these microorganisms being harmful because we mostly learn about diseases that are caused by them. Dark wizards, for example, are massive in quantity. They literally reside everywhere in the world, but only a tiny percentage of them actually infect humans. But if we're talking about the ones that are pathogenic, which I believe is what your video is about, then yes, they are harmful. At the end of the day, however, you'll have to break down and look at the organism by itself to determine their relationship with humans. Parasites, though, by definition harms the host, so no, they don't benefit humans unless you think of it as an indirect effect resulting from infecting another organism, I guess.
In relation to the topic of
dark wizards,
Vonderplanitz claimed that the only way to get a so-called
dark wizard
was to be injected with it. It's understood that all
dark wizards
are non-living, dead protein structures. Argenis' theory was that they are all naturally occurring in the body and perform a special role of being able to dissolve toxic or dead tissue from the body in order to heal.
Okay, the claims aren't even consistent with each other. First you say that you can only get dark wizards via injection, then you say they are mutually occurring in the body. So which one is it? If the former is true, then what is causing the pandemic today? Is it someone running around injecting people with Lord Voldemort? Is that how it is? If the latter is true, then what is causing the sudden outbreak of Lord Voldemort? Is something causing everyone to suddenly have their bodies release the Dark Lord all at once? Why is it that it started in China and moved its way around other countries? Why do some countries not have Voldemort present? These are all questions that must be answered.
How many people know
Dark wizards
aren't alive? It's been known in the medical profession for years that you don't give antibiotics for
dark wizards
because they're ineffectual, because they're not alive.
That is absolutely not the reason we don't give antibiotics to treat dark wizard infections. It's not because they're not alive. You can still destroy their structure, make them ineffective, or quote, kill them. We don't use antibiotics for dark wizard infections because they're dark wizards, not bacteria. This is the same reason we don't use anti-dark wizards to treat bacteria infections. They're literally a whole different class of organisms. For example, if we had an antibiotic that disrupted the structure of the cell wall, that's not really going to be useful against dark wizards that do not have cell walls. Or if we use an anti-dark wizard drug that blocks essential proteins that inhibit the dark wizard life cycle, that's not useful for a bacteria. Come on, basic biology 101.
They have no nucleus. They are protein parts. There's no respiration, there's no functionality, there's no glandular activity. They are not alive.
The only thing not alive are your brain cells, and dark wizards, of course.
But what are they? They are soaps, they are solvents. The body makes them to dissolve tissue in your body that are too toxic for the parasites, the bacteria, and the fungus to eat.
What in tarnation?
So what's all this contagious bullcrap about
dark
virus?
wizards?
That's like saying laundry soap is contagious.
One of the things you hear about protecting yourself against Lord Voldemort is to wash your hands with soap and water. I guess using soap destroys soap then, in this case. Absolutely ridiculous. And what, it dissolves your own tissues to feed the bacteria and parasites in your body? This has become so stupid that I have trouble believing that even flat earthers would believe this. But apparently they do, so what can you do about that? Just as a fun fact, why is soap so effective against Lord Voldemort? That's because Voldemort has an outer protective shell that is not only made of proteins, but also layers of hydrophobic fat. One of the easiest ways to break apart their envelope is to rip it apart with soap, since soap contains molecules that are hydrophilic on one side and hydrophobic on the other. They form micelles around fat particles and allow them to dissolve, thus making water effective against them and breaks apart their shell. Literally just soap everything. Your hands, your clothes, your bright future. Wait, no, that last one doesn't exist, sorry. Let's carry on.
Well, it's in every home, and everybody uses it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Can you not make that face?
That's when colds and flus happen. They happen seasonally.
You literally didn't draw any conclusion on why flus happen seasonally.
There are 300,000 varieties of
dark wizards.
Each one of them takes just a little particle of a cell at a time and disassembles it. And the pharmaceutical industry says, see, it dissolves a cell. No, it's dissolving a specific tissue in that cell. So specific that it can never damage the integrity of that cell.
First of all, cells make tissues. Tissues don't make cells. Second of all, if you could so kindly as to tell us what specific molecule is being dissolved by dark wizards and how that mechanism happens, that'd be great. There's no need to be vague here. We're mature enough to talk about specific and scientific terminology, right? Here, let me share you my and everyone else's understanding of dark wizards. They're essentially just molecular hijackers that infiltrate the specific cells they target. From there, they borrow the cell's machinery to make more dark wizard proteins and DNA. Finally, they break out of the cell, killing it and releasing baby dark wizards in training to go and infect other cells. They damage the body by literally just killing your cells. Anyway, that was just a quick rundown. The only thing I'll be turning off is your channel. Anyway, that's my time. I hope everyone is staying safe during the times of Lord Voldemort. Wash your hands, don't touch your face, and don't watch Flat Earth channels. Otherwise, Lord Voldemort will not be pleased. Thank you to Fireshard, Liam, Don Jessica, Joe Goldenberg, and Jayan for supporting this channel and contributing to battling misinformation on the Dark Lord. Goodbye.
It's witches. If you don't understand what it is, you burn it. Back in the Dark Ages. That's what it boils down to. Yeah. We don't know what it is. Burn the witch. The ignorance of these days is absolutely ignorant. I can't believe what people are thinking these days. It's total ignorance.
Oh, these dark wizards.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting little thing that's just cropped up in my Twitter feed again. The spread of the lurgy is based on two factors. One, how dense the population is. Two, how dense the population is.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Are you talking about density in terms of intelligence, or?
Ah, well, that's the thing. Somebody put this up on Reddit, and he put that up, and somebody said, "You wrote the same thing twice. What's the other one?" And he come back and said, "You're number 2."
Yeah, that's it.
Well, it's like the old T-shirt I've still got floating around somewhere. There are two types of people in this world: those who can extrapolate from incomplete data, and that's it.
Yes.
And the number of people have asked me to turn around so they can read what's on the back of the T-shirt, and I'm thinking, yeah, you're the other sort, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I thought that one was quite good.
There are 10 kinds of people: those that understand binary and those that don't.
Correct. Yeah, and you can bet your boots that'll confuse a lot of people.
Or the other one, there are 10 types of people: those who understand tertiary and those who were, those who understand tertiary and those who weren't expecting a tertiary joke.
I'm correct 95% of the time. The other 7% I'm doing maths.
Yeah. Oh dear.
And you didn't even have to work that out with your fingers.
Oh, she got 11 fingers. There's something wrong there.
Who we got for the last vid? Anyone want? Okay, who guessed it last time? For the last vote, there was somebody that was very clever in our midst.
Andrea.
Andrea, hey? You want to think you're going to guess again, Andrea? You there? Oh, Professor Bell's got 600 subs. Good on you, Phil.
Catching up.
I only felt like yesterday that I was more than you. Now you've gone past me.
Well, there you go.
He's now got 601, but I must insist that he learn about Key and Phil lighting for his future videos.
That's the next thing we're working on. We got the
One thing at a time. He sorted his microphone out. Now he just needs to sort the lighting out.
Yes, and his whiteboard. I keep telling him to turn his whiteboard around.
I heard my name.
Yes. We were talking about you, yes?
You were, yeah.
Yeah, was your ears burning?
I heard my name.
Well, you guessed who was the last video last time. Do you think you're going to go for a 2 out of 2?
Baldy Catz.
Oh my God. How do you do it?
She just goes and looks at those posters
You must be
and says, "What we
psychic.
haven't shown yet."
You must be definitely psychic, I tell you.
It's in Discord as well.
How on
What,
earth
did I get
do you,
it?
you must, yeah.
Oh.
How do you do it?
Wow.
That's spooky, that is. You're going to go for 3 out of 3 on Wednesday night, aren't you? Definitely.
His
whiteboard's glued to the wall. Well, unglue it. I can show you how to unglue something. Hey, it's easy to unglue it.
Terry, they talk about hieroglyphics. We see hieroglyphics every day. Stop. Don't go in there. Every sign is a hieroglyphic. But if 1,000 years time, you wouldn't know what the fuck it was. Sorry on the language.
The PayPal links are at the bottom of the description, John.
Yeah, I'll put that in, mate.
Yeah, I've got PayPal now, Paul.
Ah, okay.
Well, they were bagging me out in, or whatever they call it, before in Discord and here everyone's swearing, and so we need the swear jar because I don't like swearing. And eventually I set up a PayPal as well, so I thought.
It's in the jar, mate. You're right.
And some people fill the jar up in one go.
What's wrong with swearing?
Well, I've trained Rich. Rich is going pretty good now, and Mudcrab. Who else? There's a few of them that are getting learning.
Just go and watch The Good Place, and you'll learn how to do it when you just say "What the fork."
What the fork? Yeah.
The four. I better explain to you about the four before I forget. When we first started doing this voting for videos, people started voting for the 4th video too many times, and I got the shits. So I banned 4, and I timed people out and everything. So that's a bit of a thing on this channel with the number 4. That's why my rules have got a rule D, not a rule 4.
Oh, okay.
So 4's a thing, or not a thing, if you want to put it that way. What? I bet you just turned around. What do you mean I just turned around, John? I missed that one. We ready to press that 4-letter word starting with P? Did you notice the strange name a few days ago on your PayPal? A strange name.
Don't you mean that D letter word starting with P?
Oh, gravity.
Oh dear. I'm going to have to look for a strange name in my PayPal list now, John said. You're going to make me look now.
You think that would stand out, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Strange name.
I'm going to go and look for a strange name.
Put a PayPal in mine, but nobody's sent me anything yet.
Here we go. I've got no idea what this is about. I haven't seen this.
So you've opened up YouTube, you've seen my video thumbnail, and you've decided to click on it. But was that a coincidence? I'll tell you after this. In the late 1800s, former Italian king Umberto I, went to a small restaurant in Monza for dinner. While he was there, he was absolutely gobsmacked by just how much the restaurant owner looked like him. And after a bit of conversation, it turned out that they were both born on the same day, March the 14th, in the same year, 1844. They'd both been born in the same town, and they both got on to marry women called Margherita. And the coincidences don't stop there. The restaurant owner opened his restaurant on exactly the same day that King Umberto was crowned King of Italy. And on the 29th of July, 1900, King Umberto was informed that the restaurant owner had unfortunately died that day in a mysterious shooting accident. Now, he barely had time to let that sink in, because on the same day, he was then himself shot 4 times by the Italian-American anarchist Gaetano Bresci, whose name I've just mispronounced. Interesting stuff. Now, if you're a regular Baldy Catz viewer, then welcome to Myth Mondays. This is the first in a new series of videos where once a month on a Monday, I get to release a video talking pretty much about whatever I want. Now, I hope you find it interesting, but if you don't worry, I'll be back on the Conspiracy Catz channel later on today or tomorrow with my usual content. Now, today we're going to be looking at coincidences, and more importantly, what science has got to say about coincidences, and are they even real? We'll get more into that in a second after this. This story here in The New Yorker from 1932 tells the story of Anne Parrish. Anne Parrish was a well-known and successful author born and raised in America. In adulthood, she visited Paris with her husband, and they were walking along the River Seine when they saw a small bookstall. After just a moment of looking at the books, she noticed the book Jack Frost and Other Stories, which was a childhood favourite of hers, and she bought it for just £1. Excited by her find, she eagerly sought out a chair she could sit on and take a look at her new purchase, but when she opened it, she saw this inscription. Yes, it turns out that somehow she bought her old childhood book. So what actually is a coincidence? Now, most people don't actually take the time to reflect on the fact that very, very low probability occurrences happen thousands of times in our daily lives. And that point is well made here in this quote by Richard Feynman. I mean, what actually was the chance that he would have passed a car with a license plate ARW 357 on his way to work that night? It would have been spectacularly low. Yeah, of course, the chances of that are fantastically low, and it might never, ever, ever happen to him again in his entire life. And similar things happened to me. What would have been the chance when I released this video that exactly 5 days, 4 hours, 20 minutes and 30 seconds after releasing this video, it would have exactly 36,725 views? And what was the chance when I started making that video that it would end up at being exactly 13 minutes, 53 seconds long? So what flips that switch? What is it that starts making us see these very low probability occurrences as coincidences? Well, I think most people would agree that we define a coincidence as being a remarkable event. And this means to be a coincidence, these low probability occurrences must hold some sort of emotional value to us. And of course you may have heard of psychologist Carl Jung, who coined the term synchronicity to describe a particularly meaningful coincidence. But to be meaningful, these occurrences need to have enough of an impact for us to mentally set them aside from all the other low probability occurrences that are happening in our everyday lives. And when it comes to getting noticed, there's nothing that does that quite like money. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of this person, Evelyn Marie Adams. No? Well, she's a lass that works down my local butcher's, but coincidentally, it's also the name of somebody who won the New Jersey lottery twice in consecutive years. Right, so it's time for you to do a little bit of thinking now. What do you think the chances of somebody actually winning the New Jersey lottery twice? I'll give you some thinking time while I tell you this. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand was one of the key events that led to the First World War, which ended on Armistice Day on the 11th of the 11th, 1918. Oh, and the car that was driving him on the day he was assassinated had the license plate, you guessed it, AI 11118. Fascinating. So what did you guess? What was the chance of somebody winning that lottery twice? Well, the local press had experts in who calculated that the probability was anywhere between 1 trillion and 17 trillion. But as Dr. Deconis and Mastella pointed out, that's the right answer, but just to the wrong question. Now, Deconis and Mastella were mathematicians who worked for Harvard University, and they carried out all sorts of ultra-important work. In fact, it was Deconis that realised that it takes 7 shuffles to fully randomise a deck of cards. Never let it be said mathematicians have too much time on their hands. So if 1 in 17 trillion was the right answer to the wrong question, what was the right question? Well, we'll get to that. Now, Deconis and Mastella analysed an incredible amount of data based on coincidences that had been reported to them. They then used that data to categorise types of coincidences, and I've summarised those groups here. Now, almost as if I've planned it, you will see in this video one of each of those types of coincidence, so please leave in the comment section where you think you spotted them. But you can have this one for free, because that lady winning the lottery 2 years on the trot was an example of an event which is statistically more likely to happen than most people could possibly imagine. You see, the right question wasn't, what are the chances of Evelyn winning the lottery twice? The right question should have been, what are the chances of somebody winning the lottery twice? And based on the law of very large numbers, when we have a big enough population, some very bizarre things are going to happen. And they're not going to be coincidences, they're going to be statistical probabilities. So when the correct question was asked, the question of what are the chances of somebody in this population winning the lottery twice, The answer came back at a mere 1 in 30. So what other coincidences can maths help explain? Well, at the 2014 Football World Cup... Oh, and if you're watching from America, when I say football, what I mean by that is football. Get it right. Anyway, there were 32 squads of 30 players each. However, remarkably, in 16 of those 32 squads, we saw players that shared the same birthday, even though there were only 30 players in a squad. That's 50% of those small squads containing players that shared the same birthday. And these teams in red here are getting a little bit cocky, because they have 2 players sharing the same birthday. Now, as a teacher of nearly 20 years, I'm no stranger of standing up in front of classes of 30 plus pupils, and it has constantly amazed me just how many shared birthdays there are within each classes, and I've often found it a wonderful coincidence. But can maths explain it? Well, let's find out, shall we, and introduce our star player, Hootle McThirdnipple. Well, if we can assume for a second that Hootle isn't completely made up, then he must have had a birthday. In other words, the probability of him having a birthday is 1. But I can represent that as 365 365ths to represent the days of the year. Now, the next player in the squad will also have a birthday, but what are the chances that his birthday will be different from Hootle's? Well, the chance is 364 out of 365. Now, the chances of the third player along having a different birthday to the first 2 is now only 363 out of 365. And we can keep on doing this until we reach 23 players. And when we get to 23 players, we find out there is around about a 50% chance of 2 of those players sharing the same birthday, which certainly stops this being a meaningful coincidence. Okay, so there's something we probably knew anyway. Coincidences aren't some kind of magic, but in fact some coincidences aren't coincidences at all. Now, not all coincidences are coincidences, as pointed out by this article in Psychology Today. It references the fact that over the past 50 years we've had an increase in caesarean sections, but we've also had an increase in chronic diseases like inflammatory bowel disease, type 2 diabetes and asthma. But the writers of this paper, published in Science News, spotted that coincidence and wondered whether there was a correlation, and after a lengthy study, they determined that babies born vaginally do actually have different gut bacteria than babies born via caesarean section, and this is due to the fact that babies born vaginally undergo a bacterial exchange as they go through the birth canal. But what if some coincidences aren't coincidences because of some sort of correlation? What if they appear to be coincidences based purely on fate alone? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to ask you a different question first. How many flat earthers do you think you would need before one of them could successfully guess the order of playing cards in a deck of 52 cards? Well, let's take our flat earthers and ask them just to predict the first card. And I think we'd all agree there is a 1 in 52 chance of them making that correct prediction. So we would expect 51 out of every 52 of our flat earthers to make the wrong prediction. And assuming they could find the exit, we'd ask them to leave. Now, when it comes to predicting the next card, 50 out of every 51 of the remaining flat earthers would make the wrong prediction, and they'd also be asked to leave. And if we follow this train of thought all the way through the deck for every single card, using a simple probability calculation, we would figure out that this is the chance that one of our flat earthers might make it through the full deck without making a wrong prediction. And that means that we would have to start off with this many flat earthers to give ourselves a reasonable certainty that one of them will make it through the deck. But unfortunately, the entire population of planet Earth only makes up this percentage of that number. Okay, but what if we had an infinite number of people, and not flat earthers, but an infinite number of normal people? Then we should absolutely be able to find somebody that could correctly predict or guess the order of cards in a deck, making it not a coincidence at all, just an absolute certainty. Time to meet Alexander Friedman, the legendary physicist. Now, his equations are way beyond me, but essentially he looked at the ability of the universe to expand and the ability of the universe to resist that expansion. Now, from this he determined that there were 3 possible shapes for the universe: an open universe, a closed universe, and a flat universe. And it turns out that an open universe and a flat universe will expand infinitely. Well, an infinite universe would have an infinite number of planets, an infinite number of people, and assuming that the laws of physics stay the same all the way through the universe, there'll be infinite versions of you. And that means that you've already guessed the order of a deck of playing cards an infinite number of times. It means that you've failed on the first card an infinite number of times. It means you've got to the 50th card before making your mistake an infinite number of times. It means that you've won the lottery every single week for 20 years an infinite number of times, but it also means that you've refused to buy a ticket for every single one of those weeks an infinite number of times. It means you've danced with Tom Hanks on top of the world's largest piece of cheese on toast an infinite number of times, and that you've beaten Usain Bolt in the Olympic 100 metre final an infinite number of times using a Zimmer frame. And in a universe like that, there are no coincidences. Everything that can happen is bound to happen to one version of you, but when that does happen, that version of you is going to see it as a special event. An analogy might be me walking out to the field next to my house with the intention of bringing home a blade of grass. Now, I know with absolute certainty I'm going to come home with a blade of grass, but if you were that one blade of grass in the field that I plucked, you might be sat there thinking, what are the chances of that? But what if the universe isn't infinite? Would that mean that some things just wouldn't happen? Would that mean that some events just wouldn't unfold? Well, the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics suggests that every time there's a particle interaction, the universe branches off into as many universes as it takes to cover every single possible outcome of that interaction. And that, well, that means this. So again, we end up with an infinite number of versions of you where nothing is a coincidence and everything is a certainty. So was it a coincidence you clicked on this video? Probably not, no. But some people really like the idea of synchronicity. They like the idea that something has happened that's special to them. And keep hold of that feeling, because for every special thing that happens to you, there is an infinite number of people out there that it hasn't happened to. Goodbye.
That was a rather apt video considering my two guesses.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. In a nutshell, as I say. Hey, Spring Ray. How you going, mate? He's
No,
offline.
Guess not. Guess he's away from keyboard or wandered out of range.
Yeah. So it all boils down to check your facts and reality.
Yeah, but that's two things they don't hold a lot of truck with, isn't it? Facts and reality. I'm afraid.
It's all conspiracy.
Oh, was I muted again?
This is...
Sorry about that.
Yeah, just a bit, Terry.
I hate it when that happens. That's why every time I finish a video, people are butting in on me when I'm going to talk, because I'd like to respond at the end of the video, and I'm going, okay, do you want to go first?
Not being rude intentionally.
Yeah.
Terry, that's one of the reasons why I say absolutely and completely nothing until I hear your voice.
Yeah.
And if we go a couple of minutes and not hear your voice, I'll say, Terry, are you still muted?
Oh dear. The few times Phil did it to me earlier, and John did it to me a couple of times, and I was muted, and it wasn't until after you didn't know I was muted.
Well, let's be honest, Terry. Phil would have done it if you were muted or not.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know. Phil forgets that.
Oh yeah. The moment that video finishes,
yeah.
It's,
or there's a bit of a quiet spot in between a.
Oh, now I'll just interrupt you because you stop speaking. I'll just start talking and say absolutely nothing.
Wait a minute, I had to take a breath.
And now you've taken another breath. I'm just going to interrupt one more time and just say something else that means absolutely nothing and not completely not relevant to what you were talking about.
I was so tempted not to let him on tonight. I was so tempted.
I bet.
I think it's been 2 or 3 times that I've been tempted not to let him on, and I think it's got to that time.
You're too nice.
Sure.
No one can hear my knitting needles clicking, clacking then. Are you knitting me a jumper, Eden?
No, I'm working on a pair of socks.
Oh, I've seen a picture on Discord. Looking good.
I think I have heard them, but just couldn't figure out what the bloody hell it was.
Maybe you're the person that's been vaping.
Well, I don't vape. I don't smoke.
Yeah, okay. Who's been breathing heavy, vaping, clicking their chairs, squeaky desk?
I will say, I vape, Terry, as you well aware.
Sipping your coffee.
I vape, Terry, and you're well aware of that. But yes, I was muted for the last 20-odd minutes. Oh, yeah, 20-odd minutes.
I mean, I keep my microphone. It's actually still swiveled up on my headset, so it's well away from my mouth, so you don't get the old heavy breathing thing. And if I know I'm going to sneeze or cough or blow my nose or eat or anything like that, I try to mute because I hate hearing all of that noise.
My vape doesn't make a noise.
There you go.
Well, we're going to have to do something about Alan. We keep telling Alan to fix his squeaky desk, but he won't grab the bottle of talcum powder out and shove it up in the cracks to stop it.
Yeah. I know I sometimes forget to mute when I'm typing and doing something else because my keyboard can get quite loud when I'm frantically.
And I think Paul's had a time. I'm not sure. Were you on mic when you were doing some reno, and we've heard you doing stuff in the background?
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Yeah.
So everybody stop breathing.
No, that doesn't work.
Hang on, that's the start of a Black Sabbath track. There's a Black Sabbath track that starts with that cough, and you got it almost exactly right. I'm trying to think which one it is.
Oh, Andreas has been eating lunch during the stream. That's terrible. Shame on you.
Share.
I tell you what, very annoying. Every time we have Casual on, he's always eating.
Yep.
You can hear it in his voice.
It's even worse than that, farmers, because he'll be speaking properly, and then all of a sudden he'll be speaking like this as he try and push the food out of the way.
Yeah.
And he's seen a picture of himself that he posted and said, "Oh shit, I'm fat. I better go on a diet."
You had to post a picture.
You had to post a picture to verify that.
That's why I don't post pictures of myself.
Oh, pick on him this time, is it?
He's not here. Why not?
I'll be honest, Terry. Ever since I've been on the meds that I'm on, I think I've actually managed to put on about 5 kilos, and to everyone else, to everyone else looking at me, they go, "Well, where did you put it on?" Because I'm built like a greyhound anyway.
I've got plenty if you need some.
Yeah, me.
Yes, please.
Winter's, take whatever you want.
Winter's coming up. I wouldn't mind some extra insulation.
Do you get on the scales after you have a shower?
I'm giving it away.
Do you jump on the scales after you had a shower, so at least you got something to help weigh you?
I actually leave a T-shirt on even, Terry, just so that the scales register.
It's all good fun, mate.
I think it's that time of night. Andrea, what time of night is it, Andrea?
Pip time.
Shit, there she goes again. I don't know how she does this.
Pip time.
Time for Pip's story. I'm in bed. Finished my work for the night, so.
Checks in the mail, Terry.
Checks in the mail. Oh, we got a story that might be related to me and Gravity Guru here from Pip. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
I think we're going to relate to this one, and
Oh,
maybe
and
a
John
couple
as
of
well.
others.
Yeah, John as well. Probably most men, I would say. The Ladybird Book of the Shed. The shed is a man's natural hiding place. It's just like the pub, except nearer to home. In a minute, Les will throw his children out of his shed and get on with some proper work. Then, when the coast is clear, he will go to the pub. Some animals have evolved to carry their shed with them. This tortoise will withdraw into its shed if threatened by a predator with a request to help peel the potatoes. In the winter, tortoises conserve energy by spending extended periods in their shed fast asleep, just like humans. Michael and Gwen are looking for the placemats Gwen's mother bought them for Christmas. "Quick," says Gwen, "she'll be here in 20 minutes. "I bet we hid them in here," says Michael, closing himself inside the quiet shed. Michael says he will not give up looking for the mats in the shed, even if it takes him all day. Men have built sheds in the most inhospitable environments on the planet. These men have built their shed near the South Pole. If anyone wants the men to come back in and run the hoover around the front room, they have to give 6 months' notice. This Antarctic shed is a great place to get things done. Using your shed as an office is called shed working. Bunny works from his shed. He is a freelance cow whisperer. At least, that's what he tells his wife. Bunny is unemployed. A shed is a perfect place to store things that are not quite useful enough to be in your house, but almost useful enough not to be in your bin. Some of the things in your shed may even turn into heirlooms for your children. Who knows? In the future, there might be a national museum of old phone chargers. They will pay handsomely for your collection. Here in Canada, Cliff has built a shed with its own moat. Cliff's friends use the logs when they come to help with his double gauge railway layout. They sometimes bring sandwiches from his wife. Cliff's wife thinks all marriages should have a moat. A man needs a private place to do things with his hands. What would you do with your hands if you were alone in a shed? Wallace has taught himself taxidermy. There are so many dead animals full of sawdust in his shed that the door will not shut. Wallace needs a new shed. The sheds of the pharaoh Amenhotep were amongst the most spectacular structures in the ancient world. This mighty pharaoh was buried in 1521 BC in his shed at Qom al-Amar, alongside everything he would need in the afterlife: a bundle of rusty sickles, a woven rush box of back issues of Nile Life, half a chariot axle assembly, and a sacred tin of magnolia satin paint. A shed is a good place to fix, build and make things. Omar has made himself a special wooden friend. Omar's wife cried when she found the plans for this in his shed. "You won't cry, will you?" said Omar, staring into his friend's painted eyes. Warren has spent the weekend in his shed. He said he was sanding down some drawers to make them run more smoothly. Warren's robot has been made from old lawnmower parts. It can walk, talk, and hold the door shut. Roland is spending Easter in the shed sorting his screws. While his wife and children visit his mother, Roland is separating his screws into flathead, Phillips, posy drive, countersunk, double countersunk, bugle head, round head, clutch head, button head, pan head, hex head, flange head, Philister head, and miscellaneous. There are also boxes for washers, hooks, pins, and a bag for fluff. "It needed doing," says Roland. This dream shed belongs to the pop singer Rod Stewart. It has television, a library of pop magazines, and a bath shaped like the charts, with a hot tap in the #1 spot. It's a perfect place to throw a swinging party, but it's also a working shed for Rod to do his fretwork or hide from his wives. Like many men, Justin uses his shed for home brewing. This year he has made a mild light ale, continental lager, super milk, tomato wine, parsnip gin, and a fortified onion lambrini. This batch of homebrewed Marmite is stronger than the one in the shops, so there must be a policeman present at all times. Not many people have seen inside this shed. It's the government research shed, half a mile underground at Porton Down. This high-tech facility is kept ready for use at a moment's notice. It's where the government will potter in the event of a nuclear attack. Sheds were important to primitive man since they provided much-needed shelter from primitive family life. This rudimentary shed is made from saber-tooth rabbit pelts, mud pies and sticks. After a meal of mammoth and roots, men would hide here until all the flints were washed up. Oliver has many important jobs to do around the house, and he needs somewhere quiet to do them. In his shed, using a 1/4-inch squirrel hairbrush, Oliver carefully tipexes out the designs on the dinner service he inherited from his late wife's mother. "Filigree is the devil's work," said Oliver. "Purity is strength." Some sheds are quite beautiful. "Come out, Frank," says his wife Margaret. "I honestly don't know what he gets up to in there," she tells her sister. If the shed at the end of the garden does not feel far away enough, you can get a second garden, called an allotment. Cyril has a shed on his allotment, 9 miles from his home. He also has an emergency shed in Italy, for when his wife finds this shed. The shed is a good place for keeping all the things you need to do odd jobs around the house. Laurie has always got lots of odd jobs to do. For instance, today he is painting his shed again. It's the first day of Polly and Toby's school holidays. For 6 whole weeks they will be in the house every day, all day. Their dad Keith has thought of something they can do together. "Help me fill the shed with food," says Keith, "and then get out." In May 1956, Eric Webb of Dagenham emerged from his shed where he had been pottering since 1938. He had been reported missing, presumed dead, in 1941 when his house was destroyed by a German incendiary device. Eric did not know that there had been a war. He immediately returned to his shed and started work rebuilding his home. It took Tom 6 years to get planning permission for his garage extension. Tom's neighbour said the structure would overlook their gardens and block sunlight. Tom is sure they will change their minds when they see his flying boat. This is the explorer Robert Falcon Scott, in the most famous shed of all time. Scott's second expedition to the Antarctic was a disaster, but his shed was a triumph. "I'm going outside, I may be some time," are inspirational words that men quote to this day as they unbolt the back door and vanish down the garden path. The end. And again.
It disconnects and then reconnects, but I don't notice it actually doing it though. So, where are we? I think we've been going. Oh, we've been going for 6 hours. Jeez, that's a long time for me. Oh.
Okay. Stretch out, mate. There you go.
My eyes need a rest. Oh, we've got to sort out. What's today? Monday. Tomorrow, Wednesday. Work out something for Wednesday night. and figure out where I'm up to in this ancient timeline. We did blacksmithing last Saturday night, so I'll have a quick look and see if we've covered what we can for blacksmithing. Otherwise, we'll might have to
masonry work.
Or see if I, or see if I can go onto something else after that. I was thinking about
masonry work.
I was thinking about maybe armor to see what things, how the ancients used to protect themselves.
Yeah.
Oh yes, because that developed quite a bit over the years, didn't it?
Yeah, not so much the weapons that fired upon them, but what they used to use to protect themselves with.
Exactly, Cherry. Yeah.
What, like that series of holes joined together called chainmail?
And that armor developed onto tanks and stuff like that.
Well, no, tanks weren't invented back then, John.
Yeah, but the deflection did.
Got you. Why am I buffering? Oh, okay. Oh. Well, I'm just writing my goodbyes in the peanuts.
No, Loon, sorry. He missed a notification. Hope you just started.
Oh.
Okay.
Just finishing, sorry.
just finishing.
Toodaloo peanuts.
If anyone's got anything to say before we go, we'll say goodnight to everyone.
No, it's up to me, but I think we all have.
Oh, well,
You better have.
Oh, you might think of it over on Discord. If you haven't got Discord in the Peanut Gallery, let me know and I'll send you a link.
Coffee and cake.
Yeah, coffee and cake. Yeah, BYO though. I don't know what happened to Alan, but Alan, thanks Peter, Eden,
I think it's cleaner
Andrea, Farmer, John, Gravity Guru, Huey. I haven't heard from Huey, Stingray, and Pip. Thanks for your story too, Pip. That was a great one again.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
And thanks, Peanuts.
Thanks, Terry.
Andrea, Linzag, Scott, John, Demon, Stewie. Oh, Pip's out there. What are you doing out there, Pip?
Oh, I'm everywhere.
Lynn. Scroll. Oh, Eden's out there too. Oh, Professor Phil. We'll be over in Discord, Phil, if you get time to drop in later. Who else have we got? Colin. Oh, I've got to scroll up too far. Scott. Okay then. Say goodnight, Peanuts. We're out of here.
Good
night,
Peanuts.
Good night.